Today's video is brought to you by Prize Picks, America's #1 sports app. And when you use my code right now, HMA, they'll put $50 in your account when you put a $5 lineup down. Hard to beat that. They've got baseball, basketball, heck, they've even got the seasonal picks up here for the NFL season. Terms and conditions do apply. Please do remember to gamble responsibly. Good morning or afternoon or whatever the hell time of day it is. Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. Oh my goodness. We have an arms race, the likes that we haven't seen since the Cold War, at the height of the Cold War. I'm talking when spies were taking out spies, espionage, nukes, depleted uranium, all of that stuff. We're back in those old days. We need James Bond on the scene as the Cleveland Browns have done the unthinkable. They've moved Myles Garrett. Maybe not unthinkable. We were talking a little bit about this last night. But they unfortunately did not throw him into the coffers of the Seattle Seahawks, but instead gave him over to the Los Angeles Rams. And did the Rams really have to pay the ultimate hefty type of price? What type of price, Brandon? The type of price that we're talking about last night, right? Was it going to get to where we thought this thing could be? Was Garrett going to go for 3 firsts and a Byron Young kind of equivalency? Is that going to be the cost? Could there be a kind of a bidding war? And what was going to be the final? If he did go, you thought, man, Cleveland's going to get like an all-time haul here. All-time haul. Answer is sorta. The Cleveland Browns move Myles to the Rams. The Rams move back to Cleveland. Jared Verse, a first-round pick in 2025, a second-round pick in 2028, and then a third-round pick in 2029. Okay, so a couple different things on the back of this move by the Rams. I think first off, we got to kind of address, what is the price? What is the cost? What have they given up here to get him? Because as I just showed, kind of the thinking baseline here would be kind of somewhere in the neighborhood of like a 3 first-round picks for what it was the best defensive player in the league last year, 2-time defensive player of the year in his career. So just set a sack record. And this does feel like a lot that the Rams definitely gave up, no doubt about that. But it does not feel like they had to provide the sun, stars, and moon. It does not feel like a king's ransom. It feels like a really good package, but it doesn't feel like a debilitating one, especially when you do consider in some of those picks, 28, second-round pick, 29, third-round pick. So you've really taken the pain and sort of stretched it out over a given time period at this point to make this work. And understand this on sort of a draft value chart, because there's kind of an updated Jimmy Johnson chart, Rich Hill draft chart. Some people are going to give it a little bit of credence to it. Others will say, well, it's not, worth, kind of a lot here. And the draft chart definitely weights a lot when it comes to having first round picks at the top of the draft. It's something like 3,000, to like 64. So to give you guys a little bit of a look here on the value chart, you can see if you're early in the first, at the very top of the first, you're at like 3,000 total points. If you're late in the first, you're at like 2,000 points. Okay. So in looking at this, and you can see that the points go down by round, you get down to 1,300 points at the top of the second round. You're down to 650 points at the top of the third round, 300 points at the top of the fourth round. And so when you kind of take the numbers cumulatively that this bears out to, so in my opinion, the way that this would work would be that you would have Jared Verse basically worth probably in a trade a first and a mid first and a mid second. So you take the draft value in the chart where that would stand, which is 1050, 420 are the two numbers on that. Then you're throwing in the late first round pick, which if you base it off this last year would be about 660 points. And then you have the couple of other picks being the 300 pointer for the second rounder next year and 136 points for the third rounder in the year after that. So the collective total of that, when you put those points together by that Rich Hill chart, would be 2430. And where does that land as far as an equivalency goes? It's about worth the equivalent of approximately a top 2 pick in the first round. Like it all, if you really want to try to pull it all down to, what it could be, that's about where you'd be at. Now, interestingly enough, with it being, with it being 660, that where the Rams were picking this year in the first round, that's where the point system sets at. If you just took the 3 first-round picks of the Rams and where they picked this year and said, here you go, Cleveland, here's your 3 first-round picks, that 660 is going to come up to about 1,900 or so, a little over 1,900 as far as the total point value system. So technically speaking, this does supersede that package in basic terms when you think about it like that a little bit. But it doesn't feel like as much on the surface, like I said, of that they're getting kneecapped here. It still does feel like they can, make some other conditional moves around to this. And a lot of this is, of course, going to be based around whether or not they actually have to put Myles Garrett on a contract extension. Because if they had to give up this, not little, but not too much, and then knowing as well now they're going to get him on a $9 million cap hit next year and $16 million the year after that, that's tough. That's going to be pretty tough to, it's a good move by them. You just shake your head and you go, boy, you hope we can find something supplemental to kind of match it down the road. I think it is more of a down the road potentially to look to match. Maybe there's not even going to be a way to really match this. Let's face it. There's not going to be another defensive player of the year up here available. And I was thinking about this yesterday as far as maybe having to wait to more of a trade deadline. And then to the deadline, maybe more of a look to then do a 1-2. A 1-2, not just the 1A guy, but go out there and get yourself a couple of B pluses. And so, I think with John, there's going to be some moves to be made, around this and how he's going to look at this. I think no doubt about that. For the Rams, I think this is a phenomenal move for them. Can't do anything as far as, get mad at them with that and what they did here. I think that this was very smart on their approach. As far as looking at Jared Verse and where he's at and where he's been a little bit, interestingly enough, versus Verse was ranked last year. Let's see, he was right in where was Verse at here? There we go. So he was right here at 14th last year, just ahead of Max Crosby in the NFL as far as his PFF rating, just behind DeMarcus Lawrence as far as where he landed, the 14th highest rated edge in the National Football League last year. And if you want to get into a little bit of like what, kind of is at play here as far as what they're losing as well. Where's my stupid thing here? Okay. Let's try it now. There we go. All right. So here's your PFF grades basically for last year. And you can see his prior year there at the bottom, 2024, which by PFF standards was a little bit more impactful of a season. You can see if you look at, though, it's pretty similar on both years. It's pretty similar on both years. And literally, like, you got the sack numbers, and PFF ranges a sack a little different than the normal numbers are compulated in other areas. But you can see here, tackle pressure numbers were almost exact same. The hurry numbers were almost the exact same, 2 apart, 64 and 66. Big part of him, of course, is his generation of pressure, not necessarily the sack numbers purely, but that he generates a lot of pressure. I do think with the Rams here a little bit, they understood and what they've gotten from him is a little bit what I said when he was drafted and what you're going to get, which is that you had a chance in Verse to get a very good player in the best edge of his class. But the caveat came down on that is that he was kind of a finished product. And then there is the little bit of the one-trick pony aspect to him being just kind of a pure power guy. And a little bit of why I think last year you saw just a bit of the tiny dip in the numbers last year is now teams can kind of see your film and anticipate a little bit of that power and know there's no dip and know there's no bend and know there's no hand fighting that's coming as a counter to that. And now I can load up a little bit more for your power. And you combo that with a little bit of also the oddity, as you can see here with the missed tackles, which were fairly high. And again, back-to-back years, almost exactly the same kind of season in what he did. And not that it wasn't a really good year, but I think from the Rams' perspective, as they start to think about this guy wanting to be paid next year $35 million per year, where, he makes that argument that he's, okay, I don't have this, maybe, especially if he goes out and has like even a 10 or 11 sack season. He comes out there and demands that. Do the Rams want to pay that at that time? And I think they're telling you here, no, we do not. We'd rather go get a different guy that's got a little bit more complete skill set and pay maybe just a little bit more to go and do that. So, he has been a very good player for them, but I do think that does fit to that scouting report coming out that while he'll be a really good player and able to give you something right off the rip that is going to be productive as a player day one coming in the door into your organization, there was going to be a point with him as well that there maybe wasn't going to be as much further upside to the game there than what existed immediately. So it is a lot to give up for them. They certainly would have liked to have given up Byron Young instead of this, and I think the combination of Jared Verse and Myles Garrett on either side is even more of a vicious, lethal feeling combo than having Byron Young out there. Young is definitely a big threat, and the interior of the defensive line for the Rams is really good. You do also start to wonder just a little bit about the thought process of, Donald's flirted at times with players reaching out to him in years with coming back out. And I know everyone thinks maybe he'll be done, but boy, you come back to Darnold here and you're like, hey, you want to come be part of the crew here for a run? What do you think? What do you think maybe, huh? I start to wonder, and they're not prevented from still necessarily doing more again, especially if this cap hits is going to stay as potentially low as it might just stay. You guys let me know. I would love to hear, 1 second. Cat's crying. Love to hear your guys' thoughts on this. Is this a debilitating trade here for our chances in 2026? Should the Seattle Seahawks stand pat? Does John need to make now the conditional move off of this where he starts to try to target it on a Max Crosby and is willing to give even a little bit more up to go and get that done? It's, I think, going to be something that we're going to be sort of contemplating and turning over here for a good deal of time now as our lead into the season as to how do you make what move to kind of potentially counter this and when you're going to need to do it. And you don't, it's not that you're trying to just keep the Jones, like it's just that you can acknowledge here with the McDuffie trade and this trade and what they've done, bring Watkins in. And I still think there's some questions with them on depth. And I think there's still some validity to that as far as they've got certain positions where if, we talk about, the 49ers having a guy here or a guy there that they lose from this team, and it changes the outlook and nature of that team significantly. And I think that still is very much true about the Rams. And I'm not just talking about Stafford. You lose a Devontae Adams, and then you lose, you lose even a Byron Young, I think. And it's like, well, then it's just all of Garrett is your edge rush, and which means teams can start to concentrate double teams and whatnot on that. And these are guys in their 30s. These are guys that are elder statesmen. So they don't have necessarily a lot of reinforcements around the front side of this, as you do look at that a little bit, which I think is notable. But that being said, they're going to be monstrous. They're going to be tough. And I would guess John at some point or other is going to make a couple of moves here, or maybe a major move, to try to kind of match a little bit of this. But I do think we're going to have to wait. I think there's going to be a lot of push today from people in the chat to me saying, well, we got to get something done now. We got to do it. And I think unfortunately, we're all going to have to kind of wait because I don't know if the timing is exactly going to be right. Max Crosby is indeed kind of the straightforward guy that would be who you'd pivot to. Yes, because we've been interested in him in the past. Look at how, Pumpkin's all busted up about this trade right now. Listen to her. But yes, because you've tried to target him in the past. But also because there's not really a lot of options out there. I was looking at the TJ Watt contract, for instance, and it does seem like the Steelers are going to try to, can you call it run it back? Is it more kind of, it's more kind of crawl forward, isn't it? For the Steelers? That feels more kind of appropriate. And so it does feel like they're more in that, like, one more kind of run to get this out with this old ass roster. Let's try this out. Good luck with that, boys. But he doesn't seem to be on the table at this time. And if you guys go through the rest of the league and you go team by team and you look at what could be and what isn't available and who's really out there, there's really a startlingly low amount of guys out there right now available that are really that dude, that are really those kind of like what we'd be looking for, which is, a little bit more of the difference maker type. So I know that there's going to be a hunger, a desire, a voraciousness to try and go find somebody right now. And I get that. And that's a pull in my own heart right now as we stand this afternoon too. But I don't think that there's necessarily going to be that kind of move you can be able to make here within this to be able to counter that necessarily at this moment. And maybe not at all this year. Maybe a little bit more of, again, back to the sum total of the parts is greater than the whole. And the Rams are creating the sum total of the stars will pull the whole with them. And maybe their process will work with this. The 49ers have tried the same process. It hasn't necessarily worked out particularly well for them as far as actually getting to championships. But we build our team a little bit differently out here. 3 phases of a football team. Not just the starters, but the depth. Not just the 70, but the 120 when you're in the offseason. And that meaning that the 120 guys we have on this roster are not simply names. They're not also-ram. They're not camp fodder. These are guys that are being brought in to be true parts of this team that if we have to call upon them, they can help us win football games. 2 different philosophies, a little bit of place here as well. But I'd love to hear from you guys today. I know the chat's going to be cooking pretty hot here this afternoon as this was pretty shocking news. I think for a lot of folks, though, again, we turned this over pretty well. We turned this over pretty well last night is thinking, and I made the prediction last night. I thought that if we're looking at the betting favorite on this, it's probably going towards the Rams getting this trade done. Just everything seemed to be drifting in that direction. And even last night as we were at the end of the show, I was getting texts from people who were starting to get some confirms that it was going to be them. HHG, thank you for the $2 donation. And folks, if you can for me today, please hit the like button. If you get a chance, it's just a small thing. Helps me out a lot. Maybe sub on up if you do get the opportunity as well. HHG, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, well, shit.
No! God, please, no! 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 No!
What are you going to do? You know what I mean? What are you going to do? Our biggest rival, our arch nemesis, the team that we had to beat twice over to not only win the division, but just to go to the Super Bowl, just got the best defensive player in the NFL. How's your morning going? Mungles, thank you for the 16 months as a Hawks Nest member. He brings up another good point here. As if the Rams needed more glazing this offseason. Oh, my goodness. I hadn't even thought about that. Oh, my God. The amount of Ram love we're going to get from the national media for the next 3 months and through the season. Oh, threw in my mouth a little bit. Woo! Maybe no media. Maybe no media. Actually, I'm just going to start collecting the clips. I'm going to collect all the clips, Muggles, for when they're wrong. For when they're proven so silly. Jimmy Place in the house. I'm not surprised to see him celebrating. Thank you for the $2 donation. It says, take that, you frauds. Rams have a stranglehold. It's kind of hard to call us frauds when you're flipping every first-round pick that you can in possibility to try to catch up to us. So I think the moves sort of belie a little bit of a different feel from your Rams front office and what they're doing. But no doubt about this, man. It puts the Rams as the firm front runner in this division at this point. I'm sorry, it just does. Yeah, depth is a big part, but the starters are there, and that's like I said, best defensive player in the NFL. That's going to have an impact. So we'll just see. We're not, it's not like we're sitting here, Jimmy, with nothing, with no ability to do anything else. Not like we're done. We got the most, or second most cap space in this division, $30 million, top 7 in the sport, no dead money. We have literally 12 draft picks into next year's draft right now. So we got the ammunition still to go out there and do something. I don't think we're just going to stand pat and be like, oh, they saw, well, we just got to sit here and take it now. Probably going to be some things we're going to do at some point too. But this makes it fun. R. DeLevy, thank you for the $5 donation, R. DeLevy. Dang, I know I said I wanted the Rams to make a crazy, lopsided trade for Garrett, but this is not the direction. I meant for fleecing. Damn you, Rams. Yeah, they did feel like they got out of the good end on this one. You're not unscathed, and losing Versus definitely hurts, and it would have been better for them to be able to, this trade looks even better if you're able to get Byron Young into it instead of Verse. But with that being said, they didn't decimate their draft capital. I mean, it's one first-round pick when you break it all down. And and even the other picks they gave up are future picks. It's like you're waiting down the line on those to have those hit. And you have them like just all stretched and spread out evenly, so it really minimizes the impact. So it's a pretty smart trade for them on this side of it. I think Cleveland, I come away from this with Cleveland wondering, over the last 2 years, Cleveland, could you have gotten more? Is part of your reticence to give him up and hold on to him with the death grip representatory of the fact now you're not exactly getting that king's ransom back in return? I kind of wonder that a little bit. And we come back down to that. One of the big lessons that we saw the Raiders have to learn with the Crosby trade is if you have a guy that you're even kind of towing the water on as far as thinking about trading or moving and seeing what you can get back in return, the time is to move him right then when you can max out the compensation. Because when you do tend to wait, there's going to be a depression that takes place. And, it does not have a major one here, but there's a little bit of one here. You know what I mean? There's a little bit of like, you didn't have to pay the prime pump prices. Jimmy, thank you for another $2 donation. Jimmy feeling himself. He says it's over. Bo coming back to the rightful owner. Well, we shall see. Still got to play the games. My man. But a good move for your team. Yamo, thank you for the $2 donation. Honestly, B, how good was this morning? I felt pain. Well, I started to make my peace with it last night, so I was already kind of coming around to knowing that this was going to come down the line, and it's still landing, I would say. I'm glad we got our Super Bowl last year. This doesn't put us out of it. I'm not trying to present a defeatist attitude by any measure. As I just said to Jimmy's place, you still got to play the games, and I don't think we're done. I don't think that knowing John and his level of aggression and the ammunition that he is sitting upon, and he is sitting upon a cachet, the likes of which nobody in the NFL really has to be able to utilize to go out there and make some other moves if he should want to go do that. And so I look at that situation a little bit with that, and I go, we'll be doing more here. But from a Rams perspective, this allows them to address the two places on the defense that most needed to be addressed from last year. And that's, getting more edge rush and then getting your corners, outside corners. All your corners, your full cornerback play improved. And they've done both of those things. And this is a team that was step for step with us throughout last year. We were running down the home stretch right there neck and neck. And so it's a little bit of pain right now. I'm happy we've got those moves we can make down the line. I know John's going to do something down the line. Is it going to match the Myles Garrett move? No, but is it going to have to for us to be able to still go back and take this thing again? I don't think so. I think you can get it done with 2 B pluses if that's the moves we got to make down the line. Scott Dogs, thank you for the $5 donation, Scott. I feel like a kid who got mugged on Christmas Day. I'm glad I'm not the only one on this. I thought I was going to be the sour grape guy here in the chat, and I was going to be the the in my feelings guy today about this. Like, we couldn't do that package. We couldn't come up with something like that. And look, it would have cost a tremendous amount for Seattle to make this. The Jared Verse angle of this can't be undertaken because Derek Hall is not carrying the value of Jared Verse. Derek Hall is going to be worth the second round pick that they gave up in that draft, essentially by Cleveland standards here on what they're going to want on top of that. So, you're going to have to give up quite a sum, probably the 3 first round picks, probably Derek Hall. So that's about in the area you're about looking. And even then, we were hearing that Cleveland was wanting a real player in this, and Verse is a guy that is ready-made right now to be a really good player for them, and nothing that we could really send back to match in that kind of deal from an equivalency. So hard to John to come in and be competitive on this one. Hard to roast him too hard for not jumping in on us, because what's that deal going to look like? Verse is a very unique player in this, and that I'm not giving up Byron Murphy. I'm not giving up that really good up and coming player right now that I don't want to do that. I give it a Nicky Manwari or a Witherspoon I'll keep our guys. Thank you very much. But it still doesn't make it feel good. It still hurts though, doesn't it, Scott? So well said, man. That's a good way of putting it. We just got our present. Like, we got our. Where'd you take my present? Give my present back. Golly. This damn division, you get these teams out in these divisions and they get to just whistle their way through the meadow every year, we got this crap team. we got that crap team like the Philadelphia Eagles. It's like, yeah, we get to slap the crap out of Giants every year. And then, we'll knock around Washington a little bit and we'll let the Cowboys feel like they're going to maybe do something this year. And then we just pull that one right out like a rug, right out from under them, man. Every time. It's great. Every year. It's great. Meanwhile, we're over here running down the World War I battlefield with a Gatling gun. Oh, keep going. Keep going. Man after man falling. Bring in the reserves. Keep pushing. Flash cut to the Eagles in a pool. Back paddling. Smash cut back to us. And in the knife fight from Saving Private Ryan with the German and the guy's fighting. He's got the knife and he's like, up him. He's like, argh. That's us in the NFC West. Everybody else out there just having a couple nice free meals every year somewhere or another. That just, I guess, makes it funner, right? It makes it fun. Warhammer Guy is also with me. Thank you for the $2 donation. Warhammer Guy says the Browns got fleeced. It doesn't feel like they definitely took the high to the Rams. I'll tell you that. They didn't get the horns. They didn't even get a little bit. They got like a little, like, if you take one of the shavers they do on the sheep, they got like a little section of wool. That's kind of what it feels like right now. Like they can make a bonnet. That's yeah. It's fine. It's fine. You couldn't stretch them for more. Man, and Rams reportedly made multiple calls. Knocking on that door. Weeks on end. We're not trading him, Les. We're not trading him. I'll just be calling you tomorrow. Okay. Months of that. The best you can get is this. We're not letting you have the third rounder this year. We're not letting you have the third rounder next year. You can have it in 2028. Whoopity-doo. Jimmy's on one today. Thank you for the $2 donation, Jimmy. Rams took all your shine. Nobody cares about your flukes. Trophy still looks the same in our case, man. No matter how many times you say it, no matter how many times you try to espouse it, don't make it true. Don't make it true. And we got that ring, and you guys are still chasing it. And how sad would it be, Jimmy, if you'd done all this, all the first round pick here, first round pick there, giving up players you like and value, Sophie's choice over here, doing just everything you can, sprinting so fast, running so hard, and like the tortoise in the hare. Ding, 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 ding. You're bouncing around, buddy. You're bouncing fast. You're bouncing hard. You're pushing hard. And oh boy, you seem so far ahead. Where is that tortoise? I can't even see him in my rear view. And then suddenly, like last year, as you head down that home stretch, that leg just starts to get a little tight. Oh, and it stretches out on you. It's locking up. And oh my God, is that the tortoise just suddenly now passing you by at the end? And those final couple games of the season after you had done all of that, after you worked so hard, we're taking your dinner. Boy, how painful would that be, huh? I mean, we've got our Super Bowl. I've said on this, Jimmy, we got house money, baby. We're riding high. We're living the good life. 4 Super Bowls the last 20 years, 2 Super Bowl wins in the last 11 years. I mean, there ain't no shine to knock off here. But how sad and debilitating for you to fall short again just at the end, and then to know that was the best shot you had. It's all getting dark from here. Banker LP's in the house. What's up, Banker? Congratulations to you, brother. We are coming, Brando, and we come back. We got your Scotty. Congratulations, man. I can't talk no trash overall about this move as far as anything about it being nothing but a home run upper decker move from the Rams. If you put this on paper to me, and I'm Les Snead, I'm Sean McVay, this is a no-brainer deal to make. You have an opportunity to add the best defensive player in the draft. People are getting caught a little bit, I think, too much at times on his age here. Yeah, there's a risk there. There's a risk in everything in the NFL. And I believe that this is very much has the equivalencies of like a Reggie White. And Reggie White came onto a Green Bay Packer defense that was a very good defense. But he shifted the room. He changed the winds. It took that defense to another level. And it very well might do this with Myles Garrett with the Rams. I mean, what kind of player are you going to get? I've often said John does this here where we prey on the weak. And what I mean by that is that you prey upon these teams that are bad, as you Rams did by not having to max out the compensation that you gave back, but also that then you potentially get the player who has been living this life in the slums, essentially. You know, he's been eating mud pies and cooked roaches. And now you're going to get him living the best life. And you're going to have him eating fine dining, and he's going to be around hungry guys that are competitive, and that not everybody can concentrate solely on him every single week. Get the best version of that player at that point? Do you get maybe even a better version of that player than we've maybe ever seen? Scary proposition. Jimmy says, y'all really want to cry when AD's back for ring 2? Thank you for the donations today, Jimmy. Ring 2. Definitely that would be a scary proposition, as Donald coming back would be like, woof. Has been a couple years now, but you know he's kept himself in shape. Can't wait for B to cry on the round table. We're loaded. I'm not crying, man. I mean, this is where it comes down to, it may sound a little empty to you all on this, but like, I'm hungry to go back and win this again. I want my GM to do other moves. I don't think we're done. That's a part of this too that I think from your perspective on this, Jimmy, I think the part that might be missing on this a little bit is that just to think, okay, well, everybody's done now. Rams have done their moves, and Seattle, you're set. You can't do anything else. And now these are the teams we got, and this is all you got. But that's not been our track record as a team. The Rashid Shaheed trade, and to give you an example of this, Jimmy, go back to the Rashid Shaheed trade last year. You guys make that trade. We don't. You guys are probably in the Super Bowl. So we're not done here. To cry about this and to act like this is somehow like means without a doubt that you guys are going to get the Super Bowl. No, you're the front runners now, and it's a great move. And I wouldn't put, but that also doesn't mean that there's a guarantee here or that it's just now a matter of just time that you guys are going to win this. It's on paper. But Jimmy, how often do paper champions in May actually become champions in January, February? Very infrequently. Very infrequently. So, there ain't going to be no crying for me on no round table, man. I feel good. I still feel great about my chances this year. I know my general manager is the best in the sport, and he's going to find a creative way to continue to add on to this team, especially sitting on $30 million of cap space, especially having 12 draft picks for next year's draft. So quite the opposite. I think it's cool. I like the competition. I've been consistent on this point, Jimmy, since I entered the round table last year. I think it's a good thing having a division this competitive. I will lament it sometimes about it feeling like a battlefield on the war, and that it's a war of attrition at times versus other divisions. But at the same point in time, I think it's part of what's going to be potentially the historical flashpoint within this generation of NFL teams, where we look back at these years and go, man, that NFC West, man, that the Rams and the Seahawks during that time period. Wow, how unique was that? How strange was that to have like maybe the two best teams in the NFL for a couple year period operating within the same division, going back and forth at each other, both legitimately really great. I think it's just cool for football as much as anything else, man. Baker Albreze, Schneider's going to sign both Clowney and Cam Jordan. Yeah, well, definitely John's going to do some other moves here. You know, he ain't just going to sit back and be like, you know, that's that. And thank you, Banker Jimmy. You guys are kind on your donations. But I don't think he's just going to sit there and be like, all right, we cool, we chilling. You know, and Clowney, it does, last I heard, sound like they're going to probably try to get him in here. But, you know, he wants to wait through OTAs and come in right about training camp. Kind of be that fifth edge. Him or Cam, I'll take either or though, Banker. That's a solid 5-stack of edge group right there. I can work with that. Misfit, thank you for the 18 months as a Hawks Nest member. Says now we can all say the Rams bought another Super Bowl. Hey, that's a good way of putting it. That's a good way. I hadn't thought about putting it that way, but I'm with it. I'm with it. They're definitely putting a lot on the credit card now, Misfit, right? A lot on the old credit card to make sure the scene gets done. Jimmy says, y'all are going to need 5 to 6. Thank you again, Donut, for the donos, Jimmy. You're going to need 5 to 6 bad calls to beat us now. Fraud. I mean, that's pretty rich coming from a Rams fan, considering your guys' recent history with the calls that you've gotten through the last few years. I could do an hour show on the number of calls and the number of teams you guys have gotten over. But I know that 2-point conversion it's stuck, isn't it? It's like lodged in your throat a little bit. You keep swallowing and swallowing and swallowing, but the damn 2-point conversion just sticks right here in the old gullet, doesn't it? M. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, M. Jordan. So this is why Trent Williams was fighting for that guaranteed money. Indeed. I hadn't even really thought about it either till this morning, Jordan, but what are you thinking if you're the Niners today? Because you kind of made some moves to still try to make this go this upcoming year. And what's interesting about going tit for tat here as far as Seattle to the Rams is do the 49ers try to go tit for tat? The 49ers are sitting on the most cap space, I believe, in the entire NFL. So, yeah, the Niners are sitting on $72.4 million of cap space right now in the NFL. The Titans are the next closest team with $52 million. So you wonder, are they going to try to maybe make some moves now themselves to try to, combat this move and counter it a little bit? I mean, does this arms race just keep heating up? Do we just end up with 3 super teams by the time that we get to the NFL season? Is that how this is going to go? Yes. At this rate, Jordan. But poor Trent, man. You talk about being in for a long year here. You're being 40 years old. You're the oldest lineman in the sport. You played a hellacious amount of games, both regular season and playoffs. Your body's starting to break down here over the last couple of years, and now you got this. Now you got to deal with this. Not too shabby. But he got his guarantees, man. Finesse God, thank you for the $7 donation. Finesse. The Rams have a 13% chance, according to Vegas. Seasons come down to injury, luck, and a couple of moments in the playoffs. John doesn't need to take a risk. Indeed, it was a little bit of a thing we were talking about last night. It's a great point, Finesse God, in that there is an element here of chance in the NFL in a way that I think would make a lot of fans uncomfortable if they really, not a lot of fans, but many fans uncomfortable if they gave it a little bit more thought in turning it over, because so much of this you want to operate of, if I operate intelligently, if I'm smart, if I make those good moves, if I can just make a collection total of all these moves that are so smart, I can build a Super Bowl ready roster. And in theory, yes, but that luck part comes into play. That devious thing that can pop in suddenly and just kick you out from under your legs can be the thing that takes you out. I mean, the Chargers last year, team that wants to run the ball, team wants to remain balanced, team that's trying to protect Herbert. You lose your 2 bookend tackles for the season. Kind of doesn't matter how good your defense is, and the defense was really good. Kind of doesn't matter if it seems like you're still able to get the playoffs. Just can't quite get farther forward because that was a big linchpin of what your team was supposed to be. And that is something that strikes a lot of teams, and it's very hard to predict. And I got to say, when it comes down to a Rams team, when you're talking about making the prediction on this thing, and I'm not saying this is the way it's going to go for them, but this is a little bit more of like teams that get injured versus teams that don't, and things that you can see coming versus things that you can't see coming. And when you have a roster like this that has very star driven, I think at this point in this roster by the Rams, they have some good kind of into the B+ players side of it too, but it's a lot of, as I've said, you lose 2 specific guys in certain select areas, and you're kind of sunk as a team for at least Super Bowl contention. And I'm just talking about, Stafford. It could be a Devontae Adams and a Byron Young. It can be a McDuffie and what would be another, like Alaric Jackson, left tackle. They need their line to hold up to keep him protected being Stafford. But there's just a couple injuries here they pop through in the wrong way for them. I think it changes what they can do. And do they have now the draft capital to be able to clean that up if it goes down that way? I don't know that they necessarily do. So I agree. I don't know that John needs to take the risk here. And I don't know that John isn't smartly positioned for a little more of the wait and see on this. I've come back down to looking at this trade deadline and thinking about the players that you've added through the years. And you've added Carlos Dunlap and Quandre Diggs and Leonard Williams and Rashid Shaheed. And Leonard cost a good amount, second round, fifth round pick, something like that for him, but it was a later second round pick at that. Mid-second round pick, I guess, I want to say. But I do think that there's the market opportunity there for that. And for you to better strike at that point, and that it doesn't have to feel as much then at the point that you're being driven by a sense of urgency, or that I've got to keep up pace with this Rams team right now. I think you can kind of afford to let things kind of play out. The nice part about the trade deadline, to your point on this finesse god with the luck factor, is then you get to see if that luck factor leaned in on you this year. If you had to feel the weight of that. As maybe you come through your first 5-6 games and find, Lawrence goes down and Leonard Williams is out and this happens, that, and you go, whoa, this is not the year where we got kind of bit a little bit. And this is the brutal nature of the NFL. Again, not the fun part of it. It's the tough part of it when you compare it to other sports and those guys that can kind of be able to play a little bit more sustainably, is that it robs people and robs people fast, and it robs teams fast of guys. So I think it's a great point on your part there, Finesse. This doesn't guarantee them nothing at this point. And it's not a roster that's loaded to the gills with depth. I've gone back to this. Let me show this again to you guys on this, but just take a look at this. Take a wee close little look at this graphic. And what I want you to take your look down, I want you to do is, we all know the starters are good. I'm not pushing back against anything to do with the starters. Really good starters. What I want you all to do is I want you to go down the second and third column. Second string, offense, Ty Simpson, Blake Corum, Kenyatta Mumfield, CJ Daniels, Xavier Smith, Tyler Higbee, left tackle David Quisenberry, left guard Bo Limmer, who's really a center, Dylan McMahon as your backup center, Justin Dietrich played awfully when he stepped in last year for Dotson in our game in that second Rams game, Keegan Trost, rookie they drafted in the third round there, right tackle, backing up McClendon. Defensive side of the ball, Laurel Murchison, Ty Hamilton, Tyler Davis, Josiah Stewart, Grant Stewart, Sean Dolak, Dejon Johnson, Cam Lampkin, Jalen McCullough, Tanner Ingle, Emmanuel Forbes, Josh Wallace. There's not a lot of depth there. There's a pretty good drop off from here to there. Like, if Ernest Jones goes out and Tyrese Knight has to come out on the football field, I'm not necessarily, I think Ernest Jones is a better player. I'm not saying Ernest Jones isn't really good, but I don't think you drop off a cliff to Tyrese Knight. If Bud Clark comes in for Ty Akata, I don't think you're going to drop off a cliff from Ty Akata. We can kind of do this blow by blow if you want through some of these positions. And look at the offensive line. We're returning all of our depth on the offensive line. And that is a place that's missing here on this spot. And that does stand out, Finesse God, when you do talk about the risk and the luck factor here. Because one way that you can mitigate the luck and risk factor is by having a deeper roster of real capable guys that can come in and actually play when you got to call upon them. Not merely be taking up space, not merely being a backup, not merely being that huge drop off from the starter, but a guy that can relatively keep pace. And we've kind of done this with our edge group. I mean, think about just in comparison to the Rams edge group now. Because verse to Garrett doesn't mean you've lengthened that depth out anymore substantially. It's Garrett, it's Young, it's Josiah Stewart, and a whole lot of nothing else. And in Josiah Stewart, he's still kind of a developmental guy that you don't know exactly what you got in him. He is a little undersized. So you counter that versus us rocking DeMarcus Lawrence and Dante Fowler and Uchenna Nwosu and Derek Hall, and probably going to throw Jadeveon Clowney on top of it. Okay, we have one or two injuries. We got the reinforcement to be able to sustain. Good points there. Very good points. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the 31 months as a Hawks Nest member. I woke up feeling great. I put in a 45-minute workout, showered. I got out and found out about the news. Now I feel like staying home and drinking. I get it, Mark. I do, man. It is a piece of news comes down the line where you're just like, really? Is there no end to your desperation, Los Angeles? Is there no end to the lows you will sink to? What are you going to do, you know? What are you going to do? John Naylor, thank you for the $2 donation. Says one good thing as Jesse says, it cooks the 49ers. This is a earthquake move throughout the NFL, and it is a place where you wonder about how now the Niners twist off of this, because you got two different directions you can go if you're the Niners. I don't know how there's any way you look at it from their perspective saying, and again, the luck factor, maybe you can just stay healthy with this old ass roster through this year. It's unlikely, but I don't know if you're really, and your intent is truly from a Niner perspective here to try to contend this year, that you don't say we got to do some more stuff here to get this done now with what's at play here. And the Niners have kind of been, I thought they were this way last year with all the dead money that they ate last year. They're kind of still this way this year with some of how they're playing around with like the Ayuk situation, where they're kind of a half in, half out team. Like they're kind of in, but they're not fully in, but they're also kind of at the end of the road. That they're weird. They're at this weird spot from a franchise standpoint. And it's very easy, if I think from the Seahawks standpoint, John, at any one time to say, okay, let's just go get aggressive. We don't have to shy away from it. We can do whatever we want. Just like you can also say we can stand pat. And it's kind of like both answers are sort of correct. But for the Niners, I don't think that there's a clear answer here to what they can do countering this. And then the reverberations throughout the NFC itself. What do you do as other NFC teams at this point? I mean, as a Detroit Lions team, how do you not think that you've got to go make a Max Crosby trade? If you're a Philadelphia team, how do you not feel like you've got to go make something else extra, especially as you're about to probably parse away A.J. Brown at this point? Does this now force more of those teams in the NFC to feel like they've got to do more now too? Kind of will be interesting to see some of those echo of effects on this situation. But yeah, this definitely, I think, from a Niners standpoint, doesn't help them out at all. And a team that was kind of right on the edge, being able to sort of stand with these top two teams, I don't know how they can look at saying we're going to be better anyway than the Rams, unless the injury thing comes up in the weird way it sometimes can. Don Mata, thank you for the $5 donation. I'm glad the Lambs did this so we can beat them again. And this time with no excuses, right? Right, Jimmy Jizz Palace? Lambs organization and their tens of fans. Good luck. Yeah, well said, Don. There'll be excuses again. Somebody said I've got to get on my board, and I am going to get on my board Copacabana, because I know I'm going to be getting the Cope machine in full effect. We can only imagine the excuses at that time, and let them make their excuses. Let them try to call things fluke. Let them try to call it luck. We just sit there and nod and smile and glance over at our trophy case and just see another trophy being added into the mix. And there will be no, as much as this is all a great move for the Rams, and all the pressure's on you guys. You took all of that pressure that was on us, that could have been on us as repeating champions, and it's now off of us completely. We're back to sort of a free money, house money, free spirit, just play, just do our thing, vibe thing. National media be looking fully at the Rams, won't be looking at us. No pressure. No pressure. And I said this last year in that I felt like there was some pressure mounting on the Rams as the year went along. I felt like you could feel some of that in how that loss against us in that second game stuck with them through the next couple of games and affected them tangibly. And I said at the time going to the playoffs, and the guys at the roundtable pushed back against me on this, but I was right on this. The Seahawks spirit as they win the playoffs last year as the number one seed was not one of we're under stress and pressure and jobs are on the line. And if this doesn't happen, oh, the dark days ahead for us. This is our one chance, a la Campbell a couple of years ago with the Lions. Well, that was our best chance, he said in a press conference. That wasn't the case last year. I said that. Told those guys in the roundtable they didn't want to pick up what I was putting down. We don't have any pressure with this team. Third youngest roster in the NFL, a team that Vegas thought was going to win 7.5 games. They just feel like they can go just do their thing, man. Nobody's really looking at them. Nobody's really putting them on any harsh scrutiny. They're just letting it rip and roll. And meanwhile, you got the Rams going, you better get this year. You better get this year. I mean, once Stafford retires, does that mean McVay is going to retire too? You better get this year. Better be this year. It's going to be even harder next year. You got even less assets to get this done next year. Cap's going to get even in a little tougher shape next year. You better get it this year. That starts, especially if you have some struggles, especially if there's some injuries, things get a little bit tight. So it's a great move, but it doesn't mean that it's a guarantee by any respect. And don't let Ram fans tell you that. Don't let the national media, who's going to try to tell you that for the next 3 months, sell you on that story, because paper champions, paper tigers rarely equivocate to a champion into February, especially for an organization with some Asians in spots. Edge got older today. You went from 25 to over 30 now at the edge. Thank you, Don. Appreciate you, man. Martin Lawrence in the house. Good to see you, brother. And thank you for the $5. This is a win move. This is a win now move for a team with a quarterback whose Super Bowl window is closing. I don't want us to do a costly rune splash just to match them. Move just splash just to match them. I don't either. I'm in the same place on this where John's been at his best being tactical, schmactical, and letting things kind of unfurl and play out in the right way in the right time. And I think he understands what he's sitting on. He knows he's got time to do this. You know you can kind of let this kind of play to see you've got a very complete roster. You don't have any hole that has to be addressed here. You've got the edge group set and ready. You've got your defense and offense and everything's in place. So it's kind of like you, by all measure, can kind of afford to let this breathe. Let it breathe. Let it play out a little bit. Let's see how this goes into even the season a bit. And then you can make your assessment there from John's perspective. Not to mention, as much as it's hard to find a team right now as I look to the deadline and saying, okay, we get to the deadline and this team's going to be willing to move this real major player who can have real great impact for us at the deadline. And that's hard to see right now. But what does tend to happen is some of the good teams that we think are going to be really good and contenders can sometimes fall away. And now a player that you never would have thought would have been available at that time of the year becomes available. A player that would have been impossible to predict in June that they're going to be available in the trade suddenly is there to be had, and not always then at the prime prices either. So I'm with you, Martin. I think rather than just trying to match this because you feel impelled to have to do so, that's the fear thing that drives you then, right? I always say, don't let fear drive your choices. Don't let fear drive your tactics. Oh, the Rams did this. I'm scared about what's going to happen to us now. We've got to do something. No. Sit back, assess, target. That's what we got to do here. Sit back, assess, target. Find the target.
Target neutralized.
Target neutralized. Trade deadline. That's how that works. And this is a team that's got to make this kind of move, I think, back to your point, Martin, where I've been hitting them and banging on them and raking them for saying, look, you guys didn't do enough this offseason. McDuffie and Watkins are not going to be enough to take you over the top of us. And indeed, they agreed with me. They made this move saying, yeah, we know we're going to have to do more than that. It's going to take more. And so, they've identified the fact where they're at, that they've got to make this kind of move, but we're not in the same place as them. And that window's coming close. And when you're in a place where the Super Bowl window's moving to a place of being shut, this is getting kind of advanced because we often talked about teams being in 4 different states. And if you're elite, then it's F them picks and it's all about today. But it should also be kind of as a little extra bridge in there to the Rams' credit on this one should be that, if the window's getting to the place of you feeling it closed and you're getting that draft, and that's a very soft little draft with a little bit of space between the window and the sill that's left, well, then you probably should try to maximize extra a bit than that last little part before it completely shuts and you got to reset kind of the whole thing a bit. So I get why they did it. I can understand why we didn't come up to the same place of it. But I think you're right. We're right to just kind of sit and let this let it breathe. Let's see it. Let stuff kind of sort itself out a little bit, and then we can figure it out from there. Dogzilla, what's the impact to the offensive line? Well, it's Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas. Charles Cross a couple of years ago went up against Myles Garrett at home in Cleveland. Remember that game a couple years ago that we won? They came down the line, and Garrett was not able, I believe, to get any real substantial pressure, no sacks in that game. Charles did a very good job against him. So, Charles is a well-suited player in how he's kind of built athletically. Garrett's a guy that's a complete edge, but he's a guy at times that can really be able to kind of hit you with the power or then be able to hit you with really hyper agility and quickness and bend for a guy his size. And Cross has got the different kind of counters to be able to deal with the variety of that different stuff, I think. They'll put him, I'm sure, at times a little bit over to Lucas's side. Not quite as athletic necessarily as Cross, but still, I think, solid enough to be able to withstand and not have it become like a gaping, hole for them over on that edge at that point. I think more of the Cardinals and 49ers have the worrisome parts in this division when it comes to that. Now, Cleveland did occasionally stand him up over like the guard, and they'll put him as a spinner. That you can kick him into 3 tech here and there, and maybe there's a chance that they try to target and get him into like, 3-tech positioning on Anthony Bradford, for instance, to see if they can kind of isolate him in that way. But I'd estimate he probably stays on the edge for the most part, probably the blind side edge guy. And Cross should be fairly well suited to be able to deal with him, I think. He's going to get his, but I'm going to get mine too. Tell Assassin. Shout out to Russ's Hall of Fame career. Indeed. Big shout out to Russ's Hall of Fame career. I do think and believe it's a little bit of wonder out there, but I do believe that Russell is going to get into the Hall of Fame. He's got, plenty of the Pro Bowls. He's got the decade of really stellar play. The statistics are going to be there. I think the two numbers that are really going to help to push him just past the line to get the job done, Tala Assassin, are going to be the rushing yardage he had in his career. Rushing yards, rushing touchdowns, and then also I think his touchdown interception ratio and the number of touchdowns he has passing are going to be two things I think that help majorly to getting over past that mark. So he's been really good with the media too. So he's not going to get any shunning there from them on that. And I think he does. I think he does eventually get in there. Maybe not a first ballot, but he is going to get in there, I think. David Hart coming in with a 20. I said a $20 donation. David, you are awesome. Thank you for that big old donation. Let's go, man. Very, 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 very kind of you. He says Garrett is a great player, but he is one player. 17 of his 23 sacks came against 6 teams. And in the 4 games he played, and in 4 of the games he played, he had 0 sacks. Cleveland gave up 379 points last year. 17 points less than the Rams. We'll be okay. Yeah, I think some really good points in there as far as to build within there, and that you honestly didn't necessarily have a great defense last year from Cleveland within that. There is a bit of the feast and famine, I think, at times, like you said. I think he's had a little bit of that track record in his career where it's like he gets hot and goes on a heater, and it's a hell of a heater, and then he can kind of go quiet a little bit at times as well. So, he's a really good player. I think the part that I wonder about within this, David, is a little bit with it is, do you get the motivation factor? I think you could make an argument, for instance, that we got the best version of DeMarcus Lawrence the best first where he was with the Giants and the Jets. Like he's played significantly even better here than he played with them. And you wonder if some of that can be, hey, that's the difference of playing with a winner and a contender. Likewise, Quandre Diggs. I think Quandre Diggs took his game to another level when he was able to come here from the Detroit Lions. Even Carlos Dunlap, at the time, come from a Cincinnati team that hadn't won much, was able to come here and give you like a sack a game when he came on a trade deadline move. And it's a kind of a new theory I'm working on, David, a little bit, that there's maybe a little bit of something now to this player that's been in this like dark cellar, and you're now giving him sunlight and what that can maybe do for them. But he's a great player. I think you bring up some really good points about the feast famine aspect to some of the way that the sacks come out with him, and that they come more in the bunches sort of thing. I think you also got the players there where, you've got the solidity there to be able to handle it with those pillar tackles on either side, and that they can't just target you in that way. Not to mention, we run so much 12 personnel and 21 personnel, and one of the benefits, 13 personnel, one of the benefits of running this stuff is that it's so very easy to then run the chip game out of that. And a big part of what you do with these tight ends is that you get the alignment, they get the chip in there to help the tackle out. That's just enough to kind of let the tackle have a little bit of a cheat through the rest of the rep to go and get the win. So by your offensive alignment, in a lot of ways, you're set up really well suited to be able to deal with this type of stuff. The play action game to keep the defense on its heels that doesn't allow them to pin their ears back. The high volume of rushing attempts that we're going to operate with that keep teams, again, not able to just pin their ears back, not able to just go crazy. And maybe that can limit a little bit of his effect in those games, David, to your point on that, when we play them. But we're going to be fine, man. Remember, we're sitting on $30 million of cap space. That's the 7th most amount of cap space in the entire NFL. You're sitting on $500,000 of dead money. That's by far the least amount of dead money in the NFL. You got 12 draft picks for next year's draft class. You also have 8 draft picks already for 2028's draft class, including 2 third-round picks. You're sitting on a lot of ammunition to be able to get a variety of different things done whenever you want to do it. We're not limited in the least. And Do not think we are done, folks. Do not think that this is now where this will stand for the rest of the year. We know John better than that. He will do other stuff. But like David says, we'll be okay. We don't have to feel pressed or forced or flushed to have to do this right now. Great points, David. And man, thank you for the $20 donation. You are very kind. Banker Alpries, thank you for the $2 donation. Says Rams trade to win. Cardinals in a fight with a journeyman quarterback. Yeah, I saw somebody posted a tweet today on that about they were saying, if you need a representation of just two different organizations in two different places, you got one organization trading for the best defensive player in the NFL, and you have the organization in a contractual fight with a journeyman quarterback. It's not a good look for the Cards on a day like this. It's not a good look in general that this has gotten to this place with Brissett. It's also what I've thought a little bit about the NFL recently, which is that we have a narrative that's true in times in the NFL that can kind of last a little bit past its expiration date. And the narrative in the NFL has been always that there's the parity banker and that there's all these teams that are so close to each other, and that any given Sunday and every year there's 6 new playoff teams and 6 of the old playoff teams go out of the playoffs, and there's always going to be this spinning through. And I kind of wonder if we're in the beginning right now of a new little bit of a cycle here where actually the creme de la creme is kind of rising up a little bit. And now some of those organizations in the past could have kind of stood there a little bit in the parity section of things, find themselves faltering a little bit more, that there's a little bit more of a separation going on now between the top of the pops and the bottom of the barrel. I don't know this for sure. I'm kind of just working on it as a thought here, Banker, of what we might be seeing kind of at play. But this kind of trade you guys make today, while at the same time what's going on with the Cardinals, while at the same time the Cardinals off season, at the same time the Cardinals approach the past few years, it does have you kind of going, I feel like there's something to this. It's like you got these organizations now, they go through a new coach every 2 years, new general manager every 3 years, always bad money on the books, always putting contracts they shouldn't put down. And then you have organizations on the other side that are just seemingly doing so many things so smart and intelligently. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, Jordan. We would have to trade Murphy plus a first. That isn't worth Garrett to me. Rams still have the same holes as last year, though. Yeah, I find myself in the same place on this. I don't. Hull would have been one that I would have been open to having included in the trade, but I'm not moving Murphy in the deal. I don't want to do that. No. That to me wouldn't have been the way to go on this one at all. So yeah, I think when it comes down to the Browns on this, what we heard from them is that they were looking for a player in this trade. And as you can see with Verse, that is the centerpiece of this trade. The first round picks, the second round picks, although that's great, but it's the Verse angle of this with Cleveland. And the reason for this with Cleveland is that, as I said kind of yesterday on this, I think this confirms this. Cleveland feels they're closer than the average fan feels Cleveland is. You may be looking at them going, you guys are far away. You don't have a quarterback. You still have freaking Deshaun Watson on the damn roster. They don't necessarily feel that way. And maybe they're wrong. Maybe they're completely off their rocker with this one, but it is driving their intention. And it drove their intention in this trade to target in on Verse, and that they think they're close. And I wouldn't have wanted to give up a part like that. The point of this wouldn't be to kind of cut off our nose to spite our face. The point of this is to not do six one way, half a dozen other. Where you're just essentially you're getting a little bit of you're collectively getting a little bit more marginal plus progress, but then you're opening up a hole that you have to kind of fill back in. And depth at the edge. We can go through the snap counts last year if you guys want to take a look at it today. But you look at that Ram team last year, the edge depth was a factor. When you're coming down the home stretch and you're needing every game and you're facing your rivals in the playoffs, and you're looking at your backup and saying there's this big drop off. Well, now I'm asking my frontline guy to go 40, 50, 60 snaps over the course of the game off the edge or the defensive tackle position. That's the problem with not having that depth. And that still does remain in place here for this Rams team now. And that those guys are going to still have to carry those kind of snaps if the season goes kind of similarly. And I think it did kind of wear down that pass rush as the year went on, Jordan. And when you have a 30-year-old guy like Garrett, if he has to take on those extra snaps, the load that he's carried throughout his career, that's definitely something that could wear him wear him down too, and they haven't yet necessarily addressed that. And I don't know that you're going to necessarily be able to address it with what you have remaining. I mean, maybe you just give up all of your future picks, I suppose, if they want to try to make an aggressive edge move, if they need to do something, to reinforce that. But that still does remain at this point, to your point. Yeah, I wouldn't have done it either. Janeth, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, Jared Verse is having a worse day than the Seahawks. That's very true. It's not a good day for he's out there where he's working out in the morning. He's like, best shape of my career, man. Look at the guns. Look at the guns. We're gonna kill it this year. I'm gonna have the best year of my career right now. Hey, Jared. Yeah. Hey, Les. Just want to let you know, man. I'm feeling my physical best. I am like a machine right now, man. That's good. It's good because we're gonna need you to pass a physical. What? Yeah, we're gonna need you to pass a physical. Why would you even pass me a physical? I'm on the team. I'm here. Oh, it's a tough one, Jared. We had to trade you for Myles. I'm going to Cleveland. I would get very depressed as a football player. Like, it's a double dip. You both have to play in Cleveland, and then you have to be on the Cleveland team at the same time. That is a no and a no for me. What an awful experience. Yeah. Jared doesn't even get to do the thing where he's like, but at least I'm getting paid. I'm getting paid to be in Cleveland. What was the old Ichiro Suzuki quote on Cleveland? What was the old Cleveland quote he had? So Ichiro once had a quote about Cleveland. He said, if I ever saw myself saying I'm excited to go to Cleveland, I'd punch myself in the face because I'm lying. Ichiro is underrated on the humor front. But I think Jared Verse is probably punching himself in the face right now. What he's really doing is he's in his garage right now with a hammer. Like if we took a shot of Jared Verse, if we had his ring camera right now, you'd be on Jared Verse in the garage. He'd have a hammer in his hand and he'd be sitting there in contemplation with it raised up just over his knee. That's what Jared's doing right now. It's like the Vietnam guys, where they'd stab himself in like the thigh to try to get out of the bush, get out of that bush. It's a little bit like that. He's sitting there with the knife over his leg. He's like, is it worth it, man? I don't want to go to Cleveland, man. I don't want to go to Cleveland, man. 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, go. Oh, 1, 2, 3, go. Goes to Cleveland. He's like, I don't know. I got this knife wound. It just opened up. I guess you're going to have to send me back to LA. Too bad. Good point, Janet. Dalton, I got you on the donation here. Let me just get a little more coffee. 1 second. Dalton, thank you. Dalton SoCal, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, truly dejected. Knee-jerk reaction is to be pissed off at John. I trust John, but at this point, I really think he needs to make a blockbuster signing. I get the theory. I get the thinking on this. Dalton, I do. And thank you for your donation. There's no doubt about it. I think John, in looking at this from his assessment, can look at this and very much say, prior to this trade, I could feel very good about sitting where we're kind of sitting and not feeling necessarily that I'm going to be having to be impelled to do something even at the trade deadline this year. I think, Dalton, to your point on this, there is definitely going to be a motivational push at this point, bare minimum, to get a deal done by the deadline or even get multiple deals done by the deadline. So I think that this is definitely going to be a motivating force ultimately. I would say that there's probably going to be a bit of a necessity to this being a bit of a patient approach from a Seahawks perspective on this as far as the timing of it goes. Because there's not necessarily that player available right now for a deal to be made, to be moved. and that John might have to wait for some things to kind of shake out and settle out for the player to be had. But the good news is that while it sucks having to kind of wait and then watch all the hype being given to the Rams and them potentially starting out really hot on fire and looking good, at the same point in time with John's track record, we know that he tends to do some really great work at the trade deadline, and that he's going to walk into this trade deadline with 12 picks, 12 draft picks, 8 draft picks in 2028. He's got all that ammunition out there, substantial draft capital to be able to package something together to be able to add 1, maybe 2 players. I've been pointing back to this, Dalton, and remembering that, yeah, you got Rashid Shaheed last year, which was an absolute steal of a trade, but you also came this close to getting the Max Crosby deal done at the very same time. It wasn't John just doing one or the other. It was him doing both. And so likewise, I think that there's the reason to believe that he could do something similar again this year, albeit I am going to predict a little bit that this might be a bit of a waiting game to get it done. Because just looking across the league and the landscape of contracts and where teams are at and the type of players that you're going to look to target, because you're not looking at just every position under the sun, you're going to kind of try to lock in on certain positions that you're really looking to address to significantly improve. And I'm just not sure right now that move is out there to be made, to be had. But I get it, man. The Rams didn't necessarily have to go overboard to get this deal done. They gave up fairly significant assets, but it wasn't crazy town. It wasn't, the biggest, the most assets ever given up in NFL history type stuff or anything close for what is the best defensive player in the entire NFL, coming off a record-breaking season. Don Mata, thank you for another $10 donation, Don. He says, you had Aaron Donald, Stad Padford, and all the NFL on your nuts, and you have to be gifted a Super Bowl win. Laughing out loud. Lambs will always find a way to choke, blame, lash out, and cry like they always do. Yeah, it was very shocking to me, and it's still been pretty shocking to me to see the Rams, who's been the beneficiary of so many play calls through the years, and not just, again, on the major moments. We can go to major moments like, for instance, the Saints game, a lot of people point to, but they've had a lot of other moments against us through the years, game in and game out. 2 years ago, it was a phantom call on Devin Witherspoon on a hold in the back of the end zone that gave him a refresh of downs that allowed them to win that game. We've had it where we were driving at the end of the game and blatant pass interference that goes uncalled that shuts us out and gives them the win. We've had a lot of these kind of stuff over the last few years with them. And so for them then, who've been on the plus side of this, to come back and then so thoroughly make these excuses, not just at the moment it happened last year, but throughout this offseason, has been wild to watch. And none of them seem to kind of remember that last third game where we were distancing ourselves from them. They weren't closing the distance. We were distancing ourselves from them. We were winning more comfortably than the last 2 games. And we're making progress in each game further away from them. Probably part of the reason they felt the need to have to make these moves today, Don, right? And so then what we've heard, and unfortunately, you even seen it here on the donation from, my guy, Jimmy, where it's a very commonality that you see from these Ram fans mentioned over and over again. And it's not all of them, not painting everybody with a broad brush, but there's been a contingent and a strong contingent at that is very strongly leaning into this sort of fluke luck excuse thing that they want to glom onto. And it's kind of like Darnold with Ghost last year. It is sort of this one note that they just on the piano key, they just keep pushing. And they don't know any other keys to push. And I've said I'm actually like hearing them say that to me, Don. I enjoy hearing them say it, because the more that they and the rest of the NFL and hopefully the Rams organization looks at the Seattle Seahawks team and concentrates on them and says, well, that was all luck, that was all fluke, the better our chances of getting this done again, because they're not actually solving what it is we do conceptually to get that success. If it's luck, then it's us not being purposeful in this approach and that approach and doing this, on purpose. I've tried to, as you try to talk like the Rams fans on the 2-point conversion play. Zach Charbonnet tells you after the game, Mike McDonald teaches us in practice to pick up loose balls. McVay doesn't teach his team to pick up loose balls in practice. That's a differentiation of coaching. That's a differentiation of what you put the onus upon. What's of importance? Which details matter where? You can't concentrate on everything everywhere all the time, but you can concentrate on the details you find most important. And that's the difference between great coaching and even better coaching. But do they want to talk about that? Do they want to think about that? No, they'll wave their hand away at that. And just like they're waving their hand away at us, Don, and good. I'm glad they do, because I think it will lead to them still not quite understanding why we were great last year, why we ascended so fast in the manner by which we did. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, Jordan. 49ers and Ram fans are the other ones saying it's a fluke because you can fluke your way to 14 wins. The mental gymnastics. Yeah, it is mental gymnastics. It's so weird it's a weird hill to kind of die on in your outlook of the sport, where you derive everything down to the simplistic angle of things. And you go, that team that won 14 games, that team that had to win their division twice, that was a fluke team to win the Super Bowl, man. It's such a silly just sentiment. It's absolutely silliness. And it's again where I think, back to the Bill Princess Bride quote, you keep using that word. I don't think you know what it means. I don't think they understand what Fluck and Luke mean. If I got a 9-7 team that gets to the playoffs and like every call goes in their favor, right? Bouncing ball in their favor, and they like, okay, you may get down the line, but 14 wins, you've earned your way there. Re-winning your division again in the playoffs, you've really earned your way there. And there's other things, of course, we can point to, Jordan, that I'm sure no Ram fans will really address as I point this out, which, like last year showed, the conference championship was the best combined DVOA teams of last year in NFL history. But your Seahawks team also being at 41.2% is, I think, like 12th all-time highest team as far as the DVOA percentage, which, again, doesn't really speak to luck, does it? Doesn't really speak to fluke, does it? But as I said above Dare to Dawn on this, Jordan, I think it's a good thing that they say this. I hope they keep saying it, because I think they're not then paying attention to the ins and the outs, the details, and why we created this great team. That it was a variety of things that created this great team. It wasn't a luck play. It wasn't a bounce of the ball. It wasn't Charbonnet picking the ball up at the right time. It's that you've made so many of these decisions so intelligently, and what you do and how you go about your process, that led to the greatness. And they need to unpack those details if they want to solve us. And I don't think they're doing it when they're passing it away, this kind of wistful sort of thinking. R. DeLevy, thank you for the $5 donation, DeLevy. Maybe we'll still get lucky and the Rams will fumble at the goal line and sign him to a ridiculously overpriced contract. You guys are picking up what I'm putting down on this. Exactly. The luck thing is so hilarious to me when it just, as this thing being pointed out, and boy, they are stuck on it. They cannot pivot off of it. I'm telling you, it might sound like I'm like, well, you're just saying that. Like, no, I've interacted with a lot of Ram fans. I do the round table. I've seen a lot, and it continues to get pushed out there again and again. And again, it's not even a place of like, it doesn't really frustrate Hawk fans for you to say it. I'm not frustrated by it. Go ahead and say it. I think it's a good thing you saying it. I think it's you then not paying attention to what it is that we do well. But it is strange that you've seen this thing kind of come up for them as far as a level of excuse go, rather than take it on the chin and go, well, we lost it last year. We had ample opportunity to win it. We had an extra shot at you to go and win it. And if we win it, we probably moonwalk our way through the Super Bowl. Man, we fell short. We got to improve. I think the Rams organization is doing that. I think you can see that with these moves they're making here this offseason. The first round pick McDuffie trade, first round pick the Myles Garrett trade. If the Rams front office felt the same way that some of the fans are talking about that game, they wouldn't have felt the need to make these moves. They would have said it was all Fluck, it was all Luke. We play that team 100 times, we're going to beat them 95 times. That just happened to be one of the 5 games where they got lucky. But they're not doing that, are they? Instead, they're making some pretty significantly aggressive moves to try to say, hey, we got to broach this distance between us and the Seahawks. That's what the Rams front office is saying. So the Ram fans can say all they want. Your front office is saying different. Jimmy Playson with another $5. Rams just won it 4 seasons ago. Only thing that will stop the Rams from another chip is if Stafford goes out. You act like the Rams have been in a drought. No, I've said I think the Rams are a great team. So I've given the Rams flowers multiple times over. So I'm certainly not in the place of doing that. I pointed to the depth, which I don't think that you'd push back upon, Jimmy. I just showed the depth you guys got on the second and third stringers. So you mentioned Stafford, but think about it from this standpoint as well. If you lose Devontae Adams, who's going to be 34 years old soon, and McDuffie this year, just those 2 players, think about that. I lose those 2 players. What happens? I got Puka Nacua and Mumfield and Jordan Whittingham and Xavier Smith as my wide receivers, and that's going to be enough to get the job done then? You lose one of your edges. A Byron Young goes out. I I'd offer you a Byron Young and a Landman goes out. You don't have an inside linebacker at the same level of what you have behind it. I think there's a couple of real specific injuries, and I just don't think we have the equivalency likewise to us that we can undergo here. That, yeah, I think that would definitely put you guys in a different position beyond just the Stafford injury thing. And that, look, you guys might navigate these waters. Teams can do so sometimes, and maybe you can keep that health. I would say, Jimmy, this has been a little bit of the page that you're ripping out of that the Niners have been trying in recent years of let's try the old roster with star players, heavily star-driven of a roster, and that will carry the rest with it to a championship. And it hasn't worked out well for the 49ers doing that. And today, you got better off the edge. You did get better. You added the best defensive player in the NFL, but you also got older off your edge. You did that too on a team with already some players in spots that have a little bit of the age there that if they hit, you just don't have the depth in place, in my opinion, to necessarily sustain it. But you guys have been a great team, man. I think by far the second best team in the NFL last year. See, I can give flowers to Rams. This don't work either way. I don't throw luck at you guys. I don't say I can laud the other side of it. I don't have to find excuses or flippant reasons for why my team may fall short or doesn't do as many good moves as this other team does. I can be in that place. But thanks for the donations, Jimmy. Feed me. Thank you for the $2 dono. Myles Garrett doesn't fix the Rams special teams. That remains an issue that they have not addressed. Xavier Smith last year had the fumble in the conference championship, did not look comfortable. He looked like D. Williams back there trying to receive a punt. They're right now slated to trot him back out there again this year. All right. Meanwhile, we're out here trading future 2028 seventh round picks for improvement even at gunner position. Like two different approaches, two wildly different approaches to the third phase of your football team. Does that make a difference? Yeah, I think it does make a difference. Did it show up and make a difference last year in a multitude of games, including the Rams game, including two of the Rams game majorly? Yeah, it did. Good point, Feed Me. M. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. This is tough, but it would suck a lot more if we had offensive lines of years past. I think Benton will have our boys running a tight ship. Well, thank you for the fiver, man. And yeah, I agree. Benton does foster a lot of confidence in his ability to get this line playing as well as they did last year. There's a couple things that I think help you out factor-wise here. Benton's presence, having an offensive line that's returning all 5 starters for the first time in how many years? And not only all 5 starters, by the way, you're returning all 5 of your depth guys on the team too. You're getting all of that continuity, all of that chemistry. You actually have talent here in addition to it now. You have multiple first-round picks invested in this offensive line, third-round picks invested in this offensive line. And then you come to the conceptual part of it. Last year you were 29th in passing attempts. You're going to try to minimize the number of times you have to throw the ball in games with your balance, which is going to help out offensive lines to minimize the damage the pass rush can do. As well, like I was saying, you got the 12, the 13 personnel, the 21 personnel, these heavier offensive formations that lend themselves well to being able to supply chip blocks and help over to guys like Garrett to be able to mitigate some of that damage that they can do. Versus, let's say, a team that the Rams might be playing on a given week that want to throw the ball 60% of the time. Maybe they're a top 5 passing team. Well, that's going to be a bit of a tougher matchup then for that team going up against this Rams team. So conceptually wise, we're well suited to be able to still deal with this. I think we are. And Ben definitely helps majorly to that way. Jordan, very good points on your part. Scott Dogs, thank you for another $2 donation. He says, iron sharpens iron division. Boy, does it ever. Hey, this might be diamonds sharpening diamonds, Scott. We might be to that point, It's wild that you have a division, in my opinion, that I can backtrack for a 10-year period, and I can say this last 10 years has been the best division in football. If I go from the end of the Harbaugh year runs with Caro there and that conference championship in 2013, which I think was the true Super Bowl, and then you have kind of the bookend of last year, which I think the true Super Bowl was the conference championship game against the Rams. And then all in between that, where you have Rams going to multiple Super Bowls, winning one. You have the 49ers going to multiple Super Bowls during that time period. It's been a division that's really been riding high for a long period of time, and that was at their strength last year, was at the strongest the division had ever been last year, with 3 of the teams winning playoff games, not merely getting the playoffs, but 3 teams in the division winning playoff games. And that's where, to me, it's remarkable how strong this division is, and it hasn't gotten weaker this offseason. If anything, it's going to be marginally stronger next year, Scott. So hopefully that can be the case. It served to be that case last year. Your iron was pretty damn sharp by the time you got to the Patriots. They couldn't withstand it. Old School Seahawk, thank you for 21 months as a Hawks Nest member. I really appreciate that long-time support. Appreciate you, boss. I'm glad you're still streaming. Oh, man, I had to go live today. If the Rams go and trade for the best defensive player in the NFL, I'm gonna have to go live. We're gonna have to talk about this. We got to talk about it. Seth K. Aloha, thank you for the $10 donation, Seth. That is very kind of you. I love all the Ram fans thinking it's an automatic Super Bowl, just like they thought last year. Still got to play the game. Makes it much sweeter when they lose and we hear all their excuses again. I love it, man. I'm with the excuse game. I want to hear the luck. Like, Ram fans, please. You're serving it up. It has the equivalency of you're serving up your tears while you think you're serving up the insults. You think you're insulting our organization with this luck thing, but we know better. There's no Seattle Seahawks fan that looks at last year and goes, "Woof, boy, we flipped the coin 10 times and it was heads every single time." One Hawk fan feels that way. You're not going to appeal to any part of them in their being that has that sneaking suspicion that were we really frauds that just sort of found our way through and got look. Nobody's thinking that at all. We got confidence for days here because we know it was built right. We've watched this team and how they've built this thing. We know it's all been purposeful, start to finish. And so the excuses to me are great. And I would love to believe that the front office of the Rams is operating a little bit like some of the Ram fans are in the same manner, and that they're trying to just kind of throw it away to luck and throw it away to excuses too. I hope so. I don't think any organization is well suited to go to that place of things. I don't think it's just in how it relates to the Rams-Seahawks rivalry here, but in general to any team. If you look to any team and you're throwing the success away to luck, you're tossing it away to flukes, you're taking a bad approach in your outlook of trying to assess what's really going on with the football team. Because football just is not the type of sport that works for luck or for things to just randomly happen. Again, especially coming back to when you're playing in the toughest division in the sport by far. So I agree. They can be their automatic Super Bowl. They can be their paper tigers here in June. Doesn't tend to equivalent out to being a champion necessarily when we get into February. And they still got to go get it done. They still got to go hope that the health of this team can ride through for a full year, that these guys that are older, that have played a lot of games, that have had a lot of injury history, Devontae Adams pulling that hamstring at the end of the year randomly. It's a little bit of some of the signs in there that you get some injury there, right? Non-contact injury, just, my ham just starts to pull out, hammy. Like that's what happens in the NFL. That's the attrition, and especially when you get into your 30s, it's hard to recover. Injuries start to mount more. We'll see. I don't even think it needs to be injuries either. They can be, I think, fully healthy, and I think we can still stand toe-to-toe with them, quite frankly. But it's going to be sweet if we win this, and they've gone through all of this only to fall just a little bit still short of us. That will be very funny, especially if John just kind of stands pat and lets it ride. It's like, I trust my team. And you're sitting all that cap space and all those picks into next offseason. Wouldn't that be pretty incredible? I am Jordan. Thank you for the 7 months as a Hawks Nest member. Packers also thought they were Super Bowl bound. Indeed. It's kind of an equivalency there, right? Where that same feeling the Packers were having at that time, where they're like stacked offense, stacked receiving core, got the one player we needed to take our pass rush over the top. This is going to turn us into this team that's going to be this certain amazing team now that's going to go, no doubt about it, go to the Super Bowl. It's our time. Love's due. It's his time. Let's go. Fell very, very far short, didn't they, Jordan? And certainly if he had been healthy, it may have been a little different there for the Packers if that had occurred, but that's the risk of this, is injuries do come up. Alex Marin in the house. Shout out to Alex, who made my little roundtable backdrop here. Had a chance to meet him last year at the event. Says, with the projected upcoming quarterback class, do you think John's holding on to the future first in case Darnold has a mixed season? John is smart either way. No, I think there's an intentionality at this point, Alex, to where they're going to probably pay Sam on an extension, where he's at 29 years old or whatever, still at a good enough age to where I don't think you're going to necessarily blink about that. He's been able to keep his health really well, Alex. And I think that you can probably find a contract that's going to make sense for both team and player to where he doesn't have to break the bank. He doesn't have to be this highly paid guy, but you still pay him a good amount. So I think that that's going to be the case when it comes to that. I do think that there's going to be trades that happen here, Alex, but there's just such a rich history with John having the track record of hitting hard at the trade deadline, where he's been able to do some really, really great work in there. And that I think he looks at as that's where the market opportunity is. When you're looking to making trades like this in the offseason, you're really competing against every team to make that trade. And that they have the cap space, they have the draft capital. They've got some stuff they can throw at you to make this happen and make it hard for you to get the deal done to where you now have to kind of overpay to get it done. When you go to the trade deadline, you don't have to tend to do that. You tend to, be able to really kind of have it work pretty well in your favor as far as this is pretty good move for us. I related back, Alex, to the Rashid Shaheed trade last year, a 4th and a 5th round pick that because of where you're picking in the draft turned into basically a 5th and a 6th round pick. That's phenomenal value for a guy that you got in Shaheed. And so I think John's going to operate with, that's the place to better strike as well. That gives you the chance, Alex, to let the season play out a little bit to see where your team's at coming off the Super Bowl. Does injury come in? Is there any Super Bowl kind of hangover at all? You never know how things are going to play out year to year in the NFL. Every year is kind of new and different a little bit in that way. But I think John's trying to still look at this with a longer term approach, but I don't think necessarily quarterback wise. I don't think, Alex, you're going to look to bring in a first round rookie quarterback on this roster right now where they're at. If you're pivoting off Darnold, I think you're looking to pivot to more of a vet who's ready to go kind of guy. Because you don't want your roster held back, a Super Bowl ready made roster held back by the quarterback play and a quarterback that's kind of learning the ropes, even if he's really talented. Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, damn it, now we're going to have to listen to Jake. Jake's going to be feeling himself, no doubt about that, and he's got a right to. He's got every right to feel very good about this trade and feel great about his Rams team, man. So, I'm imagining tomorrow on the round table, Jake's going to just be sitting there with a big old Cheshire grin on his face. Nothing but pearly whites gleaming ear to ear. It's going to be crazy. Jimmy plays B, desperately hoping for injuries to compete. No, it's just an assessment about the roster. And that's why I try to compare it to the 49ers to kind of, whenever I try to present something, I'll try to give you a comparison or a baseline of history to where you can see it happening. And I showed you guys his depth. I talked about the players you guys got that are older players. I think a pretty solid point to say you lose this and you lose that. You're a very different team. I think we have the reinforcement of depth that you guys don't have in that way to be able to sustain. We lose a receiver, we've got the backups in place. We lose a running back, we've got the backups in place. We lose defensive players on the defensive line. Defensive tackle, got a guy to replace right in there. Edge group, got 4 deep, probably will have 5 deep. It's kind of that way throughout the course of this whole team and the way we built it up. And it's conceptually just 2 different ways teams have built this, Jimmy, is that you guys have built this purposely in this way and it might work and you can get through without the injuries hitting. It just doesn't tend to be the track record. If I build a team that's reliant on this many old players to be this big of a difference makers, it doesn't tell us to get us over the top. But healthy or injured or not, I think we can stand toe to toe with you guys. Jimmy's still on the fluke. Thank you for another donation here. Says we lost by fluke last year. Better now. Like I said, man, I hope the front office and coaching staff takes that same motivational pull to this. It was just fluke that lost us. And again, I don't think they do, Jimmy, because the moves you made this offseason belie that attitude. If the thinking by the Rams front office was that this was luck or fluke, you're not trading multiple first round picks in the way that you did this offseason to try to take you over the top. That speaks to the fact that you had a true challenge, that you had a true team out there that had your number last year and was widening the distance by the end of the year in your 3 matchups, that you got to do a lot to get back up on top of them. And they've done so. So it's kind of weird because it doesn't seem like your front office feels the same way you do about it there, Jimmy. Jimmy says Rams are way better than Seahawks now. It's a wrap. Well, I mean, with that rationale and that logic, Jimmy, how can I counter that? Peter Go Hawks, thank you for the $5 donation. Peter says, hey, Brando, have you gone over the stats for Garrett against the Seahawks? How much did this really affect our offensive line? Not scared. Go Hawks. I haven't gone over individually. I think he's only played us technically twice in his career. You've got the game on the road. few years back in Cleveland that we played. I think we won that game. That's going back kind of substantially at that point. But he also played in the game in Seattle about 2 years ago or so, I think it was. And he didn't do anything in that game. So was it 23? Yeah. So 2023, he played. They PFF charts him for a sack, though he didn't officially have a sack by the normal statistics and how they're measured. He had 5 total pressures in that game, 4 quarterback hurries, no tackles, and 1 assist in that game in 2023 against us. So not too much there. You'd have to go, I think, back to like 2019. 2019 would be the next one you have to go back to, where we played him in Cleveland. And he had a pretty good game there. So 10 total pressures, 2 sacks, 7 hurries. He was kind of a monster in that game, Peter. But the last one at home, we kept him under control. He didn't do much in that game as far as really have a much impact out there. But I'm not scared, man. Let's go Hawks. We're the champs, man. We don't got to be scared of nothing. The champs are here. The champs are here. Appreciate you, man. Jimmy says, I love watching Brandon trying to cope. Feels good. Well, you guys should feel good today, man. So I'm glad I can help aid to your feeling good, brother. Thank you for your donations, man. I love my team, man. And again, we the champs. We won it. A lot of reason to feel good when you are that. Ethan Tech World, thank you for the $2 donation. Wild guess, 1 to 3 players to be available at the deadline. That's kind of where I'm at with this. I think that there's a little bit of push from some Hawk fans to go and do something right now, but I think that you can kind of afford to let this play out a bit. And I think there are going to be maybe a couple of teams here at the deadline that become available. So I'm working conceptually on a little bit of a thing where I feel like we're moving a little bit out of the narrative of pure parity in the league, where there are the haves and the have-nots, and that there's a little bit of a separation going on between those teams. From that, then, I think that there's a bit of a predictive model that you can put in place to be looking at this upcoming season and saying, if that plays out to this season, then the have-nots, there will be more of them. And when there's more of them, there will then vis-a-vis be more players available at the deadline to make those type of moves. On top of the fact that you can take now more of an assessment of your team about what you lose during that time. Because right now, right on your team, there's not a lot that you have that you really are going to find to really significantly upgrade past what you've got here for what will be available. But you might have an injury or two that you get sustained through the early part of the year. You know, something pops up as now a hole that wasn't a hole right now, that now you can go address at the deadline. So the 2 factors, the players that become available more that aren't available now at the deadline, and that you get maybe a multitude of them because of the have and the have not situations, but then also the ability, Ethan, at that point to make the assessment about your team's injuries, where they land at that point in time of the year, to then make the smart choice on what to do. You know, if injuries have struck you across the board and you're decimated, it doesn't make sense to go out there and make that move. But if you have just the 1 or 2 injuries in specific spots and you can go find the ready-made replacements, like a running back, for instance, or something, well, then you go make those moves at that point. So there's nothing wrong with kind of letting it have a little bit of time to kind of play out, to make then truly the smart assessment about where you stand and what you really, really, truly are going to need for the 2026 NFL season. Jeffrey, I see your dono here. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Jeffrey Thistle in the house. What's up, Jeffrey? It's good to see you, man. Myles is a great dude and a great player. Look forward to battling with him. Would be scarier if they had managed to keep Verse. Still, hinges on Stafford. Yeah, indeed. I'm sure from Ram fans there is a little bit of a tinge of pain to losing Verse, as he is a very good player for them, and he's a problem. You know, he is really a problem. 25 years old, so still very young, just coming into his own. And I think definitely when you look at this trade, it does make it land a little bit less hard when it is Verse instead of Young. Where then you go, man, the thought of Verse on one side and Garrett on the other is really a tough proposition at that point. But it does still hinge on Stafford. I think that, you know, if I'm the Rams in some of that, I come back to, you know, conceptually what I'd like to do offensively wise this year is, you know, lean in the 13 personnel, lean in the 12 personnel, really get Matt committed to keeping the passing attempts 20 to 30 a game, running the ball heavily, remaining balanced, just get it on, you know, get up on teams, get a lead, let your pass rush close it down. That would be, you know, the pathway of approach if I'm the Rams on what I would try to do this year. First, having a little bit of the high volume approach of Stafford that they've done in years past, which, you know, is only going to put them in more precarious positions for that injury to hit in there. And if Stafford goes down, you don't have even a Garoppolo there now. It's Stenson Bennett and Ty Simpson. And again, that's you're cooked at that point if it breaks in that direction. But yeah, it's gonna be fun, man. I like the competitiveness of this. Do I lament the Rams making this move? And is it tough to see them go out there and add McDuffie and Garrett in here? And yeah, it is. But at the same point in time, like, I trust John. We built a great young roster that's on the rise, and that this is the stuff that, you know, when you separate yourself in NFL history, a history of the NFL, that just things can all kind of run together, and champions can be forgotten and great teams can be forgotten. When you've got 2 teams and 3 teams like this, when you got a division like this that's making this much noise, that's this hyper competitive, that's this much in truly pursuit of greatness, while the rest of the NFL at times kind of looking on in sort of wonder. That's sort of what nails in your legacy. That is what helps to make this stuff echo into eternity. The Legion of Boom will be forever remembered in part because of this same concept, because the Legion of Boom took down the best offense of all time in the regular season. They went through all of the year, legendary defense, legendary players in that defense, and then their finishing point, their exclamation point was taking down the best offense in regular season history. And because of that, the Legion of Boom will echo into eternity. And because of these moves within this division, and because of a move made today by this Rams team, the way this will play out into who will become the champion and who can ascend will also echo into that future in that same kind of fashion. And that makes it cool, because you aren't going to be forgotten due to history. Your greatness will be remembered and recognized. And that's why this, at the end of the day, is I think I'm in the same place you are. It's going to be a fun battle. It's going to be a great battle. It's just the way that it works out here in the West. It's why we call it an arms race. Finesse God, thank you for another $7 donation, Finesse God. And you guys have been just awesome again today. Just so many donations. Really appreciate all of you for that. Coming off a ring with a young roster, don't take unnecessary risks to go all in. Extend the window and pounce on a year where the luck goes your way. Bingo. I referenced this last night, and I'll reference this today because I think it was a really good point. Just had a really quick moment, ran into John 2 years ago in training camp. It was kind of a two ships passing in the night kind of thing. And I had a chance to just talk with him for just a second, ask him a quick couple of shotgun questions there in the moment. And I've said to you guys that one of the things that stood out to me in that conversation with John and talking to him was that when I asked him about the upcoming year, and this was as you were bringing in Mike McDonald and where he saw the roster and where he saw them going, and he goes, I feel good about where we're at. Things are moving really well, but there is an element of luck involved here. And the way he spoke about it, and that, you can set things up, and that, things just kind of randomly can break wrong in a direction, even if you've done things really smartly and correctly and in alignment with what people throughout the league would think is very much in order to that. And so it is where it's sometimes nice to sort of have that assessment point on the season to say, I built a great roster. As you say, we had the third youngest roster in the NFL that won the Super Bowl last year. Let me see what that roster does now coming back this season through the first couple of games. And then I know a trade's going to materialize. That's just the track record of the NFL. I've got the ammunition to where even if I've got a team that's kind of on the line to wanting to make the deal or not, and like, for instance, in this situation with Cleveland and the Rams, Cleveland didn't want to necessarily move Myles. They weren't actively like shopping him. This was one of those things where Les Schneid was calling them on a daily basis saying, give us, give us, give us, give us, give us. And John likewise has now with the 12 draft picks that if he has a team that's like, we don't really want to move this guy, and he just comes up over the top to get him at that point because he's got a chance to make the assessment about where the team is truly at that point at next year at the deadline, we know John's going to be more than willing to make that move. We know that that move tends to be available to be made. And as you say, you don't have to take any unnecessary risks here. There's no pressure on us. The window has just cracked open. The second the window cracked open, we won a Super Bowl. But that doesn't mean now the window's starting to shut. That means it's still cracking open. It's still rising open. The draft is coming through, folks. Feel the breeze. So let us not get caught in this frantic nature that I'm sure Rams fans and people would think that we need to be in. We don't. This isn't artificial confidence. This is the best team in the NFL with that young-ass roster that's only going to get better. This is a team with $30 million of cap space. This is a team with 12 picks in next year's draft. To say that we're sitting pretty is an understatement. And so still carry your confidence. You have every right to still feel it here. Rams can feel confident too. But I ain't worried about paper tigers. I ain't worried about the champions of June. Let's let this play out. Let's see where it goes, and then we'll see where this all lands at when the dust settles. I'm in the same place, Finesse God, and I'd love to hear it. I think a lot of you guys are. I don't think that even in these donations here, you're hearing a lot of, completely just anger and vitriol on this, and that I think you guys are recognizing a lot of the same thing, and that this isn't just being homers. This is truly what the roster is. Again, I say this, I don't think people really let it resonate in their brain. Third youngest roster in the NFL last year won the Super Bowl. You had a bunch of babies in diapers winning the Super Bowl last year. Those babies aren't going to grow. Those babies aren't going to walk. No, yeah, they are. Especially when you consider you really lost almost nothing this offseason collectively, and if anything, probably gained. Good points, Finesse. And thank you for your donations today. Robs, thank you for the $7 donation. What a move by the Rams, but Seattle must stay calm. We only would face them at the end of the season, so who knows what could happen. Run the ball. Run the ball, man. That is going to continue to be a point of emphasis, and rightfully so. A big part of stopping Garrett, big part of keeping Garrett at bay will be the limiting of the passing attempts and being able to force him to have to play the run. And so he cannot just shoot himself out of a cannon play after play and then just it's quarterback or bust every snap. No. We're going to make you play in your heels. We're going to make you have to kind of wait a beat here before you get into your pass rush a little bit. We're going to have you dealing with chippers off the edge with our 12 and 13 personnel. And I love hearing this. Rob's, you, Finesse God, a variety of others on this. Jeffrey above. I mean, it's pretty universal so far what I'm getting from my donations from you guys. Just why you guys are the smartest NFL fans out there, in my opinion. I think this just represents it from the Seahawks fan base. Because I think a lot of fan bases today would be jumping off the top of buildings and would be screaming their bloody head off and would be shouting and deriding John right and left. And yet you see on these donations people with a sense of calm. As to steal Rob's words there. You see a sense of, we're fine. Good for you guys. We're fine. Oh, that's good for you. You did well. It's more of like we're patting our hand on the top of the Ram's head kind of energy, more than this is some like, oh my God. Oh my God. Where's my button?
Oh my God.
Does anyone just, it ain't that. We're sitting on so much, and it's house money. We're not under pressure, and we're not good. It's the part that Ram people got to think about too. The pressure's on you guys now. You better go get it done. You better go get it done like right now. If you start slow, you got a little hitch to your giddy up next year, pressure starts to mount. It starts to push. But us, on the other hand, can kind of afford to sit there and let this kind of roll through, can't we, Robs? And all the more reason I like being able to play this Rams team at the end of the year. They got a little bit older today. And if I'm looking to want to play a little bit of an older roster and certainly key spots, let me play that team at the end of the year when they're likely to have and be robbed of some of that depth by that time, by the way the NFL typically plays out with rosters that typically have that kind of age for those typical key spots. And so I like it, man. I like the way that this is kind of set up for us. I do. As far as our potential to be able to counter this move and our ability to kind of now see the Rams sort of have punched themselves out in so many ways on this. They've shot their shot. There's no more ammunition. There's no more cap space. There's no more extra stuff. You've done your stuff now. And now comes our counter, but our counter doesn't have to come fast, but comes slow. Becomes vicious. Appreciate you, Robs. Really well said, man. And running the ball. Very big point of a way to sort of counter this impact a little bit. Not that Garrett isn't good at stopping the run, but just that, you're able to mitigate a little bit of the damage you can do by continuing to be able to run the ball really, really well. And staying committed to it. Kyle from South Park. Thank you for the $10 donation, Kyle. I would be more scared of the Rams if they had kept Verse to pair with Garrett. I think Cleveland won the deal. Not coping, just observing. Rams have to win the Super Bowl in order for this to work. Am I wrong? No, I think it is a Super Bowl or bust move. I think you do this with the thinking that this has got to be the thing that gets us up over the top. I think Verse instead of Young changes the way this looks to me on the deal, because there is a little bit of you're giving up a really valid part to your team. If you look at that defense last year and you say, who is the best defensive player on that team? Does not Jared Verse have an argument to be made to say that I'm the best player on this defense? I know Byron Young has the 12 sacks, but I'm talking about just full impact as a player. I mean, let's face it, Cleveland probably had the option between Byron Young and Verse. They chose Verse for a reason. I guess technically Verse has one more extra year before he gets paid, so maybe the contract on that could have factored in here where you have to pay Byron Young immediately, but you do lose a little bit of something on this for what you do gain. And like you say on this, Kyle, I look at the Verse Garrett perspective, and that looks a lot to me freakier than this one necessarily does. I think Byron Young's a really good edge rusher, and I think he really came forward last year, but he's also kind of a finished product. And I don't think he's necessarily a game changer out there off the edge. I'm more into it. I do think the Rams won the deal because I don't think they had to quite give up the over-the-top compensation I thought it was going to take to get Garrett. But they got close, Kyle, to your point. It was in the neighborhood of starting to get to the pricely sum. When you do sort of factor in the when you do kind of factor in the Garrett. I was posting this earlier, folks, and you do have on this as far as trying to understand the value on this. If you look at the Rich Hill chart with this, you have, the first, I put Jared Verse being worth kind of a mid-first round pick, mid-second round pick. It's like 1,710 points total on the Rich Hill value chart. A late second round pick in, of course, 27, and then a late third round pick in 2028. So that's 2430. By the value chart, that's equivalent to about a top 3, top 2 selection. It's right between 2 and 3, top 2 or 3 selection in the first round is essentially what they've given up here. So when I kind of felt like that, it felt like maybe not as much, like you should have had to give it up even a little bit more there, Kyle. But I mean, maybe not. Like I said, it's in the vicinity. It's dancing in the right state, of a lot of draft capital have been given up. But yeah, they've got to get the Super Bowl. This is definitely Super Bowl bust at this point. If you got to reset any of this roster down the line, it's going to be hard to do so. But that's also what I would say if I'm the Rams. I don't think there's anything wrong with making this move. Even if you ended up at the spot from the Rams' perspective of Cleveland, quote unquote, winning the trade. I think from a Rams perspective, you're in a position to have to kind of make this move. You're in go for it to the max. And that Super Bowl window is shutting ever closer closed. And contracts are starting to come up and deals are going to, it's getting tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. So their sense of urgency needed to be here to get this deal done. And that's why I would commend them for doing it. It's a good deal for them and why I think they come out as a winner on this one ultimately. But yeah, I'm I'm not as scared of them with this combination, like you say, Kyle, versus the alternative, which I thought it was going to be Byron Young that they were going to throw in there. Randall's on the same place with this. It's great to see guys in just such alignment on this. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, glad they give up Verse. Maybe best young edge in football. He isn't a slouch at all. Rams mortgage the future. Lots of age on that team. So Randall's picking up what I'm putting down here a little bit with this, which is that there is age, and age at very certain points here. Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua. And Puka Nacua, you don't have an old guy, but you have a guy that's told you, I'm not planning on playing past 30. You know, a guy that I know has had multiple kind of injuries even early on in his career here that he's sort of fought through and toughened out a lot of times. Remembering back at his college days, part of why he didn't work at Washington is he just could never get healthy out there. And a guy that, you know, when that's your 1-2 receiving core, and behind then you don't have a lot else. You're pretty empty behind them. And there's some of those spots where, yeah, there's just some of that age in certain spots where you lose a McDuffie, you lose a Byron Young. You know, what's your counter? You lose a Puna Ford. Like, Puna goes down. They don't have a nose tackle that they can just plug and play into Puna's spot, and they're going to get the same level of play that they get out of Puna. And Puna's getting up there. There's age in given spots on this roster that's sort of disconcerting. Like, we lose Leonard Williams. We got Byron Murphy. We have Jaron Reed. Hell, we've got Riley Mills. I got 3 deep to replace this one guy if I lose him, and I'm kind of similarly aligned in different spots of my team like that. And the Rams are not. They lose the one guy, and they're kind of out. I posted this earlier, Randall, on this. Here's their depth chart, folks, prior to the trade here with Darnold. Not that one. There we go. Just look at those. Look at the second depth chart. Don't go to the starters. Look at the second stringers. And you go down the line of that and you tell me that those are guys that are not all one and all. Tell me that every single one of those backups isn't a sizable, tangible drop off from the starter. Not 1 or 2, not a half a dozen, 22 guys on both sides of the ball, all fairly significant drop offs from the starters. Maybe Blake Corum is as close as you come, but that's about as good as it's going to get in there as far as saying, hey, here's an equivalency from one to the other. I think that makes a difference. I think that will make a difference in this upcoming NFL season. And losing Verse is big here, Randall. There's a difference between Verse and Young, and Verse is the significantly better player in my opinion. And it's that part's tough, man. Like you say, there's a mortgaging of the future at play, and not just in draft picks, which I think would have been from a Rams perspective, the more ideal situation is just keep what you got and just move simply draft picks, maybe the young, but don't give up something substantial from the team, especially not your best defensive player at that point. That's where it does get a little bit tougher. Randall with another $5, man. Thank you for the back-to-back donos. We have to throw in Murphy as a match to Verse. Young stud with 3 years of club control. I don't want any part of that. Plus, Verse ate up our Hawks. He definitely played pretty well against us when we had to deal with him, and we had to put a significant amount of resources his direction in order to deal with him as far as chip blocks and, quasi-double teams in that way. And I wouldn't have wanted to do it either. That's the part of me that it makes it easy on this deal to say no to. It's one thing if the Rams had done this with just the draft capital and a Byron Young you threw in or something, or just some kind of kicker player as a pick. But when it is actually, no, you had to give up, a real prime asset of a player that's really helping you and is if anything, a foundational player to what you're doing. Well, that does change a little bit of the math on this one, doesn't it? So I wouldn't have done the Murphy deal either. I wouldn't want to do that. No. I still don't know in a good way of where even Murphy's top side is going to land when he eventually becomes a 3-tech. Like, he might be not only, the best 3-tech in the sport when he transitions over there, but rise to becoming the best defensive tackle in the sport at that point. I ain't trading that. I ain't moving on from that either, Randall. I'm the same way, man. And I think it does make it easier for me to have this digestible to me for why the Hawks didn't have a counter in place, because I'm not making a counter in place for that. I'm not matching that. That doesn't taste good. Something about that wouldn't taste right? There'd be a little bit of a one step forward, one step back feeling to going that route of things. 100% agree with you on that, Randall. 100%. Mark Sanchez with a $20 donation. Thank you for that, Mark. Let's go, brother. Mark says, this acquisition did make the Rams the favorite to win the Super Bowl. Congratulations. The Hawks fly under the radar, forgotten. But if you fail now, nobody will let you forget it. The Rams' motto for 2026, 2027, under pressure. Maybe Mark, I need to get that on my soundboard for the Rams this year. Under pressure. It's not a flippant thing that you talk about. I've been speaking about it a little bit here as well. Pressure is a real thing in the NFL. And as you have a team where so much is on the line, you put so much resources into the year, and it's now or never, and the time is now. We got to get this done. We got to get this done. What's wrong with you? Get this done. Get it done. What's wrong? We're falling short. Come on. God, come on. We got to, it's like that energy starts to ramp up, and you get in those situations of frustration kind of rising and things not working and things kind of off, and then it starts to get a little tighter and a little more tense. And it can play out that way. It certainly can. I think we felt this a little bit, for instance, at the end of the Legion of Boom years, where you started to feel in that time period, even like, by the Viking playoff game, where you're like, man, this might not be lasting for a long period of time. And, we got to, get now while we still got time to do this. And it's starting to wind down. The pressure's starting to kind of mount up a little bit. And so this stuff does factor in on teams. It does start to be something you kind of feel. And what's interesting about it is not that it's something that's just this weight that's now on the Rams' shoulders. It's kind of that with the weight that's thrown on their shoulders, the weight that comes off the Hawks' shoulders. Nobody expects anything of us. We're going to be the forgotten champions. And people out there can call it disrespect, but I call it more of like, this lets us, like you say, fly under the radar. Lets us operate with the same distinction we operated last year, was that nobody was really paying attention. Everybody's kind of overlooking us. And we just kept stacking up wins, kept just getting better and better and better, kept putting together that modus operandi for winning football games that was their new model, their new blueprint as they went through. Don't turn over the ball, run the ball, play great defense, great special teams. And now we get the same factors at play when most Super Bowl teams would kind of have a bit of that pressure upon them. And that's a kind of a cool aspect this upcoming year, Mark, and may make things just very slightly, very little bit easier because of it. But you're right. If the Rams fail after this point, if they're throwing all of this at the wall, if they're tossing all of this future, all of this draft capital to try to make this happen now, you better get it done. You went over the top to make this happen. You better get it done. And a little slip up, a little trip up, a couple losses going the wrong direction. You start getting a little bit more pressure. You start doing some other moves now to try to compensate. Not sure. Kind of will be interesting to see how it goes. And it does make them the favorite to win the Super Bowl. I will certainly give the Paper Tigers their flowers right now and saying that this is absolutely something that I can't quantifiably say, well, my team's still better than. No, this takes you guys, this takes you past the move like this and adding this kind of guy. And I think it's a move that I wouldn't bang on the Rams for making as far as, oh, you shouldn't have made it. Good move for them. Great move for them. It's going to make things super competitive, but it doesn't put a guarantee on it, to your point, Mark. Absolutely doesn't. And it does now allow our Hawks to get back in that feeling of house money, of nobody's counting on us to do anything. Nobody's got any expectations of us anyway. So why feel any pressure? And I think there was a little bit of what that spirit allowed last year was what allowed that then to take off in that Seattle team, because everybody overlooked you, because nobody was putting that, looking at you going, it's on Seattle this week, or they got to get it on this week. That wasn't really a play. That team just felt like it could play loose and free every single game of the season. And it didn't feel like that once they got into playoff football that changed. It felt like, if anything, it just remained more of the same. And so that's part where I agree with you. I think it's kind of a cool thing here, Mark, in certain ways of that. And boy, the pressure is on the Rams now. You better. Thank you, Mark. Very kind of you, man. Very kind of you. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. Card signed Mason Rudolph to me with his head. That's the way to do it, man. Go get Mason to try to trigger Myles to, let's get him suspended by flinging around a helmet again. I'll tell you this. If I got to choose between Carson Beck or Mason Rudolph, I might take Mason Rudolph, Randall. And, that Jacoby Brissett holdout it continues to last, It just continues to, that situation prolongs. You might have to go find an answer out there, 2 birds, 1 stone, Randall. That's all I'm saying. 2 birds, 1 helmet. 1 swung helmet. Joshua Carlisle, thank you for the $5 donation, Joshua. Says, call me crazy, but I'm not too worried. Rams mortgaging their future more and more. Meanwhile, we're set up for our success, and our star players are young. Beautifully put. I love to see. I was thinking again that we'd have a lot of building jumpers today, and a lot of people that would be, kind of Chicken Little a little bit with the sky is falling, but that's not the case here, at least with the donations one by one that I'm going through here, which is you guys are very much in the same place of mind, it seems like, of that, look, it's a impressive move by the Rams and good for them, but this does not suddenly now decimate us or put us into some box or bind as that we have to make some commiserate move, or that now we don't have any chance, or that, now they've overtaken us by a far amount. It's like, these are the moves that they had to move just to keep pace with us, in my opinion, not to necessarily just outright fully supersede us by some length of elapsed distance. So I don't think you're crazy at all, Joshua, and you're not the only person in here that's kind of in this, I think, with a similar outlook on the situation. I think you know how good this team is, and that you're also sensing in the Rams that there's a lot of mortgaging that future. Like that first pick hurts, that losing verse hurts. 25-year-old pass rusher on the rise, one of the better young pass rushers in the sport, gone. Like that doesn't feel good. You got Garrett in here, but you got older with it now too. So there's a bit of that play. Yeah. I think our future is just so bright right now with our cap situation as clean as it's going to get in the NFL with any NFL team out there, both now and the future years, dead money down to almost nothing, 12 draft picks in the next year's draft, and you're coming off the Super Bowl championship. I mean, why not play more of the long game here rather than it being about a hyper concentration on 2026? I think that's kind of at the root of what you're saying, what you're at, and where a lot of people are at on some of these comments. And I'm in a complete alignment with it. Not that I'm not in on this year, not that I'm not in on making trade deadline deals this year and making significant ones at that, but that this is going to be a long-term multi-year process of this Super Bowl window. And that window is not starting to shut. That window is starting to open wide, and if not even open wider. So I think we've got to operate appropriately in that manner from that standpoint, Joshua, to your point. Taker 610, thank you for the $2 donation, says, what's Tanya Harding up to these days? She knows a guy. She knows a couple of guys that can swing a club. Thank you, Taker. GBHD, thank you for 4 months as a Hawks Nest member. Appreciate that support. Not worried about it. We play them at the end with all that age. They're not going to be as lucky as with injuries as they were last year. Wow, you guys, we are all in alignment here. I'm very surprised, encouragingly so, that you guys find yourself in kind of the same place I find myself on. And it's not an excuse. Age is a thing in the NFL. This is a young man's sport. It's not an old man's sport. And when you start to put a roster together where you're different, we're going to be relying on our difference makers. We're not going to much put the depth together with the starters and have some real overlap there. It's going to be more about, we got our starters, our backups are our backups. And then our starters, some of them are going to have some age to them. Some are going to be up there a little bit. Some of them played a good amount of games. Well, that history of that has not worked out well. And, the Niners have been the extreme case of this, but this was the very thing that we talked about with the Niners going into last year, didn't we? We said the Niners, man, it sucks to have to play them in game one because you're getting them at the full strength of this old ass roster. They're going to look so much different in that final game of the year of what they're going to trot out there, what they're going to be able to trot out there. And was that not the case? Was there not a supreme difference in the two teams and what they were throwing out at you from the start of the year to the end of the year? And I think likewise to this Rams team getting the end of the year at that point with this roster, they're probably down a couple guys by that point. You're getting that game and it's a couple key guys out, and maybe Garrett's out there, but there's a couple of guys you're no Puna here and no Devontae Adams here. Well, that changes the nature of the game significantly in that matchup and how it'll play out. So the injury thing it is a real thing. And we have a young roster, so it's not as much in play for us. And where we have the age on our roster, we have built reinforcement of depth to be able to take care of that if that age shows itself. Where I don't think the Rams have necessarily done the equivalency on that. And it's been a bit purposeful. That's their approach. They're going more for the star-driven, star power model of things, which is fine and it might work. But there is that track record of the injuries coming up and biting you when you sort of take this approach. OEL, thank you for the $10 donation, as well as being a member of the channel, OEL. Hey, Brandon. I wonder if this could hurt the Rams pass rush because Versus' young legs would be gone and replaced by a 30-year-old Garrett's older legs. What do you think? Yeah, I this is where we go to the depth part. And that's where when you look at, let me show you a little bit of something, for instance, on this. I think this will actually work to kind of show a representation of kind of the point I want to make on this. So, OEL, this is Jared Versus' snap counts last year. You're going to look over at the snap counts on the left-hand side. First game of the year, 57 total snaps. Had 43, 52, 49, 74 snaps against San Francisco, 67 snaps against the Baltimore Ravens. This is a significant amount of snaps. Get to the end of the year, Carolina, 53 snaps in there. Arizona game, I think he got beat up a little bit on that one. 47 snaps in Detroit. You got 47 snaps in Detroit, 58 against Seattle in week 16, 58 snaps in week Seattle. That's, you're probably rocking somewhere in like 80 to 85% of the snaps for the game defensively at that point, or into the vicinity. But you can see even in the playoffs, take a look at the playoffs. Wildcard round, 49 snaps. Chicago, 61 snaps. Then the Seattle game, 60 snaps. 1,026 snaps. Okay. Okay, Brandon, I get what you're saying there. Well, what about our guys, right? What was our snap count at? Derek Hall, week 16, 42 snaps. Week 18, 21 snaps. 32 snaps against San Francisco in the first round of the playoffs that we played. 26 snaps against the Rams. 35 snaps against New England. You go, okay, well, but let's look at Lawrence, huh? Lawrence, week 18 against San Francisco, 26 snaps, 28 snaps against San Francisco, 45 snaps against LA in that conference championship game, and then 46 snaps against New England. So, what am I trying to say with this? I'm pointing to already a little bit of where within the Rams there's a hole here with the depth. I showed you guys the second stringers all the way down, and not just their edge rush, but throughout this team, there's some issues with depth. And when you do come to the edge rush, why you're having Jared Verse play that amount of snaps, why a guy like Byron Young is going to be playing an equivalent amount of snaps to the other side. Well over 1,000 snaps. Last year, DeMarcus Lawrence in total ran 744 snaps with an extra game on top of it, playing one more game than the Rams did. That's with playoffs included. Still 300 less snaps than what you put on Jared Verse's back. So now you're going to do this on an older player in Garrett, like you say, who's got a lot of tread taken off that tires through the years and how much he's had to play in a bad team. And so last year you had your top two edge rushers having to take too many snaps on because you did not trust your depth from a Ram perspective and the guys you were trotting out there to match their performance of play. That very same thing is going to happen again this year. They don't have the edge depth there to be able to not have these guys being asked and tasked with having to play this amount of snaps. And that's where, at that point to me, there's a little bit of, you get to the end of the year, that stuff's going to add up. That odometer and that mileage is going to start to cause you to wear down and not be at your best at the end of the year. Because the benefit of keeping these guys in these snap counts throughout the year is now when I get you at the end of the year, you're actually at your best. Now that than worn down, now that it took every last bit of what we could do to get you to that spot, now you're actually ready to be rip roaring and that be at your peak, so to speak. So I think it's a factor here, man, OEL. I do. Something I'm going to be monitoring and paying attention to this Rams team. And interesting their approach to it in that the lack of really addressing the depth to a more of an ultimate degree is, along with like special teams, might end up being, two of the things that we look at and going, this is where a little bit where you went maybe a little bit slightly wrong in your approach. Well said, though. Vimy, thank you for the $2 donation. Just wondering what trading verse does to the room. Well, I think it definitely gives them the best defensive player in the NFL, which is going to improve any room out there, in a major degree. He's going to, he's definitely going to dictate double teams and you to put the attention his way, even more fervent way than what Verse can do. Though I think Verse, let's face it, he's also a very good player. Verse is probably a top 8 edge in this sport right now. So, you're also talking about, losing something for what you're adding. You're not just adding completely on top of the stack here. There's a little bit of minus to the plus. But you had a difference maker like this, Feed Me, and there's no doubt that that's going to tangibly, have a significant impact. And as well, I've been wondering about it with Myles, is that do you get even a better version of Myles now that he's on a team that actually has a chance to win and compete and be good? Daniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, being honest, Rams should be Super Bowl favorites now. I think that they're rightfully put to be on paper as to being that team. I think it's earned. It is earned. So now they just got to go get it done, Daniel. Now you just got to go actually do it. Appreciate you, man. It's good to see you in the house, Daniel. Hope you're doing well. Gosh, dude, I'm sorry, guys. My nose is again giving me problems today, so I'm trying not to snuffle, but I might snuffle on you guys a little bit here. Warhammer guy, thank you for the $2 donation. He's got an update for us on the AJ Brown sitch, and it would seem that let's see what the details are here. All right, so the Philadelphia Eagles trade star wide receiver A.J. Brown to the New England Patriots. In exchange, the Eagles received New England's 2028 first-round pick and 2027 fifth-round pick. So the deal was being held up a little bit as we were approaching this date by the fact that the Eagles were insisting upon a first-round pick. The New England Patriots did not want to give up a first-round pick. So they found the happy medium on, we'll give you the 2028 first rounder. Again, speaks to a bit of that the NFL teams are already anticipating a little bit here with this upcoming draft. They're giving you the canary in the coal mine about how good this draft is going to potentially be, in that it is one where it is one where this draft class is looking to be that good. We've been thinking it's going to be significantly improved over last year, that there's a chance that it's going to be even a better beyond just being an improvement, that it might actually be a significantly really good draft class from a historical perspective. And the Patriots being a little bit careful here, which I think you also understand it from a Patriot perspective, because they have that hellacious schedule this upcoming season, and they could easily be looking at that schedule with Vrabel's offseason from hell and say, well, man, we might be at 4 or 5 wins. I don't want to give the Eagles that first round pick. And so you can kind of understand why they want to maybe wait a year on that one too. Smart by the Patriots on that one. But now the Eagles get a little bit less, on a day where the Rams get a little bit more, the Eagles are a little bit less. And we do play the Eagles this year, so they get a little bit easier as a foe now than what they were starting out going into this day. Baker Elpraise, thank you for the $2 donation. We beating all divisions by 40 now. West versus everyone. Seriously, especially with these teams getting weaker, man. Banker, I mentioned on the roundtable, and it just stands out to me. Again, it stands out to me with this trade of A.J. Brown too, and that so many teams in the NFC have done this thing where they're like somewhat taking a sub half step back and that they're not as much pushing seemingly forward, that you don't feel that there's a collectiveness here of we're going to improve ourselves this offseason. It just feels like there's a lot of teams that are in the sort of run it back mode. Detroit loses their right tackle, starting right tackle. They're going to move Penei Sewell over to left tackle. They lose David Montgomery. They just kind of feel like we're just going to run it back and lose those guys, and we're going to be even better. What? Huh? Chicago loses Drew Dahlman, their center, retires, who was fantastic for them last year. They're a little older on the offensive line. They don't really address the edge group. They lose some key defensive players. They trade DJ Moore. What? Packers, Rashawn Gary's out the door. Now all you got is really Micah Parsons as far as the pass rush goes. This is on top of having lost already Ryan Clark in the trade from the prior year. You lose an inside linebacker. What? 2 receivers out the door. Romeo Doubs, Dontavian Wicks gone. What? Doesn't feel like you've gotten better. Right, Banker? We all know the NFC South is a can't-get-right division. Then you got the NFC East with the Eagles making the trade of Brown today. Cowboys might still end up moving Pickens because they can't give him a contract, and they seem to be kind of quasi looking for a deal to get him out the door. So are they going to be collectively worse as well when it's all said and done too? Maybe the Commanders can kind of maybe figure it out. We know the Giants are going to suck. It's wild watching our division operate the way we operate and the rest of these other divisions operate where it's just like it's almost like I feel like we're playing a different sport in how we're trying to stack talent up one to the other. Strangely so. But this is why we've been the best division in football for 10 years running, why we were the best division in football by far last year, and maybe the best division in football that the NFL has seen in 20 years, and it might be even better next year. It is wild, but cool at the same time. Daniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, but so much sweeter if we win over them again, laughing out loud. That's it, man. When the stakes get raised like this, when the competition gets raised, when the fight and the clawing and the scratching just gets that much more fierce and brutal, to come out the other side on that win feels that much better, that much sweeter, that much more savory. Part of what made last year so savory, right, Daniel, is that you not only won it, but you won it having to win your division twice over. You had to run through them again to get it. And you did so. Part of why it's my favorite all-time Seahawks season. Your greatness can sometimes be determined by the foe you must take upon. Dr. Cluck, thank you for the $5 donation. Dr. Cluck. I don't know if you mentioned this, but playing them after the trade deadline now becomes a benefit. Better indication for needing a trade. Yes, it's a great point. It's definitely worth saying and catching on this, and that the timing of this stuff works well out for you. First, we have John's very rich, I'm talking, like a 7-layer cake rich history of getting deals done at the deadline that are so cool, that are not just splash trades, but just trades that he targets in and helps to get your team better. He brings in a guy in the middle of the season that just injects your team with like nitroglycerin. If you guys think about Quandre Diggs the year he came, and Jadeveon Clowney's there, and the secondary's in a bit of disarray. Quandre comes in there and instantly provides the glue for that defense. Carlos Dunlap coming in with that 7th round pick you gave up for him at the deadline gave you a sack in every game down the stretch. And sometimes it was a sack that was to close a game out. These deals become available, and now you get to really, rather than making it as a blind judgment about making it here in May, we'll make the trade now. We don't know how the team's going to look. We don't know how the team's going to play out. Let's just make it blindly now. Versus you're accommodated the ability to wait. You don't have to do it right now. You don't have to feel this pressure to do something right now. You can let the game play out. You can let the game come to you. You can let the market opportunity present itself at just the right time. And history tells us that while this is a risk to say, well, it's a risk to wait into the trade deadline, there may not be a had. Yeah, it's a risk, but it doesn't tend to be the way it tends to play out. And especially when you're sitting on the type of financial flexibility that the Seahawks have with the cap space that they're sitting on, and then with the draft capital that you have, you've got the means to get the deal done at that time. So I agree. The ability to have the Rams play later on in the year, feel out where your season's at, track record of history and hitting it hard at the deadline and doing well, and then knowing you get to play the Rams later on to make your assessment about where you really stand at the deadline between you and them as a team. Is there a big differentiation between you? Is there a huge separation with Garrett now? Have they really just seemingly, and you can see through their first 5 games that they've gone to a different level, and you now need to match that level to some degree if you're going to try to really challenge them this year? And can you make that move? Or should you make that move? All of these things we can make as decisions down the line. Doesn't have to be made right now in the moment. So yeah, Dr. Cluck, I think it's a great point on your part. And it's a place that I got to give a lot of credit to my Seahawks fans today, and that going through the chat, so kind of you guys on all these donations, but going through your chats person by person, I see so much patience and so much well thought out attitude towards the situation, and understanding that we're sitting in the catbird seat here. It's a great trade by the Rams, puts them on paper as the paper tiger, as the paper champions in June. We're still sitting in the catbird seat because we're not restricted in the least. And we have a general manager in John Schneider who is as dynamic as you will find in this sport, and his willingness to stack and add on this roster 365, 7 days a week, and twice on Sundays. So don't not think he isn't going to continue to do so into the future, because that's been his whole past. I can go moment by moment. I go through training camp. Hell, I can give you a litany of guys just added in the training camp. Sheldon Richardson's and Jadeveon Clowney's and Connor Williams. And we can find a variety of guys just in Jamal Adams. Just willingness to add. Some general managers, it's all about March to essentially right through the end of the draft, and then I'm pretty much done. But that's not the case. That's not the case with John. He's going to add at all times of the year, man. Orthodox Russ, thank you for the $2 donation, Orthodox. Puka definitely is going to hold out now for that bag. Yeah, you talk about having a little bit of added leverage. That's a good point. This is the pressure thing where it's like now things can kind of like domino effect down the line, and things that can happen that aren't as easy to anticipate having possibly happened. And so you mentioned, Puka holding out now for the bag. Like, Puka's sitting there going like, I need to be paid. I'm not a first round guy. You don't have my 5th year option that you're holding over my head. You're making me play out as a guy that was taken as a later round guy on this original contract. And again, as a guy that has said, I don't plan to play past 30 years old, as a guy that has had kind of a track record with some issues on the lower legs and injuries down there. So, from the Rams perspective now on this one, do you try to get cute with this and hold him off of paying him and saying, well, you're rehab. You're going to have to wait a year because you're rehab. You chewed on a lady. If you chew on a lady, that's an instantaneous, we're going to make you wait a year to get paid. If you leave teeth marks on a woman and she don't want it, then you're not getting paid for another year. You're just going to have to deal with that. But maybe Puka comes back now and he's like, I'll just hold in. You guys know you need me now. You have to have me right now. There's no other option but to keep me here. So what do you want to do? And it becomes a little bit of a potential staring contest at that point, or a bit of a game of chicken. I don't know if Puka would do that, but that is something where I'm looking at Puka right now, and I'm thinking, if I'm in Puka's standpoint of like, I've far outperformed my rookie deal. We're 3 years past the timeline. I'm due to be paid. I should be paid here. I've not been suspended for anything off the field. Okay, so I went to rehab. Okay, so I was drunk a lot this offseason. I'm still at every single practice. I still ball out every week. So what? But I do get the impression a little bit more orthodox that Rams are kind of trying to get cute on this and seeing if they can maybe push this out a year of getting that deal signed, which I don't know, that's a tough one. That'd be a tough sell, I would think, to Puka. Dogzilla, thank you for the $2 donation. Can Sam D run faster than Myles? I don't think so. What did Myles run? Myles ran a 4.64, 1.63, 10-yard split. Yeah, Donald's a 4.85, 1.66 guy. So that's not happening. Myles is catching him, Dogzilla. He's got the little bit of the quickness on him, and he's got a lot of the speed on him. Jimmy Plays with another 3 stack of donations. Thank you, Jimmy, for all of your support today on the channel. It's very kind of you. Last I heard, Rams mortgaged their future, and Rams are all in. We won it all. Had no real down years, and here we are again. Keep coping, Brandon. Well, indeed, to your point, and I was thinking about this the other night, you've got to give the Rams credit, and that the multi-pick trades that are out there that happen, or these big swing trades that do occur, oftentimes, really don't bring the success back for that team that does so. But in the Rams case, they did 2 of these trades. Jalen Ramsey was costing multiple first-round picks. Stafford, multiple first-round picks. And those deals definitely worked out, in your favor. And there's a way that this one could work out in your favor too. So it's no guarantee either way. But you guys got a great team, man. It worked once. Definitely could work again. Jimmy says Garrett will lead with the lead and the MVP will be scary. It's true. That's that part of, playing on a team that's a lesser team that is been bad for years, and you've been in a bad situation, and you see players that get beaten down almost sort of spiritually, psychically by playing in that environment continuously, and the opportunity to then go where you can kind of soar and be at your best and be on bright display. There's an amount to that can bring better returns than from it. Jimmy says the amount of coping going on here is comedy. I mean, that's the thing with it, Jimmy, is that I get that you keep saying coping and you can just keep saying the same words over and over again, but it doesn't really serve to expand on what you're trying to really say. Cause we're speaking to specific points of things that we see as ways that this could kind of play out. I'm certainly advocating on both sides the way that this could play out in either direction, where it certainly can be to where you guys are able to go to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl with this roster. It's a Super Bowl roster. I think that we could overtake you guys as well. I think we're bringing up some pretty valid points that you're not really pushing back against our points. You're just saying that's cope. And that's not really you then countering points. That's just you saying the same word over and over again, which, Jimmy, what we're trying to do in here is we're trying to have discussion. I've got Banker Elpries in here who's also donating into the channel. He's also a Ram fan. We've got Alex Marin in here who's a Rams fan. We have a variety of Ram fans that come in here and they bring actual points of discussion, right? They actually try to build their argument up of what they're trying to say. If you're just trying to speak in magnanimous tones of this is the way this is, end of story, that's not you putting together an argument. That's just you just kind of saying a word over and over again and hoping if you say it 10,000 times that makes it true, which it doesn't. Nobody's coping in here in the least. Everyone's acknowledging how tough the Rams are. I've acknowledged multiple times on this stream of how they were by far the 2 best teams in the NFL last year. If I'm coping, why would I say that? Wouldn't I try to peel that Ram team down? Wouldn't I try to deride them? Wouldn't I try to take apart what they did last offseason? So again, everything you're saying here isn't really making sense or adding up. And I think there's some good discussion to potentially have with you. I have it with a lot of other Ram fans. If you want to just talk the trash, you can feel free to, especially if you want to just drop donation after donation on me. But at the same point in time, Jimmy, I think that there's some fun discussion here to be had that doesn't just have to be mindless, dumb, zombie-like words, brains, cope. I mean, I know there's some more stuff rattling around in there. You know what I mean? I'm trying to get to it a little bit. Candace F77, thank you for that $20 donation. Let's go, Candace. Woo! Very, 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 very kind of you. Thank you for that big old donation. You guys are awesome. Just awesome. First thing I thought to do when I heard the news was dig in the garden and listen to you, Brando. I hoped you'd make me feel better and knew you'd make me laugh. Thanks for your take on this. Go Hawks and get on it, John. Hey, thank you so much, Candace. And I find myself in a surprisingly pretty zen-like place on this. Maybe it's the fact that we're the champions. Maybe it's the fact that we got such a great young team on the rise. Maybe it's the fact that I got the best head coach in the NFL. Maybe it's the fact that I got the best general manager in the NFL. Maybe it's the fact that my team is about to be sold for a record amount that the NFL has never seen the likes of, which we're talking 10 billy. Maybe it's all of that. Maybe it's the 12 draft picks I've got for 2027. Maybe it's the $30 million of cap space I'm currently sitting on. Maybe it's the only $500,000 of dead money that I have on the books, by far the least amount in the NFL. I don't know. I don't know what's got me feeling all right. I don't know what's got me not fearful or shrinking away or knees knocking together. But I just feel like, oh, Sam, man, did I miss your dono, man? Oh my God. I feel like we're in a good position. And I know, and knowing John, he's going to get something done. John's not a sit on his hands guy. John's not a conservative guy. John's not it's all about the picks. He's not Gollum out there, my precious picks. Give me my precious picks. He's not that kind of guy. He's not. He's a guy that's going to let it rip, and he knows what he's got roster wise, and he's going to remain dynamic, and he's going to remain willing to throw caution to the wind. He's just going to do it at the right time. He's going to do it when he's not overpaying asset wise, but when he actually has a market opportunity that he can take advantage of. And that's where this isn't blind faith in John to say, in John we trust. This is a guy who is the only general manager in NFL history to take two separate, completely different rosters to the NFL, to the Super Bowl, and win it. The only guy. And I think that's a pretty significant accomplishment when you think about how many general managers have been in this sport, how many general managers have been in the same place for decades and decades on end, having that opportunity to do so. But hopefully the Garden's looking good, Candace. And feel all right about this. Certainly this puts the Rams in a position to feel as the front runners they should. They've earned that right with this offseason and making this kind of move especially. But that doesn't mean that we're far back in the rearview mirror. Objects do actually appear closer than they may appear. You're the best though, Cans. Thank you for the $20 donation. Sandman, I think I did accidentally miss your dono, man. So I am so sorry about that. Let me go back up here and locate it. I did. I am the worst, Sandman. Sorry about that, man. Sandman with a $5 donation. Very kind of you, bro. And sorry I missed it on the top. We got a lot of donos today, so I'm trying to make sure I don't maybe miss one. But if I do miss one of your guys', I will backtrack it for sure here. He says, Myles Garrett is great, but I still think Mike McDonald can outcoach McVay. They have the same offense, and our defense can beat this team. Hashtag Go Hawks. This comes down to where Mike McDonald is a grade A coach on the rise. We don't still know how great he can possibly be. I mean, we're still kind of finding about Mike McDonald's upside and where it's going to land. I think we do know about where McVay's upside lands, and he's a great coach, maybe eventually going to be a Hall of Fame head coach in the sport. And I think them going head-to-head, tete-a-tete, mano-a-mano for years to come would be really fun with these two guys because the brightest of offensive minds going up against the brightest of defensive minds. But I do think that there's an approach with McVay at times that comes down to, okay, Stafford's going to go out there and do his magic stuff. Defense, lock your stuff down. Special teams will just kind of get by. And there's kind of a 1-2-3 beat to that in the way that McVay builds his teams in that way that can be successful, that can win you championships, that has worked for them. But I also think that that's our methodology of approach is a substantially different one. And it's one that's more of a more, I think, refined out blueprint that's less driven by individualities and more driven by the collective itself. You know, you run the ball, keeping your defense fresh. You have an offense that's about generating consistent drives, thus generating consistent points, whether it's touchdowns or field goals. You're going to constantly be in a position to score drive after drive after drive. You have a defense getting the teams off the field quickly, not bend but don't break, but that we're going to stop you right off the shoot, get the punt back to our team that gets those first downs, that gets those scoring drives, consistent scoring drives, and then I throw right on the top as a draping the best special teams unit in the entire NFL. And what that all kind of bears out collectively is those all work together. All those parts work together. The defense gets the quick stop. There's the punt, great punt return game, get you back to good field position. The offense getting the consistent drives, getting the consistent points, point after point after point after point. You can get games, for instance, like it was the Colts game. Didn't score a touchdown. And there's some that can look at that Colts game and they say, man, the offense has got to do better than that. Only what did you score? I think 18 points or something, right? But what was it? That Jason Myers had 6 made field goals on the day? That outside of the first 2 drives of the game, every single drive after those first 2 drives of the game was a scoring drive. Every single drive. That's the more fleshed out blueprint of model of team of how you win every week, not against this opponent or not against that. How every opponent you can apply this blueprint model to it, and you can win every week by that model. It is timeless. It's won generationally in football through every decade of the sport. And I think it is one of the key differences in approach from McVay to McDonald. I think McDonald gets a little bit more into the finer tuned details of this in this manner. I think McVay's a little bit more of the big picture, let the big dogs drive the bus, and we can make that work. And again, this has worked for them. They've won a Super Bowl, in so many ways, kind of taking this approach. So there's not just one way to slaying the monster here. You can take a couple different approaches, but I would, if I'm wanting to pick one or the other, I think from a sustainability factor, from a precarious nature factor of injury or two to some of those big dogs on that bus, and your bus ain't driving the same. Whereas if I've got the timeless blueprint model that McDonald has, and I execute that on a weekly basis, I lose a part here, I lose a piece here. The model itself remains the same. It still remains applied every given week, no matter what. Sandman, I'm sorry for the delay on getting your dono there, man. Thank you for another donation though to let me know there that I missed it. That's my bad, man. I always feel bad on that. I hate missing the donos, as you guys are so kind to drop the donos there, Sandman. So sorry about that, bro. Well said on your part about the coaching angle of it, and a part that I've mentioned that a lot of Ram fans still, I haven't seen one kind of acknowledge this yet when it comes to that 2-point conversion that they so often, time and time again, speak about being a fluke play and New York saved your guys' ass and that took too long of this call, and they get caught up in all this stuff, right? It's really a great flashpoint for understanding when I say about the Rams learning lessons and concentrating on the right things and really understanding why we were able to do what we did, is that you look at that play and you make all these excuses and you talk about New York and you talk about how long it took for them to get the call right, and they did get the call right. But they don't ever talk about the fact that it was Charbonnet going over there and picking up the ball. And that Charbonnet said after the game that I picked up the ball because we're coached to pick up loose balls on the practice field. Coach McDonald makes it a point of emphasis. That's coaching. That's a differentiation of coaching between McVay and him. That's that detail thing that I was just talking about with that blueprint model. We get to the differences of coaches, to what can have an effect, what can have more of an effect, what can make a coach a little bit better than another. Well, having these little extra details like McDonald does can separate you from another coach that you're very close to in a variety of different ways, even though you have different points of expertise on both sides of the ball. Appreciate you saying, man. Thank you, man. Sorry, I missed the dono there. My bad. Meso, 2, Drippy. I love the username there. Thank you for the $2 donation. You can't buy what we're building. I'm not phased. I'm not phased either, man. And you're right. This thing has been built so soundly, so solidly from the ground up. Draft, development, stacking early picks and rounds all around the same time so you can really put a bevy of young, highly talented players out and play on the field on both sides of the ball. That is what you built here. You've injected in just the right spots the vets where you need them to make this go, to bring the leadership angle to bloom. But this whole team is about market opportunity. We went into free agency last year and they go, you can't win free agency, right? That's what they always say. You can't win in free agency. You can't go out in free agency and build your team that way. That ain't the way to do it. John did it last year. Sam Darnold, DeMarcus Lawrence, Cooper Kupp. The significance of these guys' impact last year cannot be understated. And you did do it. You got into free agency and you found that impact. And you targeted just smartly and rightly in the right places that you needed to do so. And that's anybody in the world can go out there and throw all the assets for a prime asset. And say, hey, we like your prime asset, do you? Well, give us up all the goods. Okay, here you go. Any team can do that. That's not brilliance. That's not genius approach. That's we were willing to go to crazy town when no other team was willing to go to crazy town. And we're willing to max out the credit cards whenever other team's looking at us like, man, that's a little bit nuts. That's not what we're operating out of. There's not a sense of desperation here. There's not a sense of like, we've got to do something now. We're not in that role. That wasn't the role that brought us the success last year. We're building this right and true and correctly, and we're not trying to fast forward. Doesn't mean that we aren't going to make trades to help and add and supplement, but that's what those moves will do, is to supplement. Garrett's being brought in here to really revitalize that defense and be this really pure difference-making element to the defense in that way. We're not looking to necessarily have to get that for what we're building. It's nice to have, but you don't, especially if you end up having to give the king's ransom up to get it, you don't feel necessarily like you have to go do it. But I agree, man. Well said on your part, Meso, and that we're building something here that's going to be sustainable, that's being built right. It's a very young roster that's just coming into bloom. They haven't even showed their best yet, in my opinion. OEL, thank you for the $2 donation. Garrett won't catch Darnold before he lets it fly. Let's go. F it. Jackson's down there somewhere. Jackson's down there somewhere. And it is nice to have in Darnold, the guy that does have some mobility in the pocket that we saw last year. I'm not talking, he's not Lamar back there, but he's got some mobility back there to move around. He's not a pure statue either. He's not a Goff-like guy back there in the pocket. Taker610, thank you for the $2 donation. Jimmy acting like they won the Super Bowl on June 1st. Laughing out loud. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. which, hey, it's a good move. I don't undersell the move, but at the same point in time, it is June. And we're not done yet. We will not be done yet. Now, between now and the trade deadline, there will be more added onto the Seattle Seahawks team. I can guarantee you. Fire Poet in the house. What's up, Fire Poet? Thank you for the $5 donation. As a Ram fan, I feel terrible for Verse. Seahawks have good protection for your quarterback. We're looking at elite competition between the teams. We are. And it's the part that, look, there's going to be plenty of trash talk to be had between the Ram fans and Seahawks fans here through the rest of the course of this year. I always say that that's a welcome part and it'll make it a fun part of this process for sure. But I think also we should enjoy this too, right, Fire Poet, in that both Ram fans and Seahawks fans should step back just a little bit on this and be able to say, wow, it's kind of cool that we're going to get to have this kind of hot of a rivalry going back and forth, and that another year of it. So much of the NFL is a year-to-year situation, and what happens this year becomes changed wholly new into the next year. Yet we're going to get carryover here. And that part to me is the part that makes the NFL season that much funner, Fire Poet. Makes it that much more interesting. And you have, I think, a very strong argument now to say, once again, this division is going to be the best in football. And all the eyes of the nation will be as much on this division and watching it. You know that too, because of this in a lot of ways. So I think it's something to kind of celebrate. You know, we all love our individual teams and we all have high hopes for what our teams individually can do. But part of the greatness and attaining greatness and ascending to greatness is by, as I said, that competition you're going up against. What is your challenge? That's how history will remember you. You know, did you have two real elite teams, true tremendous teams that really had to really fight it out to the nth degree, to the last game, to the last inch, to the last drive? And if so, wow. Remember that team, remember those matchups, remember that one game, and remember that game the year after that went like this. And that's what ends up sticking the memories in a sport that so much can kind of just drift into the same, you know? Everything just becomes kind of like, oh yeah, that team did win that Super Bowl. Oh yeah, they did win that one year, didn't they? I've totally forgotten about that. Not when you got the kind of competition we do, Fire Poet. And that's the really cool part about it. Heart goes out to Verse, man. And you know your Rams team was trying like hell. You sure you don't want Byron Young? I mean, he had 12 sacks. He had more sacks than Verse last year, if you really think about it, Cleveland. Cleveland's like, yeah, nah. We'll take the better pass rusher with a year of club control. And that part definitely hurts, especially for Verse, which was such a great land for you guys. And that you were able to get this guy, you know, past the midway point of the first round, and a guy that was just instantaneously productive for you. But I think this is also the smart part of this place from the Rams' perspective in moving Verse, is that my thinking on Verse was that when you got him, you're getting a really ready-made player out of college, good to go from the jump, who's going to be able to be an equally productive player against the run and the pass, and really strong. But then maybe he's not going to have as much of the ceiling to him, and he's going to be a bit of a finished product because there's not as much of the first step quickness, dip, bend stuff to his game. It is more about the power. And when you're just a supremely all about power guy, and you got a lot of power, that's great, but then there's a limitation to that too, as far as your true full upside and what you can hope to kind of reach. And so I think in some of this trade, to the Rams' perspective on this, as much as you love Verse, and Verse is a great player, you also probably stand back and go, yeah, but he was probably, you know, we probably had seen the best version of him at this point, which I think that's a fair outlook of it there, Fire Poet. Cheeky Metro, thank you for the $5 donation, Cheeky. Anytime you make a point, Hawk fans poo-poo on it and call you a troll. I don't mind super chat to Brandon. I support all the NFC roundtable. Anytime you make a point, Hawk fans poo-poo on it and call you a troll. I don't mind super chat to Brandon. I support all the NFC West roundtable. Yeah, that's where it's always hard on this, Cheeky, you know, to get to points of nuance. And thank you for the donation. You know, nuance is the tough place to get, especially when you have two rivals going like this, because there's a draw to, you know, tear down the rival on the other side, no matter, you know, what's been put at play. And, you know, this is a move that you have two organizations that are in two different states. It's kind of a weird thing because it's Seahawks and Rams are in one stance. They're two organizations that are in very much the same state. They're both elite. They're both Super Bowl contenders. They're both two of the top teams in the entire NFL. But they're also two teams in kind of also a bit of a different state, being that they're both there right now with the Super Bowl window opened. But the Rams window is kind of shutting down a little bit, starting to come down. The Seahawks window is just opening up. And so you've got to make, you know, moves like this determined at some point by where you're at in that window. And I think the Rams are making the appropriate move here. I don't think there's any way I would shake a stick at this move from a Rams perspective and saying this wasn't a good move for them. This wasn't the type of move that I would make if I was in their position. That they shouldn't have done. No way, no how. I think that they won this trade. I think that they gave up, less cumulative assets than I thought was going to really cost to get this deal done, even with Verse being kicked in. And it's very much a trade that they're worth being lauded on. But I think you can do that at the same point in time of also saying, I also still feel really good about my team. And I don't think that this move necessarily just completely, supersedes my team as a whole now. And that by far takes them way past us. I think it's going to be a dogfight. I think it's going to be a battle down to the line on this one. Really looking forward to it. It's going to make the season so much fun. But yeah, I think that there is some of that cheeky that, takes place on some of this where there can be a little bit of a pull from both sides of the fan bases on this at times to where it's like, I don't want to go find the nuance. I want to find the way to sort of tear this down all the way to where it means sort of nothing in the way this is. And I'm hopefully today in this show, we've been able to get a little bit more towards the nuanced place of the deal where it's a great deal for the Rams. It makes them tougher. It does make them on paper the Super Bowl, favorite as a de facto, but it doesn't mean that we're done. It doesn't mean that we're far behind them. It doesn't mean that we don't have as equal a shot to take them on step for step, toe to toe next year, much in the same manner we did this last year. So appreciate you, man. Thank you for all of your support and supporting the NFC West Roundtable. We do have the NFC West Roundtable tomorrow, which will be going hot and heavy, I'm sure, as well. So do please keep an eye out for that, as it's going to be a fun one tomorrow at 6:00. Separate channel, NFC West Roundtable will be over there. I know Jake's going to be very, 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 very happy, man. Well, if I may really quickly here, we got one more dono, and William, get to you in just a sec. I just want to really quickly, if I can, thank the sponsor of the show today. The sponsor of the show is Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the number one sports app running the game today right now. There isn't a better one. You got so many different selections you can pick from if you want to go for the overs, the unders. You got playoffs in basketball now. The finals about to cook up. You got baseball, the Mariners in first place, riding high. Take advantage of some of that. Julio starting to really heat up out there. It's cool to see. You got even seasonal picks for the NFLers now up. So on some of the seasonal picks, I've got, of course, Jackson Smith and Jigma over 1,324 yards. Jacoby Myers over 749 yards for the season. I think those are really solid picks. I think Jackson easily goes over that mark once again this upcoming year. So those are my selections for this year. I'll get a couple more up for you guys here as we kind of move on and through, but they've got some great picks. You can also get in on the games itself, on just the picking the games and picking the winners of the games themselves. Like I say, they have a lot of different options. And when you use my code HMA and do a $5 lineup, they will put $50 in your account. $5 lineup, $50 in your account when you use my code HMA. Terms and conditions do apply. Please see their site for details. And I know there are some restrictions in the state of Washington, but when you do use the app within a casino's network in the state of Washington, you can use the app in full that way. So do take advantage today. Go out there, make some money. You got some sports knowledge. Put that sports knowledge to the test. Go out there, make yourself some money. And please do remember to gamble responsibly. All right, let's bounce over here. We got one more dono here from William. We'll get over to you guys in the chat. Thank you for the $2 donation, William. I would be scared if they paired Garrett with Verse. That's the part I think that is a little bit of the sugar that makes this medicine go down. And that is that if we're talking about a Byron Young trade and the draft capital given up, and now you're pairing a Garrett and a Verse on both sides, you're like, man, this is going to be a tough day at the office, because I'd really like to have a consistent chip that I can get to Verse all day long. And well, I'd really like to get a consistent chip over there to Myles Garrett all day long. I don't know if I feel like I have to consistently chip Byron Young all game long. And so if that's the case, that does make this a little bit of a better scenario for Seattle than the alternative on that one. It does. Because you can kind of afford to get a little bit of the chip assets to Garrett and maybe kind of, hang in there with Young to the other side. I think you do feel like that a bit. So surprising that this was the cost. I had thought that Cleveland would think that they're a little bit closer rather than being far away on where their process is at on this. And I think if it was like a Young, that's then probably the Rams are probably kicking in 2 first-round picks. Young and like a 3rd-round pick is probably what the cost would have been as an alternative. So it does speak to the Browns having a little bit more faith in themselves than maybe they probably should. But good deal for the Rams. They didn't go over the top, but it does hurt to give up Verse, as he's a really emerging edge and he's been a great player for them right from the jump over the last 2 years. That part does hurt, especially as you do get now a little bit older. All right, we'll get over to you guys here in the chat. I'm just going to go down to the bottom of the chat because I'm so stacked up on the regular chat. So if you've got anything here for Brandon B, Hawks Nest, just put that in if you can. B, Hawks Nest, HN. That lets me know you guys want me to respond to your comment, question. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of discussion today in the chat. So that being the case, I'll kind of try to isolate what I can for those that are looking to have me respond on that. And Cheeky, I'll say, and I'm sorry again, you've gotten a lot of heat. Sounds like, Cheeky, from some of the Hawk fans coming to your guys' community and forums, on the outside in. And I'm sorry for that. Like, I don't really like toxic fan behavior. I think trash talking is great. I don't have any problem with that. And that's going to look, this is a heated rivalry and there's going to be some of that. I think as far as what we try to do here, as much as we possibly can, is have it be a little bit more about discussion and fun discussion and turning over the ins and the outs and the matchups and what one team needs to do versus the other team. And we're going to each feel our individual teams, but hopefully when you're in here that you get a feeling that that's not conceptually what we're trying to do in here from our community. We try to lead with respect here. I think that's one of the reasons, Cheeky, that we do get a lot of Ram fans that come in here pretty consistently and have some great discussions on it. So I know it's a hard place to get into, and I know this sometimes isn't the nature of the potential beast, but it's where we don't try to be that way necessarily here, in that manner. Appreciate you, Candace. Warrior Titan brings up a good point. Garrett had 23 sacks last year. Usually he's between 12 and 15. What you do, he will do this year. Typically when players have a career defensive years, there's a noticeable drop off the next year. Might be on that one. It's definitely a potential factor at play there. There's also that factor of getting to go to play on a really good team. He put up that production on a bad team. What can you do when you're actually on a team with some help and you get to play with a lead from time to time? You get to rush the passer that much more. The one thing with the Browns team that you played on for these years is how many of those games were into the late third quarter and you're down by 2-3 touchdowns and the opposition's not even really throwing the ball anymore. They're just trying to kind of grind the clock out a little bit. But as Smoke is 1,300 yards will be difficult for JSN. I wouldn't bet on that. It's a big mark to go over, but I got my faith in JSN, man. I think he's gonna match it. Limitless, this is my favorite Seahawks chat. They allow me to talk mess and don't time me out when I don't agree with the host. Unlike this other popular channel where the guy knows everything. No, I don't. I definitely instruct my mods here to not be timing out, I don't like doing banhammer stuff at all. I think it's where I think sometimes these chats and communities sometimes turns into a bit of echo chambers. And look, I'm sure we have times here where we can fall prey to that too. But I do think, like to your point, Limitless, it's at its best when these kind of environments where you can have the free, open discussion and you can turn over a variety of different kind of points of discussion and angles to attack it from. And it doesn't mean there won't be disagreement and there won't be, guys that heavy disagreement at that. But as long as it's all respectful, that's all good. Disagreement doesn't have to be now you're my enemy. It can sometimes be just disagreement. And sometimes, hey, we're even still on the same team. But thank you, man, Limitless. I hope we can maintain that place. That's definitely kind of a mission statement with this chat is open discussion. It can go free. And sometimes with free discussion, it's going to get hard. Sometimes with free discussion, there'll be some toxicity that'll leak in. But that'll be the price of doing business for not having a more restrictive chat. Lanny, Garrett will get the Rams 1 sack per game more than Verse. Question is, does that sack equal a Super Bowl win? My opinion is that it'll take more than that. Yeah, probably will so. I think a Rams fan would tell you that's where the corners come into play as far as reinforcing that little extra, that's their sort of extra on this, which it may prove to be that. But there is a bit of that point there at play here, Lanny, where it's not necessarily you're just taking and adding purely positive here. You're going a little bit back with what you lose from Verse, and now you're gaining more collectively, certainly more collectively. Garrett's the better player, but it's not, some wholly substantial where you're taking it from, well, our edge performance out here last year was a bottom third in the league, and now we're going up into the top 3 in the sport. It's not that big of a jump quite. Delios, which Hawks O-line will be dealing with Garrett mostly? Probably Charles Cross. He'll be probably mostly on the blind side. Seahawks 360, absurd. I wouldn't be surprised if Verse is pissed off and is better than Myles Garrett simply to make the Rams look dumb. If Verse is better than the next 5 seasons, the Rams don't win a Super Bowl, that'd be pretty hilarious. It's definitely a possibility here on how this could go. Verse is still on the rise a little bit. This is why I question you all a little. Byron Young is better at both the run and the pass. He's been solidly great on that, for sure. I don't know on this. I know the sack numbers are higher on that. I do feel like Verse generates a little bit more consistency of pressure. But look, Young's a good player too. I do think though, Cheeky, that the Browns probably were asking for Verse more than Young. I don't think that like the Rams are like, we're keeping Young, you can have Verse. And that was the Rams saying, hey, we'll give you Young. And they're saying we'd rather have Verse. I think the Browns are telling you that where they see the better player in this scenario too. And it's not that Young's not a good player. He's very good. Maybe I'm wrong on this. Maybe as some people are presenting in here that maybe that McVay wanted Young more than Verse. Maybe. Don't know for sure on that one. That's for sure. Jazz says this is an arms race. The Seahawks cannot be satisfied with the roster they have. If your direct rivals are making moves to directly attack your team, you need to do the same. We need O-line help. The O-line's a tough one there, Jazz. Not that, look, I think Bo Stevens and, giving up a future 4th round pick to take him in the 5th round represents the fact the team was trying to address where they could the offensive line. I think it's a really good offensive line for what you had in place. And you've put a lot of resources in this offensive line over the last 3 years. Multiple 1st round picks, multiple 3rd round picks, monetary investment with the Abraham Lucas and the Charles Cross extensions. You've definitely put that enforcement in the way that you did in like 2018 to be able to, counter this type of move, from the Rams. So I do think that we're going to need to do some countering moves down the line on this. I don't think it's where you have to do it right now, Jaws. Remembering you've got the cap space to do a move. You've got the 12 picks into next year's draft to do a move. And John Schneider has been lethal, absolutely lethal when it comes to the trade deadline. So it's one where you can afford, I think, to kind of sit on this and let this sort of play out a little bit and see how things kind of shake out and what becomes available at the deadline that might not seem like it to be available right now, but then becomes available because team A, who thought they were going to be a contender, suddenly kind of falls away a little bit. Cheeky Metro, thank you for another $5 donation. He says, I think you should do a deep dive into Byron Young and see how we developed him and what he turned out to be and what he will be with Garrett. Well, I've got a good understanding of Byron Young. I, again, don't think he's bad against the run. I think you're right there. I probably was a little bit off in my assessment on the run, but I feel pretty good about what I know of him as a pass rusher. I've been scouting him since he was coming out of Tennessee as a pass rusher, and they have developed him along in that way, and he's gotten better. I do think that Verse, to me, is the better player, and I do think that it's you're giving up less draft capital from a Ram perspective, in my opinion, by including Verse in the deal than Byron Young. If Byron Young was in the deal, then you'd be having to give up more draft capital, in my opinion. But Byron Young is a good player. I don't think that he's necessarily a game changer out there. I don't think that he's, as tough of a presence to deal with off the edge as Jared Verse is. So if it seems like I'm trying to tear him down, I'm not trying to tear him down or make him not seem like he's a very good player. He's a good player. It's more of the comparison to Verse, in my opinion. but he's been solidly graded in LA. He had a great year last year. The one thing is too with 2025 and playing the run like he did last year, and is that it is a little bit of the 1 year off. And maybe that's a place that he's developed in his game, Cheeky, and he's going to be really good in his run defense forevermore. But that is the prior 2 years, he was not a good run defender. So that's the other thing with the run defense. That's where there was some truth to my run defense there, where it's like, okay, yeah, last year it happened, but that's a 1 year off. The other prior 2 years where he collected 1,000 snaps each in both of those 2 years, he was rated below league average as a run defender. So there is a little bit, I think there's a right that there's a little bit of question on my part there to that, Cheeky. I don't think that that's not based on something to a degree, right? It might be sustained, but there's also times where players can come in and have a year where they've had a struggle in their game and this part of their game pops up and then the struggle comes back and shows up again. Not saying I know it'll happen for sure, but that there is the track record of a lack of success with him against the run. Whereas with Verse in his first 2 years, he was good against the run in both 2 years. He was legit. As well as I know for a fact Verse has taken more attention as far as double teams on that defensive line versus Young last year. If you look at the double team rates, Verse had him beat. That's just where we go to, like, teams are kind of telling you who the bigger threat is at that point when they put the attention there. But he's a good player, man. I don't want to undersell him. He's a good player. It's more about my outlook on Verse than it is about Byron Young. And the reason one guy goes in the second round, one guy goes in the first. Thank you for the donation. I'm Cheeky. He's definitely going to get a lot of one-on-one opportunities. Like Garrett's going to give those double teams. He ain't getting chipped. He ain't getting double teamed. He's going to be able to go hog wild in what will be theoretically a contract year. We know guys in contract years, they tend to give you their best ball. Spec, thank you for the $5 donation. The Garrett move was a great move. Can't lie. However, while the national media focuses on LA all year, Seattle lingers in the shadow. Lingers in the shadows. Like Batman. Like Batman comes stepping out of the shadows, Everybody's, what's that sound? You just hear the boots hitting the ground. What's that noise? All the eyes look to the darkness. Something's emerging. Something's slowly emerging from the darkness. But yeah, it's a great move by the Rams. A home run move by them, no doubt about that. You touch on a point that I've been kind of wondering about here with this too, Spec, being that bit of a feeling now of like, hey, even more pressure is kind of off Seattle here. Nobody's got any expectation on this team. We already had spent this whole offseason hearing about how already the Rams were the de facto Super Bowl. They're going to win the Super Bowl this year, no doubt, already before this move, right? So we've already been kind of in this little like background where nobody's already paying attention to us. And I think that this is kind of a good thing to fly beneath the radar, like a B-52 bomber. And that nobody pays attention to you. You just kind of sneak up on people like you did last year. And suddenly you get to the end of the year and you're suddenly the best team in football. And nobody was really paying attention to it. Nobody was really aware. And it wouldn't surprise me if that played out once again in the same fashion this year. So yeah, I kind of like that it's that way, Spec. Kind of feels like a small little tiny advantage to us in certain ways that we're not having as much of that, the pressure or the spotlight on us or everybody like, well, you guys, can you do it again this year? I mean, the pressure's on you to do it. Nobody's been able to really do that. It's a lot to do. It's hard to do. It's really hard. Maybe there's a little bit less of that to a degree, But a good move. Great move. Not a good move, but a great move by the Rams. Absolutely a home run move, a no-brainer from them. Hurts to lose first on this, but it's at the end of the day, they on paper now are your Super Bowl front runners. For whatever that's worth, they are that. I wouldn't try to argue differently at all in that. Rodney Presho, thank you for the $5 donation. I'm disappointed that Seattle did not take Garrett. I guess we don't really care. I don't know if there's a little bit of maybe sarcasm there or not. I'm guessing maybe a little bit. But yeah, that was one where if you're going to make this deal, you're going to have to give up Byron Murphy. You're giving up a first round pick. You're giving up all the draft capital they gave up. You're giving up Byron Murphy, and maybe you have to even give up 2 second round picks rather than the third the Rams gave up. You have to give a second round pick next year and a second round pick the year after. That there's maybe a way that this deal would have to work out that fashion. So I wouldn't have wanted to have given up Byron Murphy in this deal to get Garrett. I wouldn't have wanted to go in that direction of it. I just don't think it was in alignment. I think that if this was a deal that was about draft picks purely, and the Rams had just given up like 2 first round picks and a second round pick and a third round pick or something around that. And then I'd be a little bit more on board with saying, hey, why not? Why wouldn't we have thrown that caution to the wind on this deal? But when it does come down to actually giving up a pretty substantial player back in return, that's where your butt cheeks tighten a little bit and you're like, I don't want to be doing a half step back to take a full step forward here. I just want to be adding on top. I want to be just, everything's a plus. Everything's more to what we've got. And yeah, I can understand why then John didn't necessarily delve in the same type of area. You're great. I appreciate the old Rodney. You're awesome, man. Thank you for the support. Nicholas is, you're right. He won't get 1,300 yards. He'll get 1,600. Nicholas is with me on it. Let's go, Nicholas. Thomas Brando, I will say this. What's the point of playing this season if the Rams will win it when truth is June, not trade deadline? I will say this. What's the point of playing the season if the Rams will win it and when the truth is it's June, not the trade deadline? I think a couple words got left out there, Thomas. What is the point of playing the season if the Rams will win? It's a couple words got lost in the mix there, Thomas. OEL, hey, Breno, are you ready to have a 5-hour roundtable discussion because Jake's going to talk for 4 hours about Garrett? I am, but then I just get to be off camera, just chilling, sipping on some tea, letting Jake just letting him bloviate. Rams out, Brandon obviously works on his game. Thank you, Rams out. K9, crazy thing, Byron Young's better pass rusher than Verse. Y'all might have been better off with Garrett Verse than Garrett Young. Yeah, I think if you look at the sack numbers, there's a way of looking just purely sack numbers here. And look, if that's your metric of that's what I take my pass rush off, I get it. You know, the hurry, the hit numbers, you know, those are new, aren't they? So, you know, there's a little bit of that. I think that, in my opinion, Jared Verse, and watching the tape on this with the Verse tends to take more of the chips and the double teams in that defense than what Byron Young deals with, okay? So, you know, okay, there's a little bit of a sack disparity between the two last year, let's say. But last year, Jared Verse had 100 total pressures and 64 hurries. Byron Young last year had 74 pressures and 41 hurries. So when we're talking about just the consistency of pressure between the two, one is getting just a little bit more than the other on that. The prior year, Verse had 89 pressures and 66 hurries. So almost the very same year in his rookie season. The prior year for Byron Young, he had 54 pressures and 36 hurries. So the sack numbers, okay. But as far as playing and play out and keeping in mind, the hurry and the hit numbers are heightened for Verse, being that he's also sustaining more double teams, more chip blocks than Young is. So that to me, I still would go to saying I think, you know, Verse is the better player. It doesn't mean that Young isn't a good player too. It just means I think Verse is just a little bit of a better one. You're all good, Cheeky. I appreciate where you're coming from. And Cheeky, it gives us the opportunity, again, I think any opportunity that we can kind of have Cheeky to, you know, make sure we're always resetting them like what we want to do and what we want to have with these discussions and what they want to be about. And, you know, disagreement's going to be there. That's always going to happen, especially against two rival fan bases. But respect can also be what we lead with before we get to that place of things. And then that does make, I think, the discussion funner and better, more fruitful. Thomas B, if I'm Schneider, I would try to trade for Verse. It may be possible. It may be possible, but I doubt Verse will want to stay in Cleveland. Ooh, boy, would that be a hell of an Uno card, Thomas. Yeah, it will be kind of interesting to see what happens with Jared Verse in Cleveland. I mean, you're going from the best places to play in the league to one of the worst. The other part too is he's still on his rookie deal, so it's like he's got to play through another year before he even gets paid, Thomas, which, you know, probably doesn't sit really great with him. You know, as far as it goes. So we'll see how that kind of rolls for Verse. But yeah, it's kind of a tough one. That'd be interesting if John could pull it off. It probably cost you a first and a second if Cleveland was willing to do it. But boy, what an Uno card that'd be to hand to the Rams, you know. Have a motivated Verse in that stack of your 4 stack now of edge rushers. Woof. I'm with you, Tellius. I'm confident Cross and Zabel can handle Lucas as well. D&D respectful talk. Amen, man. We can have the trash talk. We can have the going back, but we can always still put the respect in there, you know, and the trash talk is really best served. You're better served to making your points rather than it being about, you know, single lines or insults. It's really about, hey, you know, pull apart the team that you're attacking and go at them for what is really their weaknesses and for what is, you know, not well put in place. And when you have 2 great teams, that gets harder to do so, admittedly. But that's to me that's where to me the fruit's at. That's where the meat's at. Thank you, Limbless. Salute you too. Yeah, I agree. Disrespect should not be, and I've told the mods if people are coming in here and being disrespectful, then we're going to time them out. So that does happen when people do come in and they go that way. I try not to lean on it too hard because I think some channels just have that little bit of that instantaneous banhammer thing. And I think that then can sometimes stifle some of the discussion. Baba says, Brando, I'm very optimistic about this trade. I think we are underestimating how great Verse is going to be for the next 8 years. In John, we trust. In John, we trust indeed, man. And Verse is 25 years old, on the rise, has been good for the jump for the Rams. And that is a loss. That does hurt. That doesn't feel good. Rams would love to just do this as just a pure draft capital scenario. No doubt about that, I think. But the Browns seem to be talking themselves into thinking they're better than they probably are. DC says, man, Rams are desperate, laughing out loud. They're swinging, huh? They're swinging big. It's now or never. Jordan says, Byron Young, good run defense are not something that goes together. There's a little bit of mixed bag. Jim Campbell, actually, the Rams didn't have to give a lot. 1 first-round pick only with second and third rounder later, along with Verse. True enough. I mean, I think Verse is kind of equivalent to a first, second-round pick mid as far as his value goes in the league. But to your point, Jim, I think that they were I don't think that they broke the bank to get this deal done. It's a solid deal for them. And I think they came out on the better end of it than Cleveland, quite frankly. Seahawks 360, call me crazy, but I never wanted a top 5 edge unless we got one through the draft. I'd rather have 4 to 5 guys who get significant snaps on every team than one elite edge and a solid number 2, 3 edge. I think that's a great approach, Seahawks 360, especially when you factor in, we were talking about earlier on this, a bit of the snap counts and having guys have to play too many snaps over the course of the game, over the course of the season. And now they're wore down at the end of the year when you need them at their best. And when you have the 4 and the 5 guys and you have a rotation and you have guys go through their runs where they get more snaps than other, and then they can have the relief that then allows you to have your guys ready to roar at the end of the season when you need them. And I think that's a really good point, because I think that's a little bit of you're seeing the Rams literally have to kind of make a bit of this choice. Do you want to build the solid collective, or do you want the star power? And it can work both ways, but I think my preference would also be for more of the collective if I have to pick one to the other. Cheeky Young plays hard and does whiff on run plays. Yeah, it's mixed. And look, he improved from last year. He did. His missed tackle rate went down. His tackle numbers went up. His run defense grades were solidly more aligned. Maybe that is where he's going to operate from a point of sustainability going forward. But the prior 2 years, the missed tackles were through the roof. The run defense was significantly lower than what it was last year on both accounts. And so there is a little bit of we'll kind of see on that, I think, a little bit. The other thing is that, your Rams team was kind of playing quite a bit from ahead last year, quite often, which has teams now passing on you more than running on you. So some of those, things become reduced down, So, for instance, you have 981 snaps for Byron Young last year. Only 357 of those snaps are in run defense. So, about a third of his snaps were in run defense last year, Byron Young. It's like there's a little bit of something there at play, right, on that. It's like if I go and I look at Jared Verse, I'm guessing he played a few more snaps against the run than that. Well, not significant, 372, so a little bit more. But it does show that the team's playing from ahead, so your run defense isn't put as brighter on display when you get to be up from ahead a little bit. But again, I feel like I'm maybe knocking out. I'm not trying to bang on Young. He's a good player. Mike Swinhart says Rams and 49ers are playing only for the next year or two window. Seahawks are playing for the next decade window. Beautifully put, man. Well said. Where's my
Enough said.
DC says, I like Garrett, but not going to scare me. Seahawks a better team. I love it. Let's go. CRB, I have to say, we didn't have the splashy off season like the Rams did, but we kept our shit together, built a young roster, and have a bright future with all those picks. But man, I'd have killed for Myles Garrett. Hey, if you made the trade today, I certainly wouldn't be mad about it, and it'd be an aggressive move and you'd be nervous and the pressure would be a little bit more on you now making the move today if you did. But I wouldn't have liked to have given up Byron Murphy. That would have been hard for me. That would have been a tough pill to swallow as part of this deal. But he's a great player, man. He's the truth. Much respect to you too, Cheeky, and thanks for your support today, man. Again, I think you will get contingents of fan bases that are out there that exist in this way. I don't discount any of that. Hopefully, it's a little bit of a different flavor when you come in here, and that whether disagree or not, there usually will be respect, and at least that's what we try to lead with as much as we can. Mike Swinhart, Crosby at the trade deadline. It does seem like you're going to have to wait on the Crosby trade as much for the need to get to showing that it's actually in a good state right now. So if he is going to be probably made available, you're going to have to be more around the deadline. Does kind of feel like there's been a doubling back down to the Raiders program with Crosby, and that rather than it being like, can you just guys get me out of here now? What the hell? This is absolutely a joke what you guys are doing. Like, he could have reacted that way to the whole situation, and instead he came back and said, okay, I'm just going to stay. Like, I just want to be a Raider, and he wants to be a Raider. And I do wonder if some of this is going to eventually start to carry enough weight for the Raider organization where they're just like, let's just keep him, especially if we can't get anything close to the 2 first-round picks that the Ravens were offering at us this offseason. Max is laughing out loud. The Rams trade their best defensive player for an even better player. They are crazy. It's a little wild in that way, isn't it? Fire Poet first opened up Young. He would have exploded Garrett. What you have now is Garrett opening up Young. Yeah, that's a good way. That's a great way of putting it, Fire Poet. Really great way of putting it. Would have been just, I'd be a lot more nervous right now with a Verse Garrett pairing. And Young's good, but that would have me, that would cause a little bit of sweat to erupt on my back there. Jordan, Rams still don't have depth on the edge. You can't just put a 30-year-old Garrett out there all the time for a full season. Bingo. And again, this is where you go, I can't do that with an older edge. If I do that with an older edge throughout a whole season, that guy's going to get wore down as the year goes on. And then I've got that paired with the fact that the Rams have done this recently. They've asked their edge to take on too many snaps. They've not been committed enough to the rotation because they don't trust the backup guys to come out there and hold the line. I think God cards have Paris Johnson. That way Beck won't get overwhelmed. Paris is all right. We'll see. That line's still got some questions. Mike, reminder, Seattle won't play the Rams till after the trade deadline. Plenty of time to counter this without mortgaging the future anyway. Amen, man. And finding market opportunities. The trade deadline is market opportunities. I am not competing with 32 NFL teams for the trade services of player X. I've got teams that are out of the running, that are giving up on that year at that point. I've got teams that have already blown out their cap space at that point, can't compete from that reason, even if they wanted to. I've got teams that don't have the draft capital to be able to package the same kind of picks together that you can package together. The competition is lessened, so you get the prime asset at usually lesser prices. It's a better way to go. And John's aware of this. And I'm expecting him to take advantage of that once again here this upcoming trade deadline. HHG, thank you for the $2 donation. John Schneider has the Raiders on speed dial. Let's go, Johnny. Let's go, Johnny. And definitely he's probably making a call. So where's, Cros at? How's Crosby doing out there? Spy Tech? You just checking in. You checking in because of the Garrett trade, John? No. Was Garrett traded today? Let me see. Well, yeah, okay. Yeah, he was, I guess Garrett was traded today. What a weird coincidence. So anyway, how's Crosby doing, man? Is he healthy? Cheeky Metro, thank you for another $5 donation. Cheeky says Verse didn't develop enough pass rush moves last year. He was all bull rush. This is very true. He is a one-trick pony. It's a hell of a one trick, Cheeky. I mean, that one trick almost literally caused Teron Armstead to retire, as he was lamenting in an interview last offseason. So it's it is the one trick bull rush. He's not a bend, a dipper kind of guy. He's not going to ever really be that type of guy. Now he goes about it, and he's not got a lot of counters to what he brings to you. And maybe this is a little bit of the reason why the pass rush didn't come even more forward from the prior year, that it was more of a matchup, kind of like a replication of what he had done in his rookie season. So very much I think that's the case. And I think that there's probably a pretty strong argument to be made with Verse that he'll never really develop the dip bend stuff, that it all is going to really have to everything really forever work off of his power. And maybe he can do some small counters off of that a little bit, but it may not substantially come forward with a variety of different extra moves to build off of that base. I think that there's a decent argument to be made within that. CRB, did you have a chance to look at the 53-man roster builder from German Seahawker? I think I mentioned it a few streams ago, and I came on here drunk. You did. I haven't yet. It's just been as much of this has been an off season where it's just, I have not caught my breath yet. We got through the draft, and it's still been like some extra from Dante Fowler signings to compensatory picks to teams and the sells coming down the line. And then we got like today with this. And then I'm trying to get this Kubiak series wrapped up as well at the very same time. So it's been kind of a busy off season here for being the dead period, especially. But I will check it out, especially when it comes to maybe trying to put together the projected 53-man roster, which might be something that we're looking at doing here this upcoming week on the Syndicate. Yeah, we don't even know about Crosby's health, and that's where I think more of the deadline is where you're waiting for Crosby, Jordan. I don't think that that's one where this is going to shake out right now. You got to let him get back off the health, get back through the surgery, get out there training, have him full speed, because then the Raiders can get closer to getting more max compensation back for him. If you're trading for him right now, they might struggle to get even a first round pick with where that knee's at. Manos, remember during the season when Verse said he hates the Seahawks? Now they send his ass to the Browns. Don't hate him that much, right? So that's brutal for a guy that's been such a good player for them. And you're sending me to Cleveland. Like, I did everything right. I was instantaneously productive as a first round pick for you. Linchpin of your pass rush. And now you're sending me to Cleveland. What did I do to you? What did I do to you, Sean? What did I do to you, man? I thought you loved me, and this is what you're going to do to me now? Or am I just your chief whore? Crosby could still come into play at some point. Yeah, Crosby's got all the pass rush moves. Yeah, well, I wanted Crosby. Then I saw his music video. If he wants to come to Seattle, I guess we could take him. I can try to forget about the video. Man, they got some passion projects, man. He's not the first football player with a rap video. One sec here, I'm gonna get coffee. Hey, this is crazy. Raiders, call me maybe. Boom, ba-doo, boom, boom. Clayton says the odds for the Rams winning the Super Bowl have dropped from 8-1 to 6-1. So the probability of them not winning the Super Bowl is 5-6 or 83.33%. Certainly not a given. That's the open nature of the NFL and the variance and the luck and injuries. And no matter how stacked your roster is, something can come down the line that you didn't see coming that just suddenly hits you out of left field and you are depreciated and not anywhere near what your full strength was going into the offseason or what you were on paper as paper tigers in June. That's why you got to play it out. How you got to play it out. It's everybody nervous in June, but let's see. Let's just all go and see how this really rolls through. Have a good day out there, CR. Appreciate you, man. Go Hawks. I'll definitely get a chance to check out that 53-man roster builder too. So thanks for sending that my way. I promise you I'm definitely getting around checking it out for sure. Seahawks 360 says only 13% of Super Bowl betting favorites win the Super Bowl. There we go. This is again where it's like the favorite to win the Super Bowl is not, or that, man, Vegas nails it every year. You know, they take all of their brain power and all of their computation, all of their AIs that they're utilizing, and they're always on it. They're always getting it right. Quite the opposite. Quite the opposite. So there are no certainties in football, just like there's no crying in baseball. Misfit says Verse had 143 pressures the past 2 seasons. Garrett had 161. Pretty close. Pretty close. Cheeky Metro. Man, thank you for another $10 donation. You're awesome, man. He says, but are we really going to complain about Jake? It's giving us more content. No, man. And look, Jake is got to be feeling himself. I know he's going to be riding cloud 9 on the round table. Sometimes in here, Cheeky, people can give him a little bit of a hard time on the homerism. But the thing that I've always said about this is that he's got valid reasons for being super pro what the Rams are doing. You guys have consistently been winning, consistently in the playoffs, consistently winning in the playoffs. 4 or 5 years here removed from a Super Bowl victory. That's the type of team that, despite losing guys like Aaron Donald, doesn't miss a beat. That's the type of team that, you know, deserves that kind of praise. And then they make this kind of move. And for the content creation world and from Jake's perspective of it, doesn't get better than this, you know, and the way you get to dream. And I'm sure, you know, you'll be talking about all the possibilities of what you can still do on top of this, you know, and that part's cool. I feel good for Jake on it. He's got to be loving life right now. But no, Jake's a good guy, man. And again, plenty of reasons to be feeling himself, feeling his team, and feeling what they've been doing this offseason. So if you got a right to crow away. You know, it's those people that crow like, you know, like Niner fans glomming onto Super Bowl trophies from 30 years ago. Like, shut up. But no, Rams got every right here, Cheeky. 100% on that one. And Jake should be going off tomorrow. Jake should be. I'm just saying I get to chill a little bit. Yep, Byron Young's just more of the bit. He's more of the first step quickness, dip bender. He's more of the traditional type edge rusher versus a little bit like some of the new model we get in the NFL, which is more of that, you know, you line him out as a wide 9 or even a wide 10, as I like to call it technique wise. And then you just have them come downhill with their power. And it can work really well, especially if you're in a little bit more of a defense that's about kind of slowly kind of crushing the pocket more than just trying to get one of the 4 guys to get a win. Joe, does Myles play special teams asking for a friend? You might need to. And thank you again, Cheeky, man, for all of your donations today, bro. You're very kind. Congrats to your Rams, too, man. Congrats to Ram fans today. You should feel good about this. I mean, we're going to pull this apart to the nuance of it, but you should feel really good about this. Trap Cat, I guess JSN isn't one to go out looking for game changers. He'd rather wants progression, forward type players. Yeah, I think for where his roster's at, he's just taking a different approach too in that way. You know, you went out and grabbed a Percy Harvin in a trade back years ago, first and third round pick for a roster that was completely stacked. And, you know, you could have made the argument at that time that you really didn't need Percy Harvin, that it wasn't a necessity of a move, that you could have won that Super Bowl without having to do that. And this is one of those places that we come to with John about learning lessons and learning from the first go at it that he did. You know, I've referenced this is like a guy that's a guy that's 55 years old that's getting a chance to go back into the 20-year-old body and do it again. And what lessons do you learn? What changes do you make? What alterations do you make in your approach? And we didn't get the Percy Harvin trade this offseason, kind of like we did with that other Seahawks team. I think that's John kind of does one of the little subtle spots of course correction, I think, from John's perspective here, to your point. Richard says versus from Ohio. He made the trade happen. I didn't know that. Thank you for the note there, Richard. Interesting. Oh, yeah, it won't happen, but the idea of verse being Uno reverse to Seattle would be hilarious. It would be very funny. Yeah, it's hard to trade for Crosby when you're talking about first round picks right now where the injury risk's at. It does get a little bit tough. Kind of all depends on the cost. I mean, I might still be willing to throw a first at this, but that would be about all I'd be willing to toss. Crabcat trade for Verse, let him come here for revenge and have the Browns just get more draft picks. Hey, I ain't saying no. Yeah, I think he at least still gets a first max. It's just they can't get the multiple first round picks, which is what they want at this point, is the first plus. Hawks Nation, head coach Mike McDonald, when he asked about the Rams trading for Myles Garrett, said, bro, I don't care. What'd he say? He said,
We did not care.
He said, you don't care. And then he looked over and he called up Sean McVay literally mid-interview. So he literally at that point, Hawks Nation, called up Sean McVay, got him on the phone, and here's a clip of what he said to Sean McVay next.
You're not that guy, pal. Trust me. You're not that guy.
You're not that guy. You're not that guy. Seahawks 360, trading for a player right now after a division rival does is desperate. We aren't desperate. We just won the Super Bowl. Rams didn't and are doing everything possible to catch up. Well said. Don't have a lot to add. Just well said. Richard Crosby, Hall in first. I'd probably get it done, Richard. I'd probably get the job done. Joshua. IPOC, thank you for the $5 donation, Joshua. I'm just thankful the Rams passed on Bain in the draft. Garrett and Bain would have been a nightmare for any team to contain. Boy, yeah, that would have been a scary proposition. And you just keep coming back to that first round pick with Simpson is just, you know, the alternative path that they could be going here if they had made this trade and okay, Verse is gone. And now you're talking about Garrett, Bain, and you have Byron Young as your starter. Bain gets to come out there in early downs, keep both of these two guys fresh, keep the snap count rotation in a good place. You get the development of Bain so that if Byron Young after this year has to go in free agency, you can let him do so or franchise tag him and move him for draft capital and then have Bain there as the ready-made guy to just take right over at that point. Like that would be a lot scarier of a proposition. It's a great point on your part there. And then you're back to the same kind of territory they were last year being your edges are going to be your edge production is going to be heavily reliant on your starters. Your starters are probably going to have to carry a little bit more snaps than you'd like them to carry. You don't have as much depth that you can call upon. Starters are sparkling. The starters are going to get you splashy plays and a lot of productivity. But once you get to the end of the season and you don't have that depth and they've been playing all those snaps, are you going to have those guys at their best at the end of the year? And I think that that's a valid question to ask when you look at that edge rotation depth as it stands right now. And it kind of does leave you wanting a little bit from a depth standpoint, not a star power standpoint, just a depth standpoint. Great points there, Joshua. I continue to feel the same way of that. That Simpson pick was such a benefit to us that they took that direction in the draft. Such a big benefit. And really in full that they took as kind of a punting on 2026 with the draft class in full, really. Rodney Prescio, thank you for the $5 donation. Rodney, appreciate all of your support today too, brother. Verse being a part of this trade is what frustrates me. Verse is an older player and we could have done better. I think you're confusing. Well, maybe here. Yeah, I think, Rodney, you're confusing Byron Young and Verse. Yeah, Byron Young is the guy that's 27 and a half, 28 years old for the Rams. Verse is just 25. So he's just, he didn't come to your point. He didn't come into the sport like 20, 21 years old. You were going to have to put Byron Murphy into this package to get this deal done. Like a Derek Hall, they're not going to look at Jared Verse and Derek Hall and they'll be like, well, that's like the same player. That's versus quantifiably a better player than Hall. And you just didn't have anything else you could throw at them. It was going to be Witherspoon or Byron Murphy. And then, okay, you're giving like a first round pick in addition to those guys you're giving up. But that would have been what you would have had to have done as far as a move go. They're not taking Uchenna Nwosu. They're not going to take just, some second, I think Riley Mills and like that's going to carry a lot of weight. Like it was going to take a real prime part of this team to get this deal done. And I don't think that's what Seattle wanted to do here. John makes a move at this point. I think he wants to add on top of what he has. He doesn't want to rip some of what he has down to try to add to make it a little bit better cumulatively. It's put on top of the stack, add on top of the stack. Don't take some from the stack and then add more on. All add. But versus 25. So it doesn't turn 26 until November. He's not a baby, but it's also a guy that's not, like Young's kind of getting in that place at 27, 28, where it's like, he's got one more contract. I think Burton's got potential still to do like 2 on his deal. But I think it would have been harder to supersede that deal, Rodney. I think you would have had to have really given up a piece of prime asset real estate that you wouldn't want to give up to get that done. You're awesome though, man. Thank you for your support, brother. Appreciate you. Cheeky Metro, thank you for the $5 donation. Brandon, every year we will be a top offense. Well, again, it should be. I mean, it should top offense, top defense. It is just on that reliance again, back to Cheeky, the depth angle. Because I don't think you're not pushing back on this. I don't think I've mentioned it a couple times, which leads me to believe you're not really pushing back too much on this. But the depth is the depth here. Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua are as good a 1-2 stack of the wide receiver core as you'll find in the league. No doubt about that. Stafford is the best quarterback in the league right now. Had the best season. MVP by far last year. No doubt about that. Offensive line without any real major weak links. Pretty solid throughout. I don't think it has necessarily star power to just boom, boom, boom. But it's solid. But it's when we get to the depth on this, Cheeky. 17 game season, 2 Thursday night games. You guys are traveling 34,000 miles this year as far as flight time goes. It's the depth as far as that goes. I think you're a top offense as long as you have both Kyron and Puka, as long as you have both Puka and Devontae Adam out there. I think Umfield and CJ Daniels taking significant snaps, taking starter reps, Jordan Whittingham taking starter reps. I think that's a different offense. And my evidence for this would be, Cheeky, is if we don't go back to last year, but go back to the year before when you had at one point in time during that year, both Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua both injured at the same time, or one or the other always injured throughout the course of that year. How did that Rams offense look that year, especially the passing attack? So it is as long as the starters are running full, you're right, 100%. But that's where, if I'm in a Rams position on this, the two places that really stand out to me on this team that would make me a little nervous as a Rams fan are, I don't have any real reinforcement as far as my wide receiver room goes. And I don't really have any reinforcement as far as my edge depth goes, as far as off the edge. It's kind of it's my starters and they've got to roll through all the way. And that's hard to do in the NFL, to expect those guys are going to stand up through a whole season, especially guys like Mpuka, who plays so violently. Guy Devontae Adams, who's 33 years old, is your starting X. Those guys tend to break down, a little bit. But yeah, if the starters are out there fully and going out there 24/7, Cheeky, I wouldn't press back at all in any way in saying that they're not a top offense once again, no doubt about it. And a very well-balanced offense when they stay committed to running the ball. McVay sometimes has that tendency to want to just get pass happy, but they're a great offense if they can keep that health. Did Blake Corum not show out? No, that'd be the one guy depth-wise that maybe you could go to. I don't know that. I mean, he had a really good year for what he did. So, he was solid in what he did out there. He's a good fit to their offense, that offensive line, especially for how he, runs the rock. So 746 yards, 145 carries. He's solid. I think of all those depth pieces, I would say, Cheeky, that's the best of your second go. So when we're looking at it being Ty Simpson, Blake Corum, Kenyatta Mumfield, CJ Daniels, Xavier Smith, Tyler Higbee, David Quinsonberry, Bo Limmer, Dylan McMahon, Justin Dietrich, Keegan Trost, Laurel Murchison, Ty Hamilton, Tyler Davis, Josiah Stewart, Grant Stewart, Sean Dolak, Deshaun Johnson, Cam Lampkin, Jalen McCullough, Tanner Engel, Emmanuel Forbes. I just think that's the one guy you've got of that second crew. And even the third crew, it gets even worse. And I say this because if we took a look, Cheeky, and I match this up against our depth, where it's like, look, this is where maybe maybe from some of the fun debate of this goes to where, like, do you guys have the better starting frontline guys? Yeah. But do we have then the better significant depth? Yeah. Which wins out? Well, we definitely shall see on that, right? We will learn the truth of what wins out. What won out last year was more of the depth. Our depth and having more guys that we could call upon to help us win games versus you guys having Xavier Smith out there trying to return punts and having it go off his forehead in the conference championship game. We had a little bit more depth-wise. That won out last year. It might not win out this year. It might not. But I think that there are diametric differences between these teams and their approach in this way. Both can work, but I think that it's valid to say as much as the frontline strength is there for this Rams team, I think you can as much equally say, well, there is also a little bit of the lack of that depth that's there for fairly uniformly. And Blake is solid for Kyron Williams. I don't think he's a difference maker, but he's solid to come in there and you don't have to lose anything. But I think that'd be the only guy that I'd look at as that backup that I could say that. Every other guy, and I think you'd agree with this, Cheeky, every other guy that I go through on that list is a big drop off from the guy behind him. And if I do this on the Seahawks depth chart, it's just not the same kind of thing. It's much more of a I can kind of send waves at you. Defensively, on the defensive line, on the edge group, I got some waves I can kind of toss at you a little bit. You're very kind, Cheeky, though, man. Thank you for all of your support, brother. It's a good point on Blake. Simple Sims. I love that you have your live stream going for hours. I thought I missed it entirely. We should sign Von Miller. 9 sacks last year at 36 years of age. Like, what? I know. Well, and did so, I think, on like 33% of the defensive snaps last year. I want to say Von Miller did with those 9 sacks. So he was incredibly effective. Might be a guy in play. The rumors I'm hearing simply is it seems that there's going to be a reunion with him in Denver. That he ends up back in Denver is what I'm kind of hearing. But certainly there's room to add one more kind of vet edge to this group simply. So Vaughn, Cam Jordan, Jadeveon Clowney. I'm guessing you're probably going to look at least to maybe add one more into the group. Goated says, if Red goes down, who do you got? Milroe? I think Drew Lock would be the guy that comes out off the bench. Him and Milroe are going to be duking it out for who's the backup, but I still don't think Milroe's ready to overtake him. And if it went down, you probably would do a little bit of like, it's Drew Lock, and then they'd probably do some sub packages with Milroe at times, like we tried last year. Richard says Browns also avoided a $22 million cap hit, $26 million payout. It's a win-win. That's true. That does help. Rob says, sorry to step out. Did Brando ever give his opinion on if this makes a Crosby trade cheaper compensation-wise? The Crosby trade's a hard one to anticipate where it's going to land. They're not getting anywhere close to the 2 first-round picks that they had gotten for the Ravens, but, hard to say on this for a couple of reasons, Rob. Is Max trying to get a new contract to the team that he's being traded to? There was rumors of maybe the Ravens starting to work on a new deal with him with that trade. That might affect some things here a little bit. How close is he really to full health? Wasn't able to pass a physical a couple of months ago. Is he able to at this point? Is it that he's got to really maybe go out there and actually play and show teams that he's good to go before they're really willing to make that kind of compensation move they got to make? There's just kind of too many unknown factors in the Crosby situation to know what it's going to cost at this point. It's probably somewhere like a first and like a Derek Hall type thing. A first and a player type thing is what you're probably going to have to do to get him at this point. But the Raiders have also been kind of hardliners on wanting to get the appropriate value back from him. And they might just be sitting on him and being like, look, we're not going to get the value back from him in return that's going to be worthwhile to do this anyway. Let's just sit on him. Might be the way they go. I thought Smoking Garrett will make the Rams better, but there are plenty of ways to lessen his impact on a game. Amen. Trap Cat, Hawks Nest, Hawkblogger, Lockdown Seahawks. My favorite areas to find Seahawks media news. Thank you, Trap Cat. Those guys do great work. Ortine says, what if Byron Young and Myles Garrett both get 20 sacks this year, like back in 1981 when Klecko and Gastineau both went over 20 New York sack exchange? It'd be impressive. I think that that's a very dominant team if that goes down, because not only are they getting the 20 sacks, but they're getting the 20 sacks at a time in this era where teams are leaning more to running the ball. And you have last year, for instance, the least amount of players with 10 plus sacks or more since 2018 last season. Which is part of, teams going to 12 personnel and run the ball more, less opportunities to get after the pass rusher as in years past. So that would be probably a good signifier of a very dominant team if they were able to do that beyond just being an impressive mark for both of the edge rushers. Simply Sims, that's a great move. Garrett's a freak of nature. Now let's go sign the match and get Von Miller. Maybe so. Von Dez definitely lamented not coming to Seattle last year when he had the opportunity. Wave Seattle OnlyFans I hate are the Eagles and Niner fans for real. That's fair. They've got some live wires in both of those new fan bases. Brian's with me. Miller seems like he's going back to Denver. Randy, Rams trade Verse, who is basically a young Myles Garrett plus a 1, 2, and 3 for an older version of Verse. Not exactly a massive team upgrade. Shaking my head. Yeah, there is a little bit of this isn't just pure, right? This isn't just pure like, wow, it is a great deal. I think the Rams won it, but there is a little bit of melancholy to this if I'm a Rams fan as well and what I gave up. You would have really loved to just do it as draft capital pure if you could there. Jordan says, I think the Garrett will actually help their interior pass rush more than Young. You just might. A lot more maybe one-on-one opportunities for those guys, especially like a Kobe Turner. He's a problem in there. Yeah, I'm not sure if the Raiders are willing to trade Crosby now. It's kind of hard. There's a lot of unknowns there in the Crosby situation. Minxie Hawks says, do you think we trade for Crosby and sign Clowney? I think Clowney's more in play than the Crosby situation. I think Minxie, we're going to have to wait to the trade deadline on Crosby for all of these kind of muddled, kind of unclear items on Crosby about where things are at health-wise, Raiders' willingness to move him, what the compensation cost would really be at this point to get it done. I think you can maybe catch the Raiders at the deadline a little more willing to do it, and the cost wouldn't be as maybe significant as it'd be maybe right now, especially with some of the questions that play with maybe some of the health there with him. But it's very hard. I don't want to sound like I have know for sure on this Crosby thing. there's a lot of stuff on this one that just makes it very unclear and uncertain. Hawks trade 2 first-round picks reverse, says Randy. Randy's about the Uno option. Clayton says the probability the Rams will not win the Super Bowl this year dropped from 87.5% to 83.3%. Is that worth the price? Yeah, I'm probably. I mean, it's also a Rams team that not only is trying to drop the, theoretically raise their chances of winning it, but also understanding that they're in their window, and that Stafford's not going to play for 5 years. You've got a couple of years of him still being able to play at this level, and take advantage while you can. And that means maximizing this to the ultimate, which means grabbing everything you can to stack. And so from their perspective on this, I can understand why they would make this move and why it's the right move to make at the right time. But yeah, it's a move that does move the needle, I think. Don Steelers is sad. We need to root for something like Stafford getting injured because they're starting to look like an NBA super team. They're taking on a little bit of that look, that's for sure, especially with their starter frontline guys. Simply Jim's, I'm loving watching the Mariners at the moment, but I can't wait for college and NFL football season. Let's go. We're going to probably get a couple Mariner games here on the stream this summer too. I've been meaning to get around to that. K-Raw, the thumbnail for the video is funny. Thank you, K-Raw. I was having fun with that one. Max says, yeah, good to get that Seahawk hater out of our division. That's right, Cope. Our Super Bowl window will outlast theirs by far. By far. Trapcat, I can only see one thing in sports media talk for this week now. Rams, Spurs, and A.J. Brown trade. That's going to be hell this week. That's probably for the next month, Trapcat. We're in the dead season. People are going to be turning over these topics like over and over and over. TMC, I would be much more concerned if our offense was a stationary quarterback design. We do wide zone. We can roll away from him. We can implement more fullback protection, stay the course. Amen. Let me toss on there. 12, 13 personnel too. Yeah. Like this is the benefit of not being a spread concept team that, leaves too few guys in the offensive line to deal with the problems up front. And let's throw on top of it that, 29th in passing attempts last year. 29th. You just aren't going to, if things go ideal, if your defense plays the way they're going to play, and special teams plays the way they're going to play, and you're going to run the ball the way you're going to run the ball, you're not going to need to throw the ball 40 times a game and put your quarterback in harm's way against that guy to get the job done. That's the benefit of having a complete team like we do to take each opponent down. Well, yeah, I remember there was an image of verse Superman diving onto Darnold that Rams fans were like, soon during the 2025 season, and now he's going to Cleveland. You can't make this up, Brando. Hey, the NFL moves fast. That is for sure. What is today and happens today and what's the rule of thumb today is changes tomorrow. It is the hard part about keeping up with this thing, man. TMC is so happy we didn't give up our future for one guy. Me too, man. I don't think we're in a position that we should feel like we have to do that. We don't have to feel desperate. We don't have to be driven by an urgency or a sense of fear that if we don't strike now, maybe we're not going to take advantage of this opportunity and that we're going to go without any championships or any success if we don't do this right now. And I think some of that is itching a little bit at the back of the mind of the Rams here in this situation. And you don't want to be driven by that. As I always say, do not let fear ever drive your program. Do not pull on the thread and find the core of that thread of that decision was fear. Fear will lead you in the wrong direction. Fear will not only lead you in the wrong direction, but then make supplemental moves to make the fear-based decision now finally right when it was wrong. And it was wrong right from the jump because your whole baseline for making the decision in the first place was wrong. Operate by confidence, operate with smart decision-making and timely decision-making, make the right moves at the right time. That stuff should remove that fear-based concept from things a little bit. But I think there's a little bit of that play here in this deal. I think Myles Garrett was worth 3 firsts. Rams gave up a first and verse. Yeah, I mean, they give up, I think verse is worth probably a mid-first and a mid-second as far as value. So in my opinion, this is kind of like 2 firsts, a second in this year's draft, a second in 2028 draft or 28 draft and a 2003 third round pick and 29 draft. Like that's kind of how this all breaks down, which does get somewhat close to the 3 first round picks when you think about those 3 first round picks on a value-based chart being later first round picks. Love didn't win the MVP before either. It's true enough. Trapcat, hey, this is a big comeback for Jake after feeling he had when Ty Simpson was picked in the draft. True enough, man. Talk about a hell of a turnaround. All the round table are good people. Jesse, Jake, Mike. I love working with those guys, and they do great work on their end. Mo Barclay says, what does Pumpkin think? Meow, 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 meow. She's not impressed, if I may translate my cat talk. Unimpressed. She feels like there's a hint. She's smelling a whiff of desperation. And Mo, those animals, they've got those, 10,000 power timed sniffers. So she can smell that stuff out. OAL, to Cheeky's point he made earlier in the super chat about Jake, there's homerism here, Brian, because wait for it, it's the Seahawks podcast, not a Rams podcast. It's natural. It is. It's the way it's going to go. We're fans of the team, and while we're all trying to analyze and be accurate on analyzing and be truthful, when you have teams that are riding high and doing great, you got every reason to have their back and to buff them up and to sing their praises. It's been earned. And in this sport, it's hard earned to be good. It's hard earned to be great, even tougher to be great. Jordan, some people really think AJ Brown was worth the first round pick for the upcoming draft. That's how you start losing as a franchise. Too much talent in this draft to do that. Well, especially I think if those same people had a chance to look at the MRI of AJ Brown's knees, I don't think that they would be sharing that same opinion, Jordan, to your point. From what I've heard in the background on this with AJ, there is some concerning stuff there with those knees. You could call them ticking time bombs. If you guys watch the guy move around on the field last year at the end of the year, he didn't look like he was moving around anywhere close to 100%. So I agree with you. And that wouldn't have been worthwhile for me. I think this is the wrong time to make this trade. This reeks of a Howie Roseman special. This reeks of Howie taking advantage of another organization. And the Patriots were able to push the first round pick a year out from now. Good for them. But all that being said, you might be trading for damaged goods here. And that's not the smart approach. We come back to, again, speaking to more of a desperation. Is this the Patriots going, man, we desperately need to upgrade this wide receiver core? Or is this them really like having trust and faith in AJ Brown and his health to sustain and him to continue to be able to perform at this high level moving into the future? I think it's the former rather than the latter, in my opinion. TMC can't wait to hear from Jake when he sees Ty Simpson week 4. In the long run, the Browns will still suck. That's true. There's 3 inevitabilities in life: death, taxes, and the Browns always sucking. Brian says, you up 3 firsts for anything? You hurt your chance to build a quality roster. Any team giving up 3 firsts in the past have been the loser in the trade. Well said. Rough Rider Forever. Love that name. Verse is within 300 miles of where he grew up. Unfortunate homecoming. I'd love to be a fly on the wall of his in his house right now to hear what he has to say about this. Yeah. On one hand, you're coming home, but now I got to go play for Cleveland. Whoa. Cleveland might be the spot I'd least like to go to in the entire NFL of any team. It's, I think, them or Cincy or Arizona. Industry Worth, thank you for reminding me that. There's 263 people like the stream. If you guys can for me, hit that like button. It does help out this channel tremendously as well. Almost over 400 people in the chat today right now. If you guys can maybe get subbed up, if you're not already subbed up to the channel, it does help me grow and show. We're on the road here to 30,000 subscribers. Really appreciate you helping us get a little bit closer to that mark. I love Bane for Tampa Bay too, Cheeky. And by all accounts, he looks like a monster there on the scene. And he was one of my, why aren't people getting it with this guy? You know, everyone's on the arm length thing. And I could not understand through this whole draft process why so many were selling on him. Like the tape is fantastic. And he's going to be such a shot in the arm for that edge group out there in Tampa Bay, and an instantaneous shot in the arm. Like, to me, he helps to make Tampa Bay dangerous next year, because when you look at that defensive line now, suddenly it's Vita Vea, Kalijah Cansey, and Bain. That's a nice 3-stack out there. So yeah, he's going to be good out there in Tampa Bay, man. I would have traded up for Bain. I have that much faith in him as a player. Randy Crates, will Hawks stand pat? They have depth solid and plus players. I would stand pat, trade second to move up in the 2026 draft to get your defensive end of choice. I like that approach, Randy. I think that you have kind of a taster's choice at this point, and that you don't have to be aligned to feeling like you have to go and make a move now to match what the Rams have done. You can kind of sit and be able to let this play out. Like you said, we have depth. We've got the starters. We're returning almost everybody back on both sides of the ball, including our special teams. I think you can afford to kind of let this kind of play out a little bit and see how this season goes through. And then trade deadline, you can come in there and now you can get super aggressive if you want the trade deadline. If you know your team's ready to roll, and if you know what you need to target, and if you're just rolling so good at that point and all well, you can just let it just roll all the way through the end of the season. And then, like you say, start to package those picks to more move up in next year's draft, what is supposed to be a very strong draft class. So I'm okay with that approach, man. And that's part of the nice part about not having to feel impelled to make a move right now, is giving yourself the flexibility, gives yourself the flexibility of really being able to make an intelligent decision at the right time through the whole process. Little dumper, Pat's getting AJ Brown could be a nice pairing for Drake May. Yeah, I do like it it makes them better. It does improve the receiving core. There's a little bit of a risk and the ticking time bomb on the knees I don't like, but look, him pairing with Drake May is nice. They also brought in, I believe, Romeo Doubs this offseason from the Packers. So their receiving core is 1-2 better than it was last year pretty significantly. Brian Judge, holy S, just saw your live. No way. What's up, Brian? They picked up Myles Garrett. They did, man. What are you going to do? Huey's with me. He says, Seahawks shouldn't feel any pressure to match this move. Rams are in a desperation mode. Seahawks are already on the mountaintop. I think Rams Simpson pick actually makes more sense now with 0 firsts in 2027. Yeah, I think it makes sense if they're going to need to get a quarterback at some point at that point, and this was going to be out the door, and so you kind of made the pick now. The only one question I would have on that, Huey, is if there was really the full conviction of this guy's really worthy of being a first-round pick, or it's more of like, we got to go target a quarterback to get this kind of in hand, right? In tow, because we're not going to be able to address it in the future. But I see it the same way you do. I think there's a sense of desperation here to a degree. I think there's a sense of a high sense of urgency, if not desperation, and that's not the same urgency that we need to display. There's no reason for us to do so. We're not chasing anybody. Everybody's chasing us. And we got to be well reminded of that. Even as much as the media tries to make us forget, we're the champions. We're the team with a super young roster that's going to take a step forward just naturally off the basis of that next year. And we still have all of the ammunition to still go make a move, but make the move at the better time, at the righter time, the time where you're not paying the prime pump prices, the time where there's actually a market opportunity to take advantage, like we did with the Shaheed trade last year. Our win-loss record was tied with the Rams the year before, right? I think that's right, yeah. Has the trade package details been released? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The trade package details are as follows. Let me get that off. It is... trade package deals are going to be Myles Garrett goes to the Rams. Jared Verse goes to the Cleveland Browns. The Browns also get back and return a 2025 first-round pick, a 2028 second-round pick, and a 2029 third-round pick. So they pushed Brian a lot of the compensation down the line on this one, and didn't quite seemingly feel like they gave up quite as much, I think, as we thought that they were going to have to give up to get this deal done. R. Levy, does it have to be a defender back through for a hypo Seattle package? Wild dart thought. Cleveland's biggest issue is still quarterback, right? What would a package including Darnold have looked like? Oh my gosh. Hard to say. I mean, Darnold's has definitely risen his reputation in the league, and he'd be worth a good amount. but you're probably kicking in more draft capital on top of Darnold if you were putting him in a trade like that. So it would probably you'd still be having to kick some extra in there, and then you've got Drew Lock as your starting quarterback. So you're kind of stuck at that point. It didn't have to be a defender, but I don't know what you would have looked to have given back. Like, I don't think Torrey Horton's going to carry a lot of weight in a trade. I don't think Zach Charbonnet injured is going to carry a lot of weight in a trade. You're not moving Jackson, obviously. You're not moving I wouldn't want to move an AJ Barner. And if you move an AJ Barner, like what value is that going to drive? Or are you still going to have to kick in like 2 first-round picks on top of that? So there maybe could be an offensive player you could find there, but it'd be hard to find the right package. Braun says if they can keep healthy, the same can apply to the Seahawks. If Murphy goes down, how good is your run defense? If Murphy goes down, then I only have Jaron Reed, Leonard Williams, Riley Mills, and Brandon Peely, all who played good snaps last year when they played. So Devin Eastern, another guy in the mix as far as that nose tackle role goes. So, it's going to hurt if you lose an injury. I think the part maybe you're overlooking here, Braun, is that if I build an older roster, there's a higher chance that old roster is going to have injuries pop up more. As old as the roster was with the 49ers last year, and as much as we run them down, the Rams' average age of their roster last year was actually older than the 49ers last year. And you have not now gotten younger this year, Braun, on the other side of it. So it comes down to older rosters have a higher tendency than younger rosters to get injured. And that if you don't have the then depth to reinforce in anticipation of the older rosters sustaining those injuries, it can really cost you. So the two differences here being that, Braun, the Seahawks had the 3rd youngest roster in the NFL last year. Young rosters tend to be healthier than older rosters. So that's kind of the key difference there. And then we've actually built our depth up in a way that's not equivalent to the way that the Rams have, to where we actually have some sustainability on the backups that we can bring in place, where the Rams have really rolled with the frontline guys, the starters, the stars. So it's a little bit of a different scenario between the two teams about where they stand and where they're at and where their depth's at. As you Hawker B, I can see Riley Mills getting 6 to 8 sacks this season and upping our interior pass pressure. So our edge guys like Hall up their sack totals. I can see it, man. He ain't going to hurt, man. And we saw him in the Super Bowl get that sack there. He's a guy that they had a top 50 grade on in last year's draft. You got him in the 4th round because he suffered a torn ACL in the final game of his season of his final college career game. Like, that's why he dropped. If he was healthy, he would have been taken in the 2nd round of that draft. So you got that kind of talent in-house now developing. And I'm really stoked about what Riley can maybe bring long-term. He certainly looks the part, doesn't he, AZ? Corum versus Arizona? You mean like their running back room? Well, I do think, Connor's getting up there in age. I think he's a little diminished. Love is obviously better. Benson, it's arguable. We don't really know enough about Benson yet. But he's probably better than Algiers. If Blake Corum's on the open market like Algier was this offseason, does he probably sign a pretty similar contract to what Algier signed for? Probably. He's not going to break the market, but a couple million per year, Yeah, he's a 3-tech on Riley. They did play him in the nose tackle alignment a decent amount last year on his snaps. So I do think he is more of a 3-tech. He's not a defensive end. He's a 3-tech. But the team did show a willingness to put him at the nose tackle last year for whatever it's worth. I'm curious, Vaughn retires. I think he goes to Denver for one more run, Cheeky. He was still so productive on just 30% of the snaps, 9 sacks last year. The Levy's there. I got you, OEL. Brian says, wow, Brando, NFC West just getting tougher and tougher, man. It's arms race is real, man. And it's wild because you are, as I said, that we have this offseason and we have these teams coming back now to run it back this next year. You're coming off the best division in football by far last year. Three teams going to the playoffs, 3 teams won in the playoffs. Not just got in the playoffs with 3 guys. 3 of your teams all won in the playoffs. You have the Super Bowl representative that won and blew the doors off the AFC representative. And now you have this division, which has for 10 years been the best division in football, getting even better this year, separating itself even more. It's wild. It is just wild. Industry Worth in the house. What's up, Industry Worth? Thank you for the $20 donation. Very kind of you. Hope you're having a good day out there. And appreciate the support. So shout out to all the NFC West fans in the chat. Hey, shout out to all the NFC West fans. We're rivals. We have hatred from 49ers to Seahawks, Seahawks to Niners, Rams to Seahawks, Seahawks to Rams, 49ers to Rams. We all got the hate. Like, that's there. But it's also, let's appreciate it. We got the greatest division in football. It's going to be a bloodbath, a battle. It's going to be epic. It's going to be fun. It's going to have you on the edge of your seat week in and week out. And wouldn't we rather be here than be one of the piss poor back end divisions that only have one team that can get right? Every other team's the can't get right crew. It's worth celebrating. And it's worth enjoying. And while you get frustrated when your rival gets a player like this, you also go, man, it's also kind of cool that this fight gets to be this vicious, that gets to be this intense, that gets to be this much of teams truly trying to drive for championships, not to simply go through the motions and look to their fan bases like they're trying, but they're actually really trying. A lot of teams kind of looking like they're trying, you know, there's a lot of window dressing in the NFL from some NFL teams on trying to sell you on something, but they don't really believe it. They're not really trying to do it. They don't have the full conviction and the motivation in their heart to go and get it done. They just kind of like it to happen if it can kind of work within the parameters of what they're dealing with. And then you got those organizations that say, you're going to put every last cannon is being put through that slot and we're lighting that cannon up. I want every cannon blast in here. We're not leaving a single shell on this ship left. We're not leaving a single ounce of the powder left. We're going to shoot every shot we got left in this gun by the end of the season. It is kind of cool. It is kind of cool. Seahawks fan 1 would verse fit in Mike's defense. John Schneider could do the funniest thing. Boy, he could really, couldn't he? And yes is the answer here. And in fact, he's actually a real purified fit to the defense, because while it is a valid knock on Jared Verse to say that he's not really a first step quickness guy, dip bender guy, he's not a snatch the edge of the arc guy. He is a power guy. And what we know about Mike's defense is it loves its power guys, because Mike's going to line you out in that wide 10. And he's going to let you get out like a hell on wheels, just get downhill in your pass rush and hammer that tackle with a good couple yards lead in time to get up to full speed so that you can create that explosive power on contact. And yeah, Verse fits that to a T. To a T. Max Bailey, W Industry Worth. Big W for Industry Worth. Thank you. Thank you, Cal. Cheeky Metro, thank you for the $10 donation. Cheeky, man, you've been unbelievable today, too, with all of your support. Says, this is us versus Seattle. Let's go, Brandon. Rams are planting a flag. Come on, bring it. Come on. I'm ready for you. We're ready for you. We ain't scared. Come on. Let's go. Right now. Right now.
Enemy spotted.
It's time. It's time. It's going to be you and us. End of the year. Last 2 games of the 3. You and us. Everything else is irrelevant. It's going to be you and us. I hope you all are ready. I hope you all are ready, because I got a team right now that's getting disrespected. I got a team right now that everybody's going to say ain't going to be doing nothing. I got a team right now that everybody wants to say, well, that was fluky. That was luck. You guys ain't shit. You guys ain't nothing. You guys just got lucked your way to your Super Bowl. I've had this team getting hammered at throughout this whole offseason, being told about how good they aren't quite. And we're going to see now as we get in the season, we're going to see what the motivation and fire is in their spirit and how they respond to that. But man, this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. And I'm going to enjoy it. And Ram fans should enjoy it. And 49er fans should enjoy this. It's a rare place to be in. And we don't know how the season is going to play out. And it can go any different direction. But we got our teams doing everything they can to try to build greatness. And as fans, is this not what we want to see from our franchises? I want your commitment level to be there. I don't want you to just be going soft serve. I want you going hard line. I want you driving. I want you doing every last thing that's at your power to execute to make your team great. And our teams are doing that. Maximizing salary cap, maximizing draft picks, making aggressive trades, always in on trying to find ways that they can improve their roster. And there are so many teams in the NFL that are not doing this very thing. They'll do partially some of the stuff. Okay, we'll cover some of the bases. Our teams are covering all of the bases. And it's going to make these games more competitive. It's going to make these games more funner to watch. And as I said, it's going to make this time resonate within the history of this sport. Whoever is the champion, whoever can rise to the top, whoever can stack those championships in this period, if any team can, that team will be solidified in their standing in history by the measure of the competition they had to go through to get that done. Makes this fun for me, man. I love it. Let's go, Cheeky. Let's go. It's going to come down to us. We're going to go through this NFL season. We know it's all coming down to us when it's all said and done. The NFL knows it. You know it. I know it. That's why they scheduled this at the end of the season. The commissioner knows it. This is going to be a good time. I can't wait. E-Trock and Cheeky, you are awesome, man. Thank you for all of your support today. You dropped a ton of donos today, man. E-Trock, it's me. As I look at it like this, yes, Garrett is scary, but it's pulling Verse out of the picture, and he has been a nightmare history for us Hawks. This doesn't make it easy still, but it's not a true addition. Agreed. There's a little bit of that. Okay, you took a step and a half forward, but you had to take the half step for the one step kind of forward. You know, there is a little bit of the negative angle to this deal beyond just the draft capital you're giving up. You know, E-Trock. And I agree. Agree in full. Well stated. So I see there's some discussion on the Byron Murphy stuff. The way this works with Byron Murphy is that the majority of Byron Murphy snaps last year, the majority of the snaps in his alignment would have been from a one tech position. The normal alignments for Murphy, snap in and snap out, are going to be with him aligned between the guard and the center to the strong side of the formation more often than not. There are some reps that are going to be sprinkled in there where he's going to be aligned in the zero tech, heads up over the center. There's going to also be some snaps in there where he's aligned up as a three tech, where he's on the outside shoulder of the weak side guard. So he's aligned in all three different places, but he is more often than not eating up the double teams, and he's eating up the double teams because he's on the strong side of the formation, aligned between the center and the guard, or to the inside shoulder of the strong side guard. That's his normal alignment, snap in and snap out. Little Dumper, Cardinals are an O-line and top 10 defense away from being pretty good. Well, I mean, they're pretty far away from a top 10 defense. And I think they're probably still pretty far from their left tackle's solid, center's relatively solid. I think there's definitely still questions with left guard, and right tackle with them. You know, Frohold's still solid, but Frohold's gone from being like kind of top 5-ish center to more like top 15-ish sort of center. But they got some stuff. I feel like they've got a long way to go defensively, though. I think all three levels of their defense need addressing. And you do have some age in certain spots, like, for instance, you know, Budda Baker's starting to fall off a bit there. Like, he's not going to be the prime Budda Baker he's been the past couple of years. It wasn't last year. They're in a weird place, Cardinals, a little bit. Ewing says this trade just makes the drafted price even more important. This is the Rams' battle of the bulge, the last gambit of beaten and desperate franchise. The Lambs. I love that reference. The battle of the bulge. What a great reference for the Rams right now. I hope you're right, Ewie. Let's go. You know, Trav Cat, Sam Darnold, Josh Allen, good friends. OAL Pummy's like, if you meet Brandon or be destroyed by the claws of doom. She is, too. She's probably a little hungry. Ryan Tay says, Russell Wilson not signing a one-day contract with the Hawks, another slap in the face of this organization. Oh, did he retire? I didn't know that Russ had announced his retirement yet. He hasn't officially filed his paperwork yet. So I think some of this was not him disrespecting Seattle here as much as it's Russ is keeping the door open for if a team were to call on him that loses a starting quarterback and thinks maybe that he can get a call still. Probably still wants to play, you know. SIC says, laugh my ass off. We ain't scared of Myles Garrett. Says, we ain't scared of Myles Garrett. Load up all you want. Seahawks going to repeat. Doesn't matter. Let's go. Let's go. Cheeky, thank you for another $10 donation. Cheeky. Man, you are just awesome today, brother. Says, even Brando isn't going to fight for the Raiders. No competition. No. I'm not fighting for the Raiders. No, sir. Another one of those organizations to shake your head at, man. No, sir. Cheeky, you're great, though, man. Appreciate you, brother. You've been just awesome today. Congrats to your Rams, too, man. Congratulations. But Raiders, I will say this, Cheeky. Raiders have started to get things going. If I am the Raiders, I do think that they're in a position, and I say this about Cleveland, too, that you got to make a move. You know, your time's not right for you to be good. You got this Crosby deal. Get what you can get from him and move on. They really still need to take that approach. It doesn't have to be them moving him to us, but just that you move him in general to try to kind of max out the compensation that you can right now while your team is in this rebuilding state. I think they would be smart to do that, but it's the Raiders, so they probably won't. Bad teams are bad teams for a reason, you know. Can't get out of their own way, Cheeky. Thank you, though, man. Appreciate you, bro. You're very kind. Yeah, Tampa Bay, I think, is going to be my pick out of the NFC South this year. I think they come back and they end up taking that division over Carolina, in my opinion. I think they've had some slowly developing stuff in-house there that's probably going to start to come around this year, like their draft. I think they're in a good place. Yeah, Bain is an awesome name for a football player. That boy, Kali, says one person ain't going to change the team. That's right. Not in this NFL. And it really is as much ever, in my opinion, kind of about the collective and what you can build with the depth as far as well. You know, everybody needs the front line. You need the star power. You need the difference makers, but I think you need the depth too. It's not an either or. And Fat Boy ain't worried about Garrett. Love seeing it from my Seahawks fans today. Your biggest rival having traded for the best defensive player in the NFL, I got to give a lot of lauding to my fan base here, that both from the donations and from just the general chat's basic tenor, there's really not been a lot of hand-wringing or pearl clutching today when it comes to this trade. I see a lot more confidence from this fan base, a lot more of a feeling of almost kind of a shrug than this sort of like panic mode that could have maybe erupted other fan bases with a given similar situation. It's kind of props to you guys and your understanding of this team and where we're at right now, that it's not been to a man, to a woman on this one's been pretty consistent on your guys' outlook on this, and I think it's accurately so. Not Vexo, what do you think Crosby would cost at the moment? I think it's probably like a first round pick plus like a Derek Hall. That's probably your cost. A first round pick and a third. First round pick and 2/3 maybe. You know, we'd have to maybe give up the 2 third-round pick compensatory picks and a first that we just got for the Teasley deal. But it is hard to predict on this one because of his health and because of what's the competition for services at this point as far as other teams. You know, you're not getting the same kind of bidding war that you had earlier on this offseason when it was Cowboys and Baltimore and us and maybe Los Angeles, you know. Ryan Tay says preseason champions are awesome because 99% don't work out. That's very true. Power Code says 1-star edge comes to the NFC, the other goes to the AFC. That's it. Trap Cat, I saw a video that made me laugh showing how almost every team the Patriots played last year was a team that fired their coach. They had a very easy schedule last year, and it turns in a very stark direction this year to being very hard. It's a night and day difference kind of situation for them now. And that's probably going to lead to them having a little bit of a downturn this season. Max says, Verse says he hates the Hawks. I don't think he's going to sign with us unless he hates the Rams more for trading him away now. You never know. You hate one guy when he's your rival. You never know how that stuff can kind of shift with time. All right. Cheeky Metro, thank you for another $10 donation. Cheeky, you have just been awesome, man. You dropped about 10 of these today, brother. Thank you for all that support. Brandon, can I ask? You can ask me anything, man. Do you really feel like Sam Darnold will repeat or be better enough to win a Super Bowl? I do. I think that the thing you got to keep in mind here, Cheeky, is that I'm not a Johnny-come-lately when it comes to Sam Darnold. I did not wait through halfway into the season. I did not wait until he had the conference championship game to say, okay, finally now I will give Sam his just due, and he's a valid quarterback. I was a guy that going back to training camp and watching him in person in training camp, sling the rock and work and move around back there and how he operated. I walked out of training camp, and I'm on record in this way, Cheeky, as having ultimate confidence that Sam could lead us to the promised land. Now, this comes down to sometimes a bit of a very hotly contested debate that's ongoing in NFL circles and fandoms about, the power of quarterback and what's necessary at quarterback and what you have to have in order for you to go and win Super Bowls. And do you have to have the superhero quarterback? Do you have to have the guy that can have bullets bounce off his chest and can leap buildings in a single bound? Or can I get by with top 10 quarterback play as long as I'm building a great team around that top 10 quarterback play? My opinion coming into last season, and my opinion after watching Sam in preseason last year, was that Sam is a top 10 quarterback in this sport, and that with the roster I built around him, that team can then go and win the Super Bowl. And then, surprise, surprise, Cheeky, I was proven ultimately true on that. He was able to go and help win you a Super Bowl. And it wasn't merely just being off a game manager. I mean, that's kind of the cool part of the conference championship game. You didn't give him a game manager game that he got to operate from. Just don't mess it up, Sam. We're not going to ask you to make a lot of throws. Just don't mess it up today. No, he had to make a lot of throws and not mess it up at the same time. He had to make a lot of throws and not have interceptions and turnovers. So he had to prove the case. And that's the good part about him, is that he's a top 10 quarterback that you're not going to put a tremendous load on his shoulders necessarily from a high volume approach to get the job done. But that's as much because of the strength of your team in total. It's as much of a purposeful thing as much as it's about like, well, he's got a limitation, so we have to protect him or something. No, it's about the fact this is the type of team you're building. This is your blueprint for how you want to win football games. So, it's been a while to watch the Sam Darnold outlook on things from fans out there, and certainly fan bases outside of even Seattle on this one through last year. You're going to still hear it this year. People talking about ghosts and ghosts and ghosts. If a quarter, it's again where it's like narrative that doesn't fit reality. If this quarterback has a penchant to be falling prey to ghosts and falling prey to seeing ghosts, and he's just going to lose himself and he's going to completely collapse on you in the worst of moments. Well, that would have happened last year. A guy like that doesn't go to 2 different organizations and win 14 games in 2 different organizations in back-to-back year. These are snapshots. These are flickers of things that should give people that are smart football watchers knowledge and information about this guy being better than the narrative that's out there around him. And that is the case with Sam. I'm not overstating it in that he's a top 5 quarterback. He's a top 10. He's probably somewhere between 8 to 10 in his ranking in this sport. And that's plenty good enough for this kind of roster and the way we built it to go and win a Super Bowl. But I think there's also that outlook, like I say, Cheeky, of that you have to have this superhero quarterback from some fans' perspectives, that's the price. You need the Mahomes, you need the Stafford, you need the Brady. That without that, you can't go get it done. But being a student of NFL history, I'm well aware of the fact that while there are a lot of those quarterbacks that have won it, that are those superhero guys, through every decade too, there's a variety of different teams that are able to win it by being a great team, more than just simply having that great player at the most important position on the team. So yeah, I do think he is. I think it's a guy like that winning 14 games like he does, 2 different spots, having the instantaneous success coming here like he did, knowing now you're going to replace you're not replacing any of this offense. You're running back the whole same offense. He gets all of that continuity, all of that chemistry. Think about the season he put up with his first time throwing to these receivers. First now having another whole off season to work with these guys, to get your timing on point. You had Rashid Shaheed come here mid-season. It took them throughout the whole back end of the year trying to figure out their timing together. Now they're going to get that throughout this offseason. So he should be an even better version of Sam next year. And the thing he showed you down the home stretch was the ability to start to control his game, to remove the turnovers from his game. And if he does that, we're going to be very hard to beat. Very hard to beat. Great question, Cheeky. Thank you, man. Ryan Day, you think Verse loves the Rams right now? Probably not. Oiler Titan says, what if this is like when the Niners got Fred Dean from the Chargers in 81, or Cowboys got Charles Haley in 92, Seattle got Bennett in 12 from Tampa Bay? It could prove to be that kind of move. Reggie White going to the Packers in 91, Oiler. It's got the potential to become that kind of earth-shattering move for the Rams, for sure. Sure says, look at the shirt B's wearing. I think you have the answer. Robbie Red, thank you for the $2 donation. Scott Hull or Razor Ramon? Also, F the Lambs. I'm a Razor Ramon guy. He was colorful. I liked him. He had personality. And yes, F the Rams. F the Lambs. Appreciate you, Robbie. Scott Hull was nice too, man, but Razor Ramon, I mean, come on. Yeah, I'm with you, Ryan. I mean, at first hasn't got some hatred that would ever prevent him from coming to Seattle if that was an option that was on the table. He was saying that, but that's just rivalry talk in the offseason, right? Master Chiefin. Rams ain't going to be lucky with their old ass quarterback making it through the season. And he's only getting older. And boy, was he able to somehow make it through last year with all of that, all of the passes that he had to make, all of the was required of him to kind of carry some of that load last year. Be very interesting to see if he can get through another season, because if he doesn't, they don't got the backup in play and they're kind of sunk at that point. Stafford can only take so many steroids before the back's not forever. The Illumination Channel Life. I wonder if the Rams already had a secret handshake deal in place before the draft, and that's why they were able to take that quarterback so early. They've been working this for a while, according to the reports, to your point on that. So there might be some smoke to this particular fire in that way. Is there any hope that Myles Garrett has already peaked? Possibly. I think that these guys do tend to have a good long sustainability that tend to be freak shows like this. Reggie White was like this. Julius Peppers was a guy that was like this. Bruce Smith was a guy that was like this. You know, these guys they're able to really be able to elongate their careers and still be very productive, even into their mid-30s. So he might have peaked, but he's still going to, even if he has peaked, be a very, very, very dangerous player and very close to the peak still at this point. Level Skip, Rams are so corny for assembling a super team just to beat Seattle and win a championship. It just confirms we're in their heads, Level Skip. We're in their heads, man. Mike says this is going to hurt real bad if the super team backfires. It's a tough look for the Rams, man. You've definitely pushed the chips into the center of the table here. Megan in the house. What's up, Megan? Good to see you. Taker 610. Thank you for the $5 donation, Taker. 49ers. Hey, we're here too, you know. Rams, Seahawks. Shut up. None asked you. Yeah. Seahawks just looked over. 49ers start speaking up. We just put a hand out. Just
damn, fuck the 49ers. Yeah, fuck the 49ers.
You know, you guys just hush up and just act like you're happy with your Timu Tom.
Brock Purdy look like Jimmy Neutron friend Sheen. Timu Tom Brady got your quarterback from Sheen.
All that work this offseason. Trading for Osa, signing Mike Evans, bringing back Trey Greenlaw. All that work. Re-signing Trent Williams to another extension. All that work just to come into third place. That's a tough look, Taker. That's a tough look. Appreciate you, brother. Simply Sims, the end of the season will play out like playoff series. Imagine playing 3 games in 4 or 5 weeks against your rival. I love that for us. I do too, man. I just kind of dig this. Some people were really like frustrated by it when the schedule first came out, but I kind of find myself enjoying it a bit. I like that it's this way. It just kind of feels right. And you're right, Megan. It's good to play them at the end of the year too. Good to be able to play, get through the year a little bit, figure out where you're at, figure out where they're at, figure out where this division's at, figure out where the NFC's at, make your decision at the deadline, and then be able to figure out what's what as you get down the course of the end game of this season. I do too. I think we're facing them at a good time of year. If I was in the Rams position, I'd kind of prefer to play Seattle maybe earlier on in the season, if anything. Tiki Metro, respectfully, let's go. Hey, respectfully for sure, brother. Who's going to be at game 1? We got a few folks in the house here. I might actually be at game 1 with the roundtable thing, Cheeky. I think we're maybe looking at maybe doing a cross roundtable for the Patriots game, possibly. We'll have to see on that one, but might be going to that one. Max, Jadaron Price going to show the Rams the real worth of a first-round pick. Let's go, Max. Fire Poet, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, Jared Verse opened up opportunities to Young. He would have benefited Garrett. What you have now is Garrett opening up Young. Versus a can opener. He is. He's kind of an orbit. You know, Fire Poet, you guys had a lot of this in Aaron Donald. And I thought one of the things that was really well done at that time by the defensive coordinator is not just having a guy in Darnold where you're like, hey, I've got this great piece that can go out there and be explosive and can tear down a game plan of an offense almost all on his own. It was also that this guy's going to be like a planet that's going to cause a lot of moons to orbit around him as far as offensive resources to take him away. And if I can count on those resources taking that away, I can run stunts and loops and twists, and I can run a lot of action around that, taking advantage of what I can anticipate there with those double teams, to your point, Fire Poet. And now you're going to get some of that similar stuff, where you're going to have certain matchups from the Rams' perspective, where this tackle is going to have a long day if they try to one-on-one him. They're going to have to keep a dedication to a double team throughout the whole course of the day, not just merely a chip, but a double team pure. And what can that free up for us as far as some of the other stack box stuff we want to do, simulated pressure stuff that we want to do. So it does help to make them more dynamic in that way. And no doubt about it, they utilize it to the utmost when Darnold was there last time. And who knows, man? Dare I wonder about the possibility of even an Aaron Donald being brought up off his couch? Do you guys imagine that if Darnold were to be brought back on top of all of this? I shouldn't even say that out loud. I shouldn't even speak that into possibility. I might have just done the secret thing, you know, where I spoke it in the universe and now it's a thing like that's taking form. I like that though, versus a can opener. That's nice. He definitely took a lot of the attention and heat over there on that line. Teams thought he was more of the threat than Young in the last couple of years. Appreciate you, Fire. Megan, would be more concerned about losing Verse than getting Garrett. It does suck that you have to kind of take the pain on that to get the pleasure there. That is not just pure raw pleasure, that it's not just pure raw addition, that there is some subtraction here. John, yes, his Rams have gone too far in. The football gods won't allow it. It's a funny thing, but it's also kind of a thing that I think I kind of believe. When a team goes too far and shows too much hubris as to say, we will force this to happen, that it's almost like the football gods come back and it's like, how dare you try to wield our power? How dare you try to supersede our wishes and wants on this? We will now punish you. It's kind of, there does feel a little something to that of it. It isn't true, I'm sure, Johnny, but there does feel a little bit that you're like, yeah. Testing the guy, careful about testing the gods. Daniel says Myles Garrett wears a bandana to hide his receding balding hairline. We only want alphas who embrace their baldness on our team. Show no signs of weakness, Daniel. That's good. Oh, Jesus. Brian, Hawks Nest. Well, I'm not thrilled that the Rams got Garrett, but it doesn't change what we've got. Just a different challenge for Fleury to get clever with his tight end blocking scheme. True enough, man. We got ways to work around this. We've got the type of system that can mitigate some of this, where it doesn't have to be some complete thing that's just we're going to face snap in and snap out without any answer. Boom, I think Garrett's definitely someone who can change a team. If he's getting almost 2 sacks a game, it's definitely going to be a problem. Crazy if you believe he will not be a massive factor. No, he definitely will be. Definitely agree. Yeah, Max Sam's got some moves in the pocket. Nice part of it is you get the top 10, top 8 quarterback play, but he's always got that top 5 talent inside him that if I have to game like the conference championship where I've got to rely on him to carry more of the load, I ain't going to ask week in and week out, but he's fully capable of doing it. Versus some of those game managers that have limited arm strength, limited mobility, limited in play, or you're working around the edges of the restrictions of their game, not on what they actually can fully do. Fair, I'm not looking for him to be Brady. Yeah. With Darnold, it's the outlook of, and I get the thinking too cheeky. It's again, that thing where it's like, I think sometimes fans can look at things and saying there's only one road to success. One road's to finding the ultimate promised land. And in the NFL, I think that's the cool thing about the sport is there's a variety of ways to get to the promised land. And having a superstar quarterback and having having the guy like you guys have with Stafford that can be that kind of superhero guy, it's great to have. And certainly it can work and it can take you there. But there is also the other way of doing this where I got to have good quarterback play. I can't just get by at the position, but there's a difference between, having a guy that's got a talent, ability, and can make those throws when you need him to, versus having the superhero guy. It's like there's some pecking orders here. There's some levels to this a little bit. And the key here is you look at this team, and I now think you'd push back against this cheeky. As you look at this team, you've built a grade A offensive line, a great offense, one of the best defense, not the best defense in the NFL, and the best special teams unit in the NFL. So the requirement from the position becomes reduced because of those supporting factors. Trap Cat, I love that mic'd up video where Sam did his rush and had the big cat on the side saying, that boy an athlete. He can move, man. He's got underrated mobility. Extella says, any top lineman we could trade for to offset Garrett? We only play them 2 times, possibly 3. Yes, sir. Not really any offensive lineman that's out there and available. In the best of times, in the beginning of off seasons, even when guys are most available, there tends to be few of them to be had. Right now at this time of the year, especially, it's even lessened. So you're going to have to kind of roll with what you got. The good news is you're returning all 5 starters, and the good news is you're returning all 5 backups, and you're adding Bo Stevens on top. So it's a line that's going to get continuity. The chemistry is going to be on point. The talent is there. You've got the means to be able to deal with this. Simple says, what if Stafford goes from 46 touchdowns last year to maybe 33 this year? Stafford's never had back-to-back 30 touchdown passing seasons. I mean, it's possible. I think some of this could be a bit of the purposeful approach of the Rams offense to try to run the ball more. They leaned a little bit more into being, again, a top 7 team in passing attempts last season for a team that was up in a lot of their games, for a team that was ahead in a lot of their games. Is there maybe an argument to be made that with this older quarterback like this, that we got to get the passing attempts down, and then thusly with that, the passing touchdowns will go down, but then thusly from that, it's not necessarily then Stafford playing in a lesser form. It's that we're asking less of him. And in my opinion, if I'm a Rams fan, that's one of the things that's at really the forefront of going into this season is priorities, what's got to be at the top of the stack. I've got to find a way to take some of the load off of Stafford's back. I've got to find a little bit more of a way to stay a little more committed to running the ball. And Mr. Worth, thank you for the $10 super sticker. Appreciate you for that. You're very kind. Very kind. We're tied in. The power went out in Phoenix 5 minutes ago. It's 100 plus degrees outside. Yikes. Not the time of year. Boy, you need that AC out there in AZ. Max Bailey says Stafford found the fountain of youth in that creepy van by the stadium. Simple says, I can't wait for the Rams to get the number 1 seed and lose the divisional round to like a Bears to the Lions. Oh, the tears in the cope. Master Chief, and it's called steroids, and Stafford's back can only have so many injections before you max out and can't hide the Simpsons anymore. There you go. He's got to be about 65 shots deep, right, Master Chiefin? Simple says, bang, bang, Niner gang, such a suitable phrase for a team that's made of glass. It's just bang, bang every time. OEL, Hawks Nest, Brando, who do you think will score the first touchdown this season for the Seahawks in game 1? Ooh. Game 1, Patriots. I'd go with Jadarian. Jadarian Price will get it. Cheeky Metro, thank you for the $10 donation, Cheeky. And again, man, you are just awesome today. You've dropped so much donations and support as a Rams fan. Got to give credit to Rams fans. I know on some of the stuff I hammer on some of the Rams fans that we deal with that it can be toxic, but that's not necessarily representative of your fan base as a whole. And that we have plenty of Ram folks that come in like yourself, Cheeky, Banker Elpries, a variety of folks that come on in here that are really respectful, really cool. Just want to have some good football discussion. I really appreciate that because I think that, you know, for the future of this channel, it will be at its best with the more outside voices that can come in here and that can challenge ideas and challenge discussions and test ideas out and get to a bit of a closer place as far as truth and understanding of all these teams, the sport, and where things are kind of at a little bit. So really it's appreciated in that way, but thank you, man, for all your support today. Cheeky, you're great in that way. Says, can we all agree that the Christmas game will be it? Oh, I'm so looking forward to it, Cheeky. You know, you got 4 games on that day throughout. You're going to get to that final game there where everybody's gone through, they've had their meals, they had their food. You're going to have everybody right on the edge of their couches watching this game every snap. And that's that part I talk about, the rivalry of this and the greatness of this division, the greatness of these two teams, is that you have us on the West Coast and being in a tendency in a place that those people in the East Coast ignore us. Those people in the Midwest, are there teams out there in the West? What is it out there on the coast and down South Alaska? We're making them take note. We're making them pay attention. When you're this good, when you're this great, they got to watch you. They can't deny you. And when you're doing it in back-to-back years like we're going to probably be doing it in this way, they have to watch. And they're going to have to appreciate. And they're going to have to give us our kudos and our flowers once again as a division for how good we are. And it's cool. It does make it that much more interesting. And that game that night is going to be, especially if these two teams are as good as we think they are, as much as where the stakes will be at when that game comes up. You know, what's at stake, a number 1 bye, and how much we know that does carry the weight it does. It's going to be a hell of a game, man. I'm looking forward to it. The only sad part is we got to wait through the whole NFL season just to get to it. You're awesome though, Cheeky man. I appreciate you, bro. I love that the NFL put us at that time, man. Like I said, they knew what was up. They knew how the season's likely to play out. You know, they're playing the odds here as the NFL and how they set these games up and the timing and prime time and all that. Appreciate you. Rams have really gone too far. You got to embrace the baldness, man. Can't show that weakness. You got to just own it. Just got to just shave that thing off. Warhammer, I would have thought their future is effed, but only feeling the Darnold pain for 2 drafts isn't that much of the grand scheme of things. No, it's not really. I think they came out on the good end of this. I think they won this trade. I think the Browns should have gotten more. I think it's also another one of those lessons that these teams need to learn, that if you've got an asset that you have that's tradable and you know you should probably move him, waiting to move him is not the right way. You're not going to max out compensation by sitting there hoping that he's just going to increase in value. His value will never get more tomorrow than it is today. Move him today if that's where the intention is in your heart so you can max out the compensation back. I don't think the Browns necessarily did that in this scenario. New Blacks, B. Is there an area other than edge we could target to make a huge difference? I feel that's basically our only glaring hole to trade for. Maybe a stud corner. Yeah, I think you're completely on it, New Blacks. There really is not another spot that you can address here on this team. You're maybe safety, maybe corner, but even in the safety position, Okada gave you top 14 level play from safety position when he played last year. You got Bud Clark in there to fill in for him. Yeah, you may not even feel impelled to have to do that. Could you find a pure lockdown type of corner that could come in and could really really could then make that difference in that way, like you're saying a little bit? Yeah, that definitely would be the opening. Now, where would that stud corner come from? And not a lot of stud corners out there, not a lot of stud corners out there that are necessarily right now available in a trade. So, yeah, it does get hard. This is the tough part. Seattle might get the trade deadline and have the draft capital and have the cap space and have the intention to go make a move. But if you're in a good, healthy place and the roster is still as strong as we think it'll be, maybe there won't be that edge to go find that guy too. It is a possibility. It'd be a tough position to be put into. I think you would have a trade you could move, but I mean, you touch on a New Blacks. It's not like you've got stuff to address across the board here as far as readily made places to improve. Warhammer, I would have given the Browns 2 years of firsts and seconds if that's what Garrett went for. Sucks feeling like the Browns got fleeced. Yeah, I get it, man. I think that they wanted a player included in on this, Warhammer. I think the Browns wanted the picks, but they wanted a player too. And I don't know that you had the player in Jared Verse that you could supply as an equivalency. I think they beat you out on the offer at that point. It is a guessing game on my part. I don't know for sure on this. And maybe we'll get a little bit more information on this trade as the days go forward. But I would estimate that we're going to hear that the Browns wanted a player and wanted a true guy that could make some real noise, not just a kind of a throw-in kicker guy like a Derek Hall kind of into the trade, but a guy that's really has got some ability to him. Hope you're feeling better, Megan, on the migraine. Sorry to hear that. She says, watch the 49ers fan creator rip on us for being deluded and how we won't win more than 8 games. This is the same guy who said the Pats would win the Super Bowl. I laughed. I haven't laughed so hard. Yeah. I mean, and it's the weird part that I've noticed throughout. And look, maybe all of these people are just onto something. They weren't onto something last year, right, Megan? Because they said the same thing about us last year. Sounds like, I don't know if they just hope they can just replay their takes and then, well, now this year it'll be right. It was wrong last year, but now it'll be right this year. We're being overlooked and people still don't know why we were great last year. Not everybody, but there's a lot of them out there, and it's a national audience. It's the national media. It's general fans. I think it's actually more of a good thing than anything else. You're laughing at it. I'm laughing at it too. And a part of it is, I think, Megan, that they just don't really understand why we were as good as we were last year. They haven't really done the autopsy. They haven't pulled out the spleen, the liver, and gotten in the rib cage and looked at the, they've sort of just kind of passingly looked over us as a team and went luck, fluke, luck, fluke. And they're not really getting into the depths. And I think that's a good thing for us. And I hope teams around the league are making the same mistake, Megan, because it just means that much longer we're going to be able to keep this thing running and rolling. You like think about it like this with the Coach Carroll thing. Nobody said after we won the Super Bowl championship against the Broncos there was luck or cope. You had teams chasing themselves, chasing their tail, trying to replicate what we were doing, trying to take the individual parts, big cornerbacks, and rush the front four and drop guys into coverage and cover 3 proliferation and bump, right? Instantaneously, you had the copycat factor coming into play. Not as much of this, and maybe partly is so because of the fact that there's a general outlook of this being sort of like this fluky thing that just happened to happen. Again, I don't agree with it, but it is a pervasive thought. Coke and Brandon, do you think we will find out what our offer was for Garrett, if there was one? Not necessarily, no. I think the key within this that'll be able to skip through that without even knowing that information is if we come to find out Cleveland wanted the player included to be a substantial player. The equivalency for us would have been having to include Byron Murphy. The equivalency for us would have been to have to include a Nick Emanwari. It would have been a place that we wouldn't have wanted to have gone to, essentially. Yeah, I'm a little concerned. The one place I'm a little concerned right now is that Darnold's like, that team's so good right now. I want to come back and get in on that. You know what I mean? Okay. Enough. Let's go, Cheeky. Oh, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. I think there is added pressure on you guys, but I think if Stafford's health can hold, there's no reason to think this can't even at least be a couple year thing. No, there's no pressure on us, man. That's the cool part about getting the trophy. You got the chip, man. Kind of relieves all the pressure valves instantaneous all the way down the line. Simply Sims, yeah, I'm seeing more NBA players go bald again too. Gotta embrace it, man. OEL says, I can't help but wonder the Hawks nest 12th man if the run it forward motto this coming season is a subtle jab at K9 when he was dancing from side to side at times early in the season. Maybe there's something to that. I think it's more of I think McDonald's very aware of language you choose to speak and tacit words that you might say casually have an effect. And when you talk about running it back, it's a little bit of like staying within the 2025 season a bit, like you're trying to, and I think what Mike understands about this is that every year is different. And while you're bringing back your team in the same place, you've got to kind of recreate this from scratch. You're starting back at the bottom of the mountain. And that means that, reaching back for last year for this last thing, go back to that. It's not kind of positive terminology in what you're using versus more the looking forward, the more keeping things going. It's like how they do about, get on to the next play, on to the next, don't dwell, move to the next forward movement, forward. So I think that this is just a representation of that in his choosing of the words there. Megan Oxnest, any idea why the Browns wanted Verse for Garrett or no deal? They think they're closer than we think they are. Like you and I have an opinion about how close the Vikings truly are to being a team that can contend and win. The Browns, I think, have a different outlook on the situation. And so wanting to get a player like Verse that was going to lower down the compensation does kind of speak to that to me. Chris says their fans are overly confident for going 1 of 2 last season. And that one win was by what? 3 points. There's no fear playing them, but it'll be a good way to watch. It'll be a good watch either way. Amen. And you touch on a good point. You won 2 of 3 games last year, and you almost won the 3rd game on just a missed kick at the end. If that kick goes through, you win all 3 games. And I think that's a little bit of why the Rams have made these moves, is that though their fans would maybe like to tell us, some of their fans would like to tell us that, you know, we got lucky or it was fluky or we're the better team or we should have won it. It doesn't seem to be what the front office looks at, does it? You've made multiple trades now this offseason of first-round picks for players. You've seemingly said, we need to get better. We need to improve this. This is not good enough as it stands. And the Rams are probably right on that. New Blacks, Jeremy Fowler. Sources say LA is giving early impressions it won't extend 2027 free agents Puka Nacua, Byron Young, Kobe Turner, Steve Avila this summer. Perhaps that changes, but deals are not on the radar. Wow. That would be very interesting to see them take that approach, New Blacks. Number one, how do you get all 4 of those players to get on board with that? Number 2, you're going to get to the end of next season and you're going to have all these guys up for free agency, and like you can only franchise one. I guess it's now or never for them at that point if they don't do those extensions, New Blacks, because you're then losing at least 2 of those guys next year. Not to mention Devontae Adams probably gets closer and closer to a point of retirement. He wasn't happy at last. I reminded last time they won was the year I left school. Yeah, the Rams could extend all those guys, but it does sound like they're not. I had thought that the intention would be to extend a couple of them, and maybe they'll get them done in season. But those would be the next 4 guys that are kind of on point to get paid. Brian says, nothing I love more than low expectations. That's our reason to repeat. If we can get another Lombardi by beating the stacked roster, trying to buy a championship, how can they ignore us? It would be impossible if you go back-to-back. It'd be impossible if you go back-to-back in this division. It'd be impossible if you go back-to-back with the Rams damning the poor torpedoes, damning the credit cards, damning their future bank account, and getting it for now, maximizing the now. So I think it'd get hard. It doesn't mean they wouldn't at that point, but I think it'd be a stretch for them to try to sell us on that. Jack says, Brando, what's the counter move? I can't even think of one at this point. Crosby? We got to do something, right? I think a counter move comes eventually, Jack. I don't think that you have to feel drawn to do it right now. I think as well, let's remember with the trade deadline that number 1, John tends to do great work at the deadline. Number 2, what signifies the trade deadline very uniquely is that there tends to be a collection of players that you don't think or wouldn't have been able to anticipate were going to be available at the trade deadline that are now made available because those teams that thought they were going to be contenders, those teams that thought they were going to go out there and really push to get in the playoffs and be champions potentially even, have fallen away, are out of it in certain ways. And now you can go and, is it a Charger team that thinks they're going to be good and then they fall on their face and now Khalil Mack becomes available and you can go make a trade for him. You know, I think it's more of that kind of trade that presents itself. I think certainly a Crosby could come back into play. I don't think it's an offseason kind of move to go get a Crosby. I think that's more of a trade deadline deal move if you're going to make that. But I think that there will be deals that become available, Jack. I think there will be stuff that becomes available that you wouldn't necessarily think is available just because this is the nature of that beast. With the 6 new teams that go into the playoffs every year and the 6 teams that leave the playoffs every year, this is the turnover you get in the NFL. And the teams that think they're good right now in June, there'll be a couple of them that won't be as good as they thought they were going to be. So it's muddled right now. I think that you don't necessarily feel like you have to do something, Jack, right now. I think that they'll do something before the deadline, but that something will present itself. And you've got the ammunition, Jack. You know, you're sitting on $30 million of cap space. You're sitting on 12 draft picks in next year's draft, including, 4 picks in the first 2 days. See, Aloha, certain underdog status is MOB. That's right. That's right. 827 Dusty. Garrett's going to feel the pressure to perform unlike in Cleveland. He's never been in that position. How will he respond? We'll learn. We'll learn a little bit about how he's wired. Maybe there's a part of this where the pressure mounts on him a bit. Maybe there's also the part of this where this sets him free and he feels like, hey, I get to play for a contender and I get to play for a team that gets to play with the lead and gets to play against opponents that are going to be passing the ball more than running the ball against us. You might also get the best version of Garrett with that. Yeah, actually, the division is so dumb. Laughed my ass off. We're miles ahead of everyone else. Boy, are we ever. Are we ever. It is. Illumination Channel Life. As long as Aaron Donald has been out of the game, he's not going to be the same guy anymore, even if he comes back. No, I don't think he'd be the same guy, but if he's coming in there to be their rotational defensive tackle who comes in and gives him 20 snaps a game, better than Laurel Murchison, better than Ty Hamilton, who's the backups who come off the bench as it stands right now. Spec, Hawks SB, honestly feels nice that a lot of the pressure is off our shoulders knowing how this team executes when counted out. Yeah. I mean, you know, bulletin board material is kind of a thing in football, right, Spec? And you as a champion that had to thoroughly earn your way to becoming a champion has had to spend the whole offseason hearing about how it was fluke, it was luck, hearing about your rivals making every excuse in the book that they can make, from the players to the coaches, their coaches trying to create rule changes to try to point to that luck for why they feel that you won. McVay with his fortuitous bust. The national media constantly telling us that it's going to be the Rams this year, no doubt about it, that they've far surpassed the Seahawks at this point. They've surpassed the Seahawks at this point. These players have had to hear this months on end. The champions, the ones that won it, very little respect, very little flowers being given out. You kind of wonder about the motivating factor within that. And like you said, this served us very well last year to be able to fly beneath that radar, to be that team that nobody was really taking seriously, that everybody was kind of trying to pass off. Darnold will eventually see ghosts. Darnold will eventually lose them the game. Darnold will eventually come, it'll eventually show itself. It was a good position to be in. The pressure was not on us, even as the number 1 seed. We were playing with house money, and the team and its spirit and how they operate in the field felt like that. And it seems like it's setting the stage again to have it happen and go down the line again. Yeah, I can't think the Puka's not going to want his extension, especially after JSN gets paid. I don't know how they come to him and they're like, no, you got to play another year on the 4th year on your rookie deal as a 5th round pick. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $5 donation. How likely is it we trade for Crosby, D Hunter, or even Verse? Darnold has been on multiple pods saying he's not coming back. He said body can't go. Just let me give you a little. This is one of those little I don't get a lot of nuggets I can drop you guys from time to time here, Kyle. Okay, so and I'm not a guy that tries to tell you guys that I might, watch the Darnold thing. That's all I'll say on that. Just all your points are valid. Not pushing back on any of your points right there. Darnold has said that very thing. I'm just telling you now, based on a little bit of the kerfuffle I might be hearing a bit about. Just watch. Just keep a track on that situation a bit. Danielle Hunter, unless the Houston Texans completely fall flat on their faces, really not a possibility. And the Texans, I think, have a lot of reason to believe that they're going to be very good next year. And I just don't think that it's really a possibility at this point that Hunter would be a guy that they would look to move. He's also got a $1.3 million base. So they'd have to eat a tremendous amount of, not tremendous, yeah, they'd eat $28 million of dead money to move him. It's just not happening. I think Verse is a guy that the Browns are going to probably try to hope can be the long-term part of the puzzle there for them. And you'd probably have to offer him a mighty draft return to get him pulled in here. So I don't know if that'd really be a possibility, even if you're willing to give the goods up there. Crosby could be in play, but I think you got to wait a little bit longer on it for his health situation to shake out as well. The Raiders just aren't getting anything close to what they were getting 3 months ago in the 2 first-round picks. Are they going to make their peace with the fact that they can only hope to get maybe a first-round pick back for him? A first round and a third, a first round and a kicker player tossed in? Maybe so. So that one's one I think is a possibility, but one where you're going to have to wait a little bit of time for it to kind of sort itself out there a bit. But I don't think on the other two that they're really possibilities here. Sounds good, Megan? Some coffee, get some water. Make sure to hydrate too. Is there a counter move? It'll happen at the deadline, but depends on where the team's at. Am I right, Brandon? Yeah. Depends on where the team's at. Depends on the teams that have shown themselves to not be contenders, who thought they were going to be contenders, providing a player now to be available who you didn't think would be available. It does make it hard to get on exact guys here to be able to say, here's a collection of a dozen player names to keep an eye on, guys, because it's hard to anticipate what are going to be those 6 new and the 6 old. What are going to be the 6 new teams that become playoff contenders, and what are going to be those 6 teams that fall out of the playoffs? What are going to be those teams that fall on their face that thought they were going to do something? Like the Colts, for instance. Colts have made a lot of moves. Colts have 2 first-round picks for Sauce Gardner. Colts have spent a lot of money. They paid Daniel Jones. Okay, well, what if the Colts come out next year and they look nothing close to what they were last year? Does that now become a shock team to sell at the deadline? Maybe so. So it is hard to kind of anticipate this one exactly right now in the moment, but I do have a lot of faith that OAL something will present itself by the deadline. Jack says, who's a big name that can be moved at the deadline? Maybe training camp. If you got names that would help. I'm not expecting anything right now, but got to respond. I understand this will be a big drive and a push, Jack, and you can see OEL's asking the same question, and a variety of people are asking this in the chat, and I get the question being asked. I've done my homework on this, okay? So I've gone throughout this offseason team by team. I've looked at over the cap. I've looked at contracts. I've looked at positions that we could potentially add and bring on. I understand that there is going to be a sense of urgency because this deal did just come down to where it's like, well, something's got to happen. There's got to be something we got to go do now. We got to go do it. I understand. There's 2 things that allow a deal to get done: motivation of spirit, and then the team that is willing to actually offer a player to you that you find valuable who can help you out. When you have a stacked team as the Seattle Seahawks do have on both sides of the ball, when you have this much depth as the Seattle Seahawks do on both sides of the ball, you're not looking at there being 7 possible positions to be able to really upgrade. That narrows down the options. When you're at this point in the offseason, you have every team talking themselves into being a Super Bowl contender for 2026. That narrows down the options as far as possible guys you can go and find. So I think that it's really, really hard to give you guys a training camp deadline deal we're getting late in the show here. I'm 5 hours in. It's very hard to provide you guys with this kind of, I understand the want for it, and I'll try to go back and reshake the trees. But what did stand out to me, Jack, in doing this research about a month ago on this was how few readily made options are available out there for the positions that we would look to address. What we need to have happen here, Jack, is probably going to be, if I'm making the guess, and this is all guesswork, if I'm making the guess, you're not going to get this deal done by training camp. You're not going to get this deal done over the next couple of months. You're going to have to wait to the deadline, and specifically wait to the deadline with the intention of waiting for one of those good teams to fall out, for one of those good teams with an asset you can utilize to fall away from the NFL season. So it's not that I'm not motivated to look and go find these guys. I present you guys. Go look right now. Go up and down through these NFL rosters. Go look it over the cap. Who are those guys available? Outside of Crosby, who are those guys available right now that a team is willing to move? I'm telling you, there's not that guy there. It's just not there. I wish there was. I really do. But that's where we're going to have to be patient on this one and let it kind of sort itself out through the season and getting to that deadline. We're going to have to take the risk of not knowing for sure what will be available to you at the deadline, but just leaning on the given history, Jack, of the tendency is that guys become available. Rashid Shaheed, you didn't know that he was going to become available at the trade deadline going into the season, but that was really a possibility for the Saints looking to move him. It became a possibility. And those kind of deals come about. So I wish I could give you guys some better names on this one, but unfortunately with this, it's very hard to find a lot of really ready-made examples that seem to make a lot of sense as to guys that you could go through. We could obviously go team by team through this if you guys want to, and just go, okay, Buffalo, look at that. They're not selling. Miami already moved their goods. Don't have anything in-house that it's willing to go get. New York Jets already moved their goods this offseason with trades like Jermaine Johnson. Don't really have anything in-house that you're going to look to want to go get. It's like you can go just team by team by team by team on this, Jack, and it's really hard to find really good examples. It really is. I think there'll be ones at the trade deadline, but just in June right now, it's almost a fool's errand a little bit because there's just nothing really that's standing out that's clear in that fashion. Mix is, I was worried about the trade at first, but with some of your points, Brandon, I feel a lot better about our season. Oh, thank you, Mick. I hope so. You should feel okay about this. It's a big move for the Rams. It makes them tougher. It puts them down as the paper tiger for the NFL here for the upcoming season, but it does not guarantee a single thing. And your Seattle Seahawks, though folks like Jack and OEL are rightly asking what's the move we are going to make, and I get that, and it's a good question. The move will present itself to be made, and the Seattle Seahawks are sitting on the pure, unadulterated ammunition to get those deals done. They'll have the cap space. They'll have the 12 picks into next year's draft. They've got the extra third rounder into 2028's draft. They've got all of what you can need. Now we just need the player to present itself. Now we just need that team to suck and then the player to present himself, and then we can come in and strike while the iron's hot. That's the next kind of, worm that has to turn here a little bit. Tony Wright, the Rams will not get to the Super Bowl. They won't win the division, and they won't finish in second place in the NFC West either, and here's why. Ooh, Tony Wright's a Falcon fan, by the way. So Tony's not speaking as a Seahawks fan when he's saying that. Late in the season, Carolina sacked Stafford 6 times and 3 interceptions and had Matt Stafford under constant duress. The Rams did not address their O-line in free agency and only drafted the offensive lineman in the draft this year, Keegan Trost, 6'5", 311 in the third round with the 93rd overall pick. I'm definitely would be pretty much with you on this, Tony. I think that O-line, especially from a depth standpoint, leaves you wanting. I think that's the thing that stands out to me with this Rams team and overall in looking at them. A very strong team, but very top-driven. Very much pushed by the star power carrying the load. And then when I go to the depth, when I go to the second and the third stringers, it just does not match up anywhere close to what we've got here in Seattle in a major, major way. And that definitely could be something that could come back to bite them for sure. Vermillion, thank you for the $10 donation. Vermillion, he says, as much as the trade is scary, I can only respect the Rams for being a very competitive team against the Seahawks. I love this division. I believe in the Hawks going to be a fun season. I share your outlook on it, Vermillion. They're going to be a scary team. You respect them for being willing to be so aggressive, for doing all they can to make themselves the best possible team they can be. It's going to make this season that much more funner. And you just love this division for what it is. You have a division that's hyper competitive. Then you have teams truly trying to be, outside of the Cardinals maybe, truly teams trying to be contenders and win Super Bowls. Not merely be good, not just get to the playoffs, not just provide their fans with something that can fill seats and allow for sellouts, but that we want to be champions. What does that take? What are all of the check marks that we have to make to get this done? And all of these teams try to check all those boxes. They really do. So it's well said on your part, man. It makes them scary, but we've got the best division in football that we get to watch on a weekly basis. And it's by far the best division in football. And it's been by far the best division in football for probably almost a 10-year period. And that will be the sustaining power, I think, to this time period of this NFC West. And when people look back on it, historically speaking, it's how good it was for so long, how much of a separator it was from the other divisions in the league. Well said, Vermillion. And thank you, man, for the $10 donation. Kyle from South Park, thank you for the $2 donation. Puka talking like he wants extended now, not 2027. Yeah, it's a hard sell from the Rams standpoint on this. I think if Puka had had the offseason stuff and then he'd been suspended, maybe from their standpoint, you could say, hey, you got to wait a year. But when he's been the good soldier, he's been out there every week, when he's putting up the productivity he's put up, when he's also a day 3 guy who's not yet been paid, and you're asking the day 3 guy to go play out on the 4th year of his contract, that is a tough sell. That is a tough sell, especially for a guy that's in lineman to be paid as much as the highest paid of any wide receiver in the sport. Rams, if they can pull this off and force these guys to all play under contract, would be quite a coup for them if they can make that happen. But we'll see if they can really make that happen, Kyle. I can't see Puka just being okay with that. Like, okay, I'll just do another year. Give me a sec here, folks. Right back. Gibson says LA is our rival. I respect them for making all type of moves, but they have a serious depth issues, even though the Garrett sign is huge for them. It's a great way of putting it, Gibson, and I see it the same way. I think the depth is there's definitely a kind of a potential real pitfall there for this roster in the Rams. If they're not able to address it a little bit more, it's going to be hard for them to address it anymore at this point for where they kind of sit roster wise and cap wise, and they've shot their shot a little bit. Warhammer also, Brandon, how much longer do you think McVay lasts before he calls it in? Now, I wonder about Stafford leaving. I wonder about I'm happy to pivot to Simpson. I know that that's the talk and that that's the discussion and that everybody out there is trying to sell us on that in LA land, that he's perfectly happy. But I think there's a lot of thought process here of he's going to last as long as Stafford kind of lasts in there. And maybe wrong. Hard to say. McVay's kind of a maverick in that way. He's a little elusive and hard to predict, but kind of does feel a little bit like that. Specs is the Hawks Nest. Good Lord, if LA is planning to extend all those guys in 2027, that could really hurt them. That would not be a good move on their part if they're trying to take that approach, because you're going to lose guys at that point. Not to mention now you're paying all those guys rather than getting a year ahead of time and saving a little bit of money because you're getting a year ahead of time. Now you're a year late all across the board. The prices now get significant, and the prices are already going to be significant where Avila can command a $15 million per year deal. Kobe Turner can command a $22 million per year deal. Puka can command a $40 million per year deal. Byron Young can command a $25 million a year per deal right now. How much does that money grow into next off season? Trap, I was surprised to see how rough the Panthers played the Rams at the end of the last season there. They were good, man. Yeah. Atlanta and the Panthers both played the Rams pretty tough at the end of the year last year. Similarly, that I feel like they gave them some issues offensively with some of both the Panthers and the Falcons roll with a lot of off coverage zone stuff. And so when you're running option routes or when you're trying to attack press coverage, it gets harder to kind of predict coverage wise what they're always doing within that alignment, but it did give them some issues last year. Tony says late in the season on Monday night, my Atlanta Falcons sacked Stafford 5 times, hurried him 12 times. Falcons had 3 interceptions, including 2 pick sixes, but one was called back. Yeah. Guys gave him some hell on that. And that heavy blitz looks that we saw at times. The Rams offense also had some issues at times here and there. The Bears game in the playoffs was also this way with some of the blitz looks, and look, we've got to solve some of the offense here with the Rams. We played them well in the first game, but then the next 2 games, they definitely made some headway against some of the stuff that he can look at some of those games where they had some of the issues and see if he can utilize that. Certainly has the method to be able to utilize that here, but that's where those teams definitely found a couple of nice little adjustments to getting that done. OEL, thank you for the $5 donation. This is pretty random, but do you think Darnold is a more cautious Brett Favre? I know Hasselbeck said Sam reminds him of himself, but I'm curious. It's funny you say that because I have a reference in my Kubiak series where Kubiak's talking to Darnold and he's like, we got to get you a happy medium between you on the best of your stuff looking like Brett Favre and you on the worst of your stuff looking like Jameis Winston. But yeah, there's a little bit there. I think they're very similar players in how they operate, where they're not risk adverse. They're not necessarily scared to death of throwing the interception, that they have the tendency to trust their big arm and maybe sometimes trust their big arm a little bit too much. There's some pocket mobility they can give you that's more than just a little bit functional, right? Like they're not pure scramblers, but they can move around. They can be elusive in the pocket. So there's some overlap there for sure in how they go about their business. I wouldn't go as a purified comp, but I certainly, like last year, people are trying to make the comp of Darnold to Jimmy Garoppolo. And if I have to say he's closer to Jimmy Garoppolo or he's closer to Brett Favre, he's closer to Brett Favre on those two, if I got to pick. Kind of wonder, Tony, on that, your Falcons team, that Panther game or that Bears game, dialing up a little bit more pressure on this Rams offense may be a little bit of the way to go as far as those counters go. Hard to say, though, too. Second game against the Rams, we blitzed in the first half, and Stafford had his way, and then we stopped blitzing, and then we found some success. That's the thing about great offenses, man, is there's not a one-size-fits-all to sort of take them down. You got to, kind of do a variety of things. Drive says, Myles Garrett deal means nothing. Rams already passed us up. This just cements it. Oh, he took a left turn on that one. Yeah, I could see McVay retiring too, Kyle. Yeah, they passed us up till they prove it on the field to me. Mixes, does it seem like the Packers overpaid for Micah, Brandon? I feel like Myles should have went for more. Yeah, it more speaks, I think, just to how age really factors into these deals. And that when you get a guy that's 5 years older, even if he's a more productive player, even if he's been a more complete player, that the youth is a big part of this, is a big driving force. I think some of this too comes to the value of Jared Verse and the Browns' outlook and Verse's reputation league-wide for how good of a player he is and how much weight he carries. I do think the Browns should have gotten more, Mick. I think that the Rams came out on the better end of this. And I don't know if that makes that then representatory of the fact that Micah Parsons was an overpayment as much as it's probably representatory that the Browns should have gotten more. And I think partly why they're not getting more is because he's a little bit of an older player, and probably they would have been better suited to have moved Myles a year earlier. Like last year when Myles came out and he said, hey, here's the letter, I want to be traded. Maybe you move him at that time and you more max out the compensation then. But of course, that's Cleveland. They've got to take an extra couple of days to get to a decision that they should have gotten to prior. And now you're a little late, and now you're getting a little bit less. Tony says the Rams offensive line is going to be their Achilles heel, as we know. Matthew Stafford throws picks. It's who he is. It's what he does. Counter that with him under constant duress. Well, I think definitely sure part of this too is that the penchant of McVay to get into throwing the ball a little bit too much, and not staying always committed to running the ball and then putting Matt in that position to have to deal with that pressure then more because of it. I think they have a solid offensive line. I do. I think it's a line that's more built to run block than it is necessarily to pass protect. And so we'll see if McVay can own up to that in a major way in the way that he needs to make sure he keeps Matt protected. To me, Tony, I think the line is a place you can point to. I do think that to me, it's more of a depth on both sides of the ball. When you just look at their pure raw depth, second stringers down the line, there's drop off all over the place. And that for a team that's got some age on it, for a team that's got age on it with stars that you're hoping can carry a lot of the load, that's a precarious position to put yourself in. And it's not equivalent to where Seattle is at from their depth standpoint. Jack says, I completely understand what you're saying, Brando. I just have to think John has a plan, but I have no idea who that is. We're sitting on 12 picks. That's got to something else. There's got to be something else going on. Love the show. Thank you, man. Really appreciate your kind comments, man. And yeah, I definitely understand like starting to try to track in on names, and certainly I'm going to try to target in on those guys that we're going to be looking at here. I could throw a guy around like a Kayvon Thibodeau, but I think we're looking at, I think from the heart of your original question was a little bit more of like a needle mover. Where's the needle mover going to be found? John's got those 12 picks, and John knows that he's not going to have 12 roster spots to fill into next year, meaning that he needs to package those picks for something. It can be package those picks to move up in the draft. It can be package those picks for a specific player, but having those picks gives you the ammunition to make this move. When, you make a move for a Jamal Adams and you're giving up 2 first-round picks and a third-round pick, and then you're getting into midseason, I can't really do any trade deadline deals. I got to keep whatever draft compensation I've got remaining. Well, you're not in that position right now. So I think John definitely has a plan in place. I think he absolutely was able to anticipate that this was something coming down. I don't think he was blindsided on this. And I do think a deal will present itself as much because, Jack, you've got the ability to take on everything monetization-wise, $30 million of cap space. So whatever salary cap you got to take on, whatever contract you have to take on, you can afford it. And then you can blow whatever team you got to blow out of the water to get that deal done. Meaning like, let's say I get to the trade deadline and the market's light, and I have a team out there that's falling short of expectations, and they got a player they really like, and they don't really want to let him go. But then I come in there and I say, well, how about an extra third rounder? How about an extra second rounder? And I've got the means and feel like I've got the ability to really over the top blow you away on that deal to get it done at that point. And you have the means to do that now. And that's, to me, the separating factor here on a deal getting done eventually. Phoebe, Hawks Nest, 12th man. What if the Steelers start off 500 and decide to trade TJ Watt? TJ was one of the guys that I looked at as far as a possibility goes in making the move for him. And this is part of that thing I talk about where it's sticky. It's sticky on just the parameters of the deal and the parameters of getting it done. So first off, let's take a look at this. Here's over the cap. Over the cap for 2026 season. If you look at this, feed me, you'll notice at the very bottom of the list, the Steelers are sitting with only $4.285 million of cap space. So right now, the Steelers have the least amount of cap space in the entire National Football League. TJ Watt's contract, as you can see here, shows that TJ Watt is due to have a $10 million signing bonus hit for 26, $10 million signing bonus hit for 27, $10 million signing bonus hit for 28, which means if the Steelers were to move TJ Watt in a trade deadline deal, that is $30 million of dead money that comes off the books. Now, some of that's going to be countered, of course, back with the rest of the base salary, but you're still coming out, cumulatively speaking, let's say with $16 million of dead money that they've got to, find a way through. Well, if they're only sitting on right now as it is $4 million, and they've got to come up with $16 million of cap space, I don't know how the math could math with that. That's where that does get a little sticky to me on that deal getting done there, feed me. So I would love to be able to say that he's a real possible target, but it looks to me like his contract is kind of untradeable considering how little cap space the Steelers have. You've got to have the room to be able to sustain the bonus money if you're going to trade a guy like that. It's different when it's option bonus money, It's different when it's escalators in a contract. Don't forget about Z-Bot, Brando, best host in Roundtable Sports. That's right. Z-Bot does great work too, man. Z-Bot's awesome. That just goes without saying. Oh, we got Bryce in the house dropping a $70 donation. Let's go, Bryce. Where am I? Let's go. Bryce, the man. If you aren't, please do get subscribed to the Hawks Eye podcast. One of my cohorts out, the Seahawks Syndicate, along with Dan Bienz and Mookie. We'll be chopping it up this Thursday on a very interesting syndicate, trying to talk over this and discuss this Garrett trade and what it means and what the Hawks got to do as far as the commiserate moves around it. He says, hi, Brando. Just wanted to stop by to say hi. I couldn't agree more that the Rams are top heavy and we have more depth. Patience is the key for JS making a deal. And I bet something happens around the deadline when we are going down that back stretch. So we're in alignment, Bryce. Not surprised to that you and I find ourselves in lockstep on this one. And that the timing on this one is probably more of a trade deadline. The fan base wants to see a move now. The fan base wants to see a move before training camp, and I get that. But I think that you're better suited to kind of let this thing play out a little bit. Let the situation sort itself out. Let the deal find itself on its way onto your lap. It's just going to land right onto your lap without you just having to do anything other than just to be patient and wait it out for the right time to strike. So I think that thing is going to present itself. I wish I could give more of a tangible this player, that player, this player. But I think those players will become available. I do. I think they will present themselves. You're in agreement with it as well there, Bryce. And we come back to the Rams being top heavy. And I've presented this, and we've got a variety of Ram fans in here. I today, just on my stream, Bryce, nobody's really pushed back against this. And that is that when you look at their depth here, when you look at these second stringers, if I've got to call upon 4 or 5 of these guys to start games in a significant amount of games during the NFL season, that's not a heavily reduced Rams squad. If I lose Anthony Bradford, I've got Bo Stevens. I've got Christian Haynes. If I lose Jalen Sundell, I've got Oluwatimi, who started a variety of games for us the past few years. If I lose left tackle Charles Cross, I've got a Josh Jones. Josh Jones is better than what they've got there right now. Back up on their tackle position. If I lose Cooper Kupp, I got Torrey Horton. I got Bobo. Same thing with Shaheed. Now there's just depth reinforcement that they don't have. And maybe they get away with it. Maybe it's not a requirement. Maybe their starters, Bryce, are going to be able to stay out there and healthy, but You would not agree that that's probably going to be the case, that history has told us that I rely too heavily on my starters. I ignore too much my depth. I rely too much on my starters who are also in given places have a good amount of age on top of them. That formula ends up spitting out, I'm going to lose a couple of those guys. I'm going to need to lean on that depth. And if that depth isn't good enough, guess what? We're not probably going to end up being good enough. And it's not going to shock me in the least if this is the thing that ends up upending the Rams as a whole when it comes to the end of the season. If they do fall short, that I think this will be one of the big factors we look at and say, should have done more to reinforce your depth. Shouldn't have gotten so starstruck on looking for star power, but more understanding that it's about building the 53-man roster and strengthening that at times as hard as you can. So I'm in the same place, exactly the same place. Hawks Eye, no surprise to me that we're in alignment there. And that the time is not now to strike. We're sitting pretty. We're in the catbird seat. We got resources for days. We can bowl any team that we want to bowl over the top for whatever deal we want to bowl over. But we're afforded time. We're afforded patience. We're afforded knowing that the trade deadline will present itself an option at that time. And then we can make the intelligent choice and decision at that point. Do we go whole hog? Do we go just slightly? Do we moderately improve it? Do we double dip? Do we triple dip? You got a lot of different options on the table at that point. But best to let this thing play out a little bit. I agree completely, Bryce. Completely. And please do, folks. Get subbed up out there to Hawks Eye. He had to kind of restart the channel up there this last year. He's been doing great with that. But let's give him some love out there. Let's keep growing out Bryce at the Hawks Eye podcast as he does great work. And I have a great time working with him over there on the syndicate. Look forward to you on Thursday, man. It's going to be a fun syndicate with Bryce. But that depth is the thing that does very startling and stands out to me in a major way on this team. Mick says, I have a friend who's a diehard Browns fan who named his kid after Myles Garrett. When I checked in on him, he was going through it. He says the Browns can't have anything nice. Oh, that's tough. That's kind of tough. Illumination and the Niners in 2014 fell apart after losing to us in the NFC Championship game. They did. Those kind of losses can hit like that, right? You can have those that happened to us in the Patriot game because we were never the same after that Patriot loss. It's weird that it can work that way, but it does kind of sometimes go that way in the NFL. Tony Wright, I've been saying for years at the quarterback position. Matthew Stafford, Dak Prescott, Jameis Winston, all have the same thing in common. They throw a lot of picks. It's who they are. It's what they do. Yeah. I think the thing that makes Stafford different is that from those other two guys, they throw their picks and that those picks then become things that are enough to keep their team from being able to maximize itself to the ultimate. I think that in Stafford, the thing that's unique to him is that that's a guy that led the league in interceptions a couple of years ago, Tony. And then they went and won the Super Bowl that year. 19 interceptions that year, yet they still win the Super Bowl. And the thing with Stafford is he makes a lot of big time throws around those interceptions. I think that to your point, what it comes down to, and I think that the key for the Rams offense as we go into the season is this. If I try to replay what I did last year with Stafford and I'm going to be top 7 in passing attempts and I'm not going to be committed to running the ball and I'm expecting him to sort of carry this load at his age, high likelihood of the injury as much as anything else to me. You will get the interceptions that come with him when he's throwing the 40 attempts. You'll get the big time throws too. To me, it's where if I'm in the Rams position, if I can keep them under 30 attempts a game, if I can keep them running the ball, that version of Stafford can be a version that can play clean. That's a version of Stafford that does eliminate some of those turnovers, but it then requires the head coach who's kind of pass happy in his approach to dial things back and to get a little bit more conservative. Paul said the Rams are going to be fine. What's up, Paul? Mick says really good general managers don't react immediately. They stick to their plan and hit the right moments. That's right. And they've got a 2 or 3 year plan. They're not just trying to our rival did this, so now we got to do that. No. You do things intelligently. You do things at the pace and speed by which is appropriate, which is not to try to operate with an urgent sense of we've got to frantically get this done, but just trust in our process. Something will present itself. One Titan just called APS power going off. Another hour here in Phoenix. I'm blaming Myles and the Rams. Power, Donnie Power. Good to see you, Power Ranger Donnie. Hawks Nest, Force of Light Entertainment Raid. Hello, Brandon All, and happy Pride Month. Hope everyone's final weekend of May was well. Yeah, it was good. Good May. June's kind of starting out a little bit rough. Max says, so if the Rams go bust after all this all in action, does McVay retire? I've been wondering a little bit about him being connected to Stafford here. I think Trap Cat's on this as well. You do wonder about their connection with each other. And once Stafford goes, he's like, I don't want to reset this all again. I don't want to start from scratch again. And after you've had so much immediate and long sustained success, the auspice of facing the possibility of having to sort of reset everything, I couldn't blame him, especially from McVay's standpoint. You've got a 50, 60, $70 million contract waiting for you to be up in the booth. We still streaming? Hell yeah. You know a DVN. You know how I roll. Revenger, thank you for the 79,000 IDR. Appreciate you for that. So since we don't play the Rams till the end of the season, I'm curious how both teams will develop till we clash. I actually prefer to play them late. I'm in a complete agreement. I like playing them late, and this gives you the chance to really be in this assessment role. You get to be through the assessment through the first part of the year. You get to be an assessment to then determine how aggressive do I need to get the trade deadline? Do I need to go over the top? Do I need to double dip? Do I just need a couple of B+ parts? Do I need a supreme A? Do I got to add an A player somewhere on either side of the ball? Is that where I feel we're at? John gets to make the intelligent decision. Right now, the Rams are playing the guessing game. We think we're going to need this, think we're going to need that, think we're going to need this. Seahawks get to let this play out a little bit to make their decision based purely on what actually is, not the proverbial. And I think that's a good position to be in. So I think it's going to help you out to not only make that assessment early on to where the Rams are, where you are, for the teams that kind of materialize at the deadline to give you the deal on the table that you like and that you want to go make. And then you get to kind of get to the end of the year to set the stage right for that matchup in the way that you will. On top of facing a team with some age, with some lack of depth that you get to face later on in the season. That to me is more advantageous than, let's say, facing them early twice, which could have been a possibility. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. And thank you, Revenger, for the 79,000 IDR. Appreciate you for that, my man. And well said on your part. Well said on your part. I'm in complete agreement. And I got to say, I'm happily encouraged today by how much agreement I have with the fan base. It doesn't always go this way. And how much everybody's really in alignment with just, I sense patience. I sense a lack of concern. I sense a trusting of the process, and maybe this should just go without saying because you are the Super Bowl champion, and that's what a front office should engender from its fans if it goes out there and pulls that off. But it's still cool to see nonetheless, Revenger. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, what trade deadline player you think would be ideal? I don't really have one for you right now, Daniel. It's a question I'm being often asked about here in the stream, and I don't blame people for wanting to know. I've done a lot of research throughout this offseason. I've looked at a lot of different teams. I've looked at a lot of potential pieces that become available. And it gets very hard to do so without looking at a team that's due to be good, that will then suddenly be bad, and then have a player that you would like who will then be available. So there's no guy that's just standing out where a collection. I mean, I could throw a Kayvon Thibodeau out there that could maybe be available at the deadline. I don't think that's blowing up anybody's skirt. But it probably becomes more of a team that is in it, thinks they're contending right now not a contender. Now it's this player who you wouldn't think is available here in June who becomes available. And that's kind of hard to quantify because that's that variance you get at the NFL season year in and year out as far as the teams that become good, that fall away, the teams that are bad, that become good. It always tends to be a little bit chaotic in that fashion. I'll try to do a little bit more homework on this to see if I can find something that can shake out. But it's really hard because there's just not a plethora of players right now that are going into a contract year or are having contract disputes, or you have a team in sell mode and are willing to move them. Remember, at this time of the year, Daniel, everybody kind of feels like they're in on it. Even a team like the Saints, for instance, feels like they're a contender here in June. That's been the nature of the football beast a bit. So we'll probably have to kind of wait. I wish I could give you a little bit more of some examples, but it's more of kind of a waiting game on that one until season can materialize a little bit. Some of the stuff can shake out, and then we can really figure out who's really going to be available. Hard Knocks can be awesome, Trap Cat. It's going to be a picturesque setting, I'll tell you that. Ski Nation, thank you for the $5 donation. Hey, Brando, I've been working all day itching to catch the live about this BS trade. 10 words or less. Good, bad. Rams didn't give up much, it seems like. Sad. Well, it's definitely it definitely not working in your favor. It's not good for Seattle. There's a sense of this does provide a bit more of an urgency, desperation layer to the 2026 season for the Rams. That's undoubted. And that's a good thing for Seattle in that way. Ultimately, though, it's a move that makes the Rams better. And as you say, they didn't give up much, it seems like. I don't think that they gave up peanuts. I don't think that they just raked the Browns over the coals on this deal. But I think that the Rams did come out on the better end of it. I think that they were able to come out of this without giving up quite as much compensation as I would have thought they would have had to have given up going in. So from a Rams standpoint, it's a home run trade. It makes them better. It makes them tougher. It is enough on paper to push them past us on paper as the quote unquote favorite for whatever that's worth. But the story is not yet told on the 2026 season. We haven't even played one game yet. And John's got so many resources at his disposal to go out there and be able to counter this in a couple of different other ways. And knowing his level of aggression and knowing how dynamic he can be about this type of stuff, I would be very surprised to see John just not make some commiserate moves down the line from this. It's just we're going to have to be patient and waiting for those things to come to be, which will be frustrating and hard as we're going to have to hear about all of the national media espousing how great the Rams are and how they're no doubt about it going to win the Super Bowl. And should we even play the season or should we just give them the crown now? I mean, it's going to get exhausting. That being said, though, stay in the cut, keep our patience, wait until the time is right to strike. And then when we do strike, we can maximize that opportunity to the fullest. And I think that's what John's thinking about here and now. Good trade for the Rams, though, man. Phoebe, Hawks Nest. Bijan is due to be paid after the season. What if the Falcons realize their team is not built to pay a great running back and then they get Bijan for a win now year? Maybe. You know, I mean, there's a maybe a way you can do that. I mean, kind of depends on what's going on a little bit with Charbonnet. I like how you're thinking. I think you're in the same place you're in the place that I'm trying to get to for people to think about this, whereas rather than let's target it on 4 or 5 guys, think of it in terms of kind of like that. Here's a team that's not in sell mode, that's not trying to sell. Here's a player that's on this team that's not trying to sell, who you think is going to be there for the foreseeable future, who suddenly now, as I've learned in years past, becomes available at the trade deadline. Like, it's the way this thing kind of goes. And so I don't know if he would be available, but you're on the right track. Is like, that's the kind of model I'm talking here, where it's something outside the box. It's something that's not just a easy guy to identify like a Kayvon Thibodeau with the Giants, where it's easy to see why they're going to move him and that you can go get him and that the price isn't going to be that great, right? But those guys will present themselves, I think, Feed Me, to your point. Some guy like that will present itself and you'll have the ammunition to throw their way to get the deal done. What did they part with? Asked Remington. The Cleveland Browns parted with they gave up Jared Verse to the Cleveland Browns. They also gave up a 2025 first round pick, a 2028 second round pick, and a 2029 third round pick. That was the cost. Are super chats color coded? Yeah, they're color coded based on how much you're donating. Remington, I like the Rams, but you have to admit they're a force. Not scared though. Iron sharpens iron. Yeah, I agree. It ain't to take away from this move from the Rams. It's a great move for them. I don't think it makes them undefeatable. I don't think it makes them impossible for us to take advantage of. But I do think that they are a force. You know, I think, again, we're the 2 best teams in the NFL. And I think, once again, we're the 2 best teams in the NFL by kind of a wide margin once again. Max, if you're being a member, that's plenty good enough, bro. You're putting plenty of support in at that point. No need to super chat and be a member, especially in this day and age. Money's tight for folks. So it's all good, man. I appreciate everything you do for this channel. Not necessary. Banker Elpriest, thank you for the $2 donation, Banker. Garrett versus the 49ers. Yes. Hawks clamp AJ Brown. Yes. Yeah, that's Trent Williams is going to be in for a long day at the office, I think. You know, he's getting older. He's getting a little diminished. Injury starting. Now you got to take on Garrett twice a year. No easy day at the office there. And yeah, I think we're going to have answers for AJ Brown. I think we'll be perfectly fine against him. I don't think he just lights us up, no doubt about it. So I like that we got the Patriots in the first game of the year, especially get to play that at home on Wednesday night. But yeah, Garrett's going to eat. If I'm the Brams, Banker, I probably do a lot of Garrett to the strong side of the formation against the 49ers. I attack that right tackle with Garrett a lot in that game. Long day for the 49ers at that point. Appreciate you, Banker. And congratulations today, man. Hell of a deal by your team. Hell of a deal. We got Blaze with a big $20 donation. Bear with me one sec, Blaze. Just get my coffee real quick. Blaze coming in hot. Thank you for the $20 donation, Blaze. Blaze is hot. Blaze is not just hot in name. He is hot in sentiment as well. He says, "Are you effing kidding me? What kind of BS package did the Rams use to pull this off? Let's see if Matt Stafford pulls a Rich Gannon and getting hurt right after getting an MVP." The key there, Blaze, is like with Gannon, we just got to find the biggest, fattest guy on our team on defense, and then he just needs to land on Stafford's collarbone. That's the key to replicate that one. We just got to bring Tony Saragusi out of retirement and tell him to just snap that thing like a chicken wing. Just all of your weight right on top of it. We'll take the penalty. We don't care. But yeah, it sounds like you're in alignment with me on this one, and with many fans that have looked at this one, where it does feel like the Rams. Well, I don't think they necessarily just stole him. I think the first one hurts, and it's legitimate draft capital. But I do think that you came out on the better end of this deal from a Ram perspective. You feel like you got the better end of it, and that sucks. We didn't need anybody else there doing any favors for the Rams or helping them out in any way. But you got to give the Rams props. It's a hell of a deal for them. They're recognizing, as you should as a team that's got their Super Bowl window starting to shut, maximize what's left of this opportunity. And by doing that, that means we're going to have to sacrifice from the future for the now. And that is the price of doing business for an elite team. You've got to be willing to make that decision, in my opinion. It's a bit of the price of admission for wanting to go be a Super Bowl team. You've got to make that choice. You've got to recognize that in yourself. And they've done so here. And so you've really got to laud them in that way for making a trade like this. With that said, Blaze, you make this kind of move, you sure wouldn't like the whole roster to be so star-driven in how it's built. I've said this is a little bit like the game Jenga, right? You stack up the blocks bit by bit, and then you take little parts and pieces out of the Jenga box, right? And then somebody eventually pulls one too many pieces and the thing falls over, and game over, and you lose. Well, likewise here. With the Rams, with the star power they have, if I take a Poona Ford off the bottom of the stack, if I grab a Puka Nacua and I take him out in addition to that stack could fall really fast. The depth is not there to reinforce it. So, you know, they've reinforced a strength in many ways. They've taken what was already a strength and made it even a little stronger, but the weakness still does remain. The depth, the lack of depth still remains. And now you've also gotten older as a roster after today. Your edge has gone from 25 to 30 plus. So it's a deal that should bring a little bit of frustration from us. They're getting maybe the best defensive player in the sport, at least what was the best defensive player in the sport last year and who's been the best defensive player over the last couple of years, probably. And they're getting so without having to pay the prime prices, without having to feel like they're going over the top to get it done. They didn't get in a bidding war. That's not what this felt like, right? It doesn't feel like they were duking it out with 3 other teams. Kind of feels like they were the only team negotiating a bit. So that part sucks a little bit there, Blaze. But we're not done. We got all the cap space you could want this time of year. We got more cap space right now than we've had in 10 years at this time of year. With the most complete roster, returning everybody back. No dead money on the books. We have the most cap space right now and the least amount of dead money that we've had on the books, easily going back probably 15 to 20 years, especially this time of year. And now you got 12 draft picks for next year's draft on top of it all. You're well situated and suited here to be able to go out and be able to find some moves to counter this place. Doesn't mean you're going to find a Myles Garrett of impact, but maybe you don't have to as well. Appreciate you though, man. That's very kind of you for the big old donation. Really, really, really very kind of you, Blaze. Thank you for that, man. C-Squawker. That is true. What if Stafford is out for the season before we even play the Rams? It's a possibility. That's part of the nice part about playing them late. I've referenced this back to the 49ers, and then you can look at it a little bit the same way. Remember last year with the Niners? We went, man, this old team, so much better to play them at the end of the year in that final game of the year versus that first game of the season. And we got 2 different teams from facing that first game of the season to the team that we faced at the end of the season, right? Just like what we thought, like we predicted. Hey, this old roster is probably not going to be good at the end of the year. Hey, they weren't as good at the end of the year. The age shows up. The injuries come to be. Now, it came substantially for the Niners in a major way. But the Rams were an even older roster last year. And now they have seemingly gotten even older now than they were last year. So does that not rear its same ugly head up for them at some point in time as well? I think it has a real good chance of doing so. And Stafford at the head of that, a guy that has had his share of injuries, that's had a season ended due to injury even recently, and who is very old for the position. So, yeah, you don't even know how that team's going to really look, and what they are on paper right now is probably not going to be what they are when we get into those 2 games at the end of the year next year. Jack says, by the way, Brando, if you look at the Bosa contract in the Niners window, he's going to be traded next year. Doubt it's to us though. Yeah, agreed. I think that's probably the likelihood. And let's face it, by next year with the Niners, I mean, they're stretching their window as far as they can this year, but you can't think Trent Williams is going to play another year. You got to wonder if this isn't going to be probably Christian McCaffrey's final year. You know, you've got some guys that the age is getting there. You know, where's at that point, Warner, as far as his play goes. I'm sure he'll still be a really good player, but coming off 2 injuries in back-to-back years is Warner now. So I do agree with you. I think that they probably end up moving him at that point. I don't know if I'd want to move for Bosa's contract, even if he was available to us. I don't know if I trust those ACLs. That's right, Z-Squawker. We'll look much different than we look on paper. Catalyst, thank you for the $5 donation. Brandon, not super thrilled about this trade for the Hawks. Still, we have 12 picks in 2027 and substantial cap space. Maybe a trade deadline surprise. I would almost all but guarantee John's going to make a deadline move. His track record is so that he's done that in the past. His track record is so that he's done that in the past. He's got more picks than he's ever had in the past to make this kind of deal. He's got the cap space. I do think you're going to make a move. Yeah. By the deadline. I think though that the downside of this is that we're going to have to kind of wait till the deadline to make the move. You might sign a Jadeveon Clowney right before training camp, but there's probably not a lot you're doing until you probably get to that deadline. Unless something kind of shakes free across the league. So you're in too much of a really good position to be able to, like, if you're walking this limited, if you're limited by picks, you're limited by cap space, we might be stuck a little bit here. We're completely the opposite of stuck. We got ultimate flexibility to go with whatever direction we want to go this season from John's perspective. And he is also afforded a little bit of an opportunity here to kind of let the season start to play out to first really make that true determination about what the right approach is rather than trying to make it blind in the offseason. Like, I'm all in on this year. You didn't have to be all in. Maybe you have injuries to start the year out. Maybe the team's beat up a little bit. That's not going to look as good then if you made that choice now versus giving it a little bit of time to breathe. Let's let it breathe is kind of what I'm advocating for. So, can it or sell? More cap space, least amount of dead money, most draft picks you've had in combination here in Seattle going back decades, maybe in the history of this team. Can't overlook that fact, and that's the stuff, that's the goods you need to make these deals go. And you got it in full. I appreciate you, Catalyst. Thank you, man. Banker Al Priest, thank you for another donation, man. You dropped a bunch today as well, and speaks to the Rams fans and how cool you guys are. We've had a variety of guys dropping from Ram fans donos today on the channel. Really thank you for that. You guys are really kind in that way. He says, last one for today. Highly unlikely, but the Rams should convince AD to come back for 25 to 30 snaps a game. Pair up AD and MG, same side, those snaps. I ain't saying that I heard something that maybe AD's coming out, but I'm just saying maybe I heard something about AD coming out, Banker. So it doesn't, I'm smiling, but the smile is actually a frown at the possibility of Darnold coming out of retirement and giving them even more depth on the defensive line. It's one of the places I'm kind of knocking as truly a place that I think is valid with the Rams of saying, hey, where's this depth out? Adding a guy like Darnold in as a piece in that way helps that out, reinforces that, what really now only is your really only weakness. You've got both sides. Well, special teams, I think, is still a weakness too, but you've really strengthened out both sides of the ball collectively. And now if you can just reinforce that depth, you will take care of what is really the only real Achilles heel that kind of remains left on the team. And you put Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett on one side. I don't care if Aaron Donald lost a step. And then you got the other side. You got Kobe Turner and Byron Young. That's a long day at the office, man. Long day at the office. And I'd have no doubts right now. McVay and Garrett are probably, I'm sure a phone call has been placed. I'm sure it's been placed. Especially because you might be able to say Donald, where you're like, look, if I'm McVay, it's like, I've been calling the last couple of years to come off the bench midseason. If you had come off the bench midseason last year, we beat Seattle. We win that second game. We get home field advantage throughout the playoffs, and then we go win the Super Bowl, man. You could make that difference here, AD. I'm just saying, Baker, easier sell job to him where you're like, you're not going to have to rip 50, 60, 70 snaps a game. We're just going to bring you out there for 20, 25 snaps, and you just go crazy, man. Go crazy on those 20 to 25 snaps. I could see it. I think it's a real possibility here, Banker. Max, our future is bright with these third and fourth rounders, and the Rams are scared. They see John Schneider with 4 day 2 picks. It's like they're stockpiling toilet paper because they know what's coming. Like the pandemic stuff, man. Trap Cat, even if we don't, I still trust we got a beautiful roster to play through the season. Yeah, I'm the same way. I love the look of how this roster is coming together so much that I'm happy to see the preseason looks like. I'm not even that big on watching preseason games. Oh, preseason can be fun. Seeing Jalen Milroe's development, some of these young guys coming forward, and I trust this roster too, man. I do think you're going to make a move at the deadline. I think there's some other stuff John will do, but I think this roster is plenty well situated to get the job done as it stands right now. Feed Me, thank you for the $5 donation. Feed Me. How does Jared Verse impact the locker room? Verse was a captain last year. Remember what John said about getting rid of respected leaders in the locker room. Well, I would wonder a little bit about this, and this might be a question a bit for Jake on this tomorrow on the roundtable with some of his information about this team. But especially with this is coming in conjunction where you're trying to take these 4 guys that are due for contract extensions, and you're like, you know what, you guys are going to wait on your extensions. And you know what, now we're going to let go of a captain on this team. I think when you bring in the best defensive player in the sport in Garrett, it gets a little easier to sort of dry the tears of the eyes of the guys that are sad for the guy leaving, where you know what you're bringing in. But with that said, you do wonder about maybe getting a little bit cute here from a Rams standpoint of it, especially if some of the intention will be not to put some of these guys on extensions who've earned the extensions. Kobe Turner needs to be extended. Avilia needs to be extended. Byron Young needs to be extended. And these guys haven't just softly earned their new deals. They should be paid. And if you're trying to hold all of them off another year, I don't know. I don't know on that one, you know. That feels like you're getting a little too cute, and that could bite you on the ass in a major way, especially with some disgruntled guys in the locker room. Ryan, why didn't Seattle negotiate? Well, I think it's because Cleveland was not as interested in just pure picks, but that they wanted the centerpiece of the deal to be a player. And if that was going to be the case, Seattle was going to have to provide equivalency to what they did with first, the Rams. It was going to have to be Byron Young or Byron Murphy. It was going to have to be a Devin Witherspoon. It was going to have to be a Nick Emanwari. Seattle was not willing to make that kind of leap in this trade. I'm sure John would be open to doing the draft capital it would take, but now I got to throw in a player. I got to make myself weaker to add to this strength. I don't want to do that. And I kind of get John operating from that standpoint, Ryan. I don't want to give up Byron Murphy. I don't want to give up Devin Witherspoon. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. Would Hall and 2 firsts have done it? Would you do? So the draft value chart on that would be about, okay, so when we're going back to this, Daniel, I was showing you that the draft value chart on this and the way that this kind of worked was that the Rams essentially gave up 2,430 total value points by the Rich Hill value chart in this trade. If you have Verse as a basically mid-first round pick, or basically the equivalent of a mid-first and a mid-second round pick in Verse, which is what I think his trade compensation would be, a late second round pick and a late third round pick, you're at 2,430 in total draft compensation. If we were to try to make the move for what you're talking about, being that you're saying, okay, what if we did 2 firsts in Hall? So Hall would be, 660 mid-late second round pick. So for 420 mid-second round pick there, it would be his value. And then you take the 660 being your first round picks, 1050. So you would be right at about that value at that point, Daniel. You're right about the 2,430. So it's about 2,100 plus it's about 30 points short of what the Rams gave up. So the Rams still gave up a little bit more. And quite frankly, even though that it's an equivalent package, so you're not off. I mean, it's not a bad spot where you're at package wise on this. But then I could probably say that I think the Browns would still end up liking the package a little bit more. They might look at it as these are very close. The Rams are a little bit of a better package. We just like Verse a little bit more as a player than Hall. And at that point, then they would still win out. You'd probably still have to go past that. So you're still talking about Hall 2 firsts and like a third, at least, that you're going to have to probably throw on top of there. Maybe even another second to kind of get to the same place. But you're in the neighborhood. Revenger, thank you for another 35,000 IDR. It says, flipping the script, would you do Derek Hall a 1, a 2, and a 3? Yeah, but that's even falling far short, Revenger, of Daniel's proverbial scenario. So Daniel's proverbial scenario comes out at 2,400 total points in the Rich Hill value chart. Your scenario would be driving about 1,500 plus the third, which would be you're about 1,800 points for Revenger at that point. Well, actually, sorry, 1,800 plus, wait, hold on. 1050. 1050 and then, no, 650. I think you're a little short on that one. You're not super far off like Revenger, like it's crazy far off, but I think it's still just a little short of what the Browns would consider their haul for Verse. But then some of this could be where that could see preceded as well, Revenger, if you're talking about it being first, second, third in this upcoming draft, because the Rams traded a 2028 second round pick and a 2029 third round pick. So it might be enough to get it done at that point too, because it's more immediate on the trade returns. John Stratton, as far as I see it, this trade just makes it So the Rams fans will be that much more depressed when they don't win it all. Amen. It just makes the fall that much greater. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Ryan, Seattle could have gotten this done with two first rounders and a second. I think the Browns wanted to play her in the trade on this, Ryan. And I don't think that they would have seen Jared Verse and Derek Hall as like kind of equivalent players. I think that was a part of this deal that kind of prevented Seattle from being able to get into this as much. Again, because I think you equivalency-wise are going to now have to start throwing Ryan a Murphy in the deal, or Devin Witherspoon in the deal, or an Eamon Wari in the deal. Thank you, Herbizad. Yeah, we're rolling along. Just a Hemorrhoid says, we did not care. The Rams get Goliath from the Old Testament. We do not care. Zabel will pancake his ass. Hey, where's my sound bite? Where's my sound bite?
We did not care.
Ryan says, bringing Donald back is jumping the shark. I'd be like, wow, dude, Hawks drilled into y'all's brains that far. We wormed our way in, Brian. Brian Judge, speaking of preseason, Brando, you going to be around Seattle for any of the preseason games? I might have some extra tickets if you don't mind sitting in the cheap seats. I probably will be up more for training camp. The tough part on this is that I'd love to do a preseason game, but they don't let you go to the training camp practices at that point in time. So it's like, if you want to get in and see the training camp practices, which was I really want to get in and have the opportunity to do so, you kind of got to be there in late July before you get to the preseason games. So I just won't have the opportunity. I'll be back kind of down here on that side of it. Appreciate it though, man. I'll at some point get back out to checking out a game. I might be to game 1 this year. But I'm going to get up there for the preseason, for not the games themselves, but at least for the training camp period. I wanted us to get Aaron Donald when he came out too, Max. His highlights were, his film was just next level. I think the tipping point was Stafford versus Darnold with regards to where Garrett landed. Might have been. I think it's the assets that the Rams gave up. I mean, willing to come to the table with Verse is a major swing to the Browns with the draft capital you're giving them. Yeah, Squawker, I hope we and the Rams are at full strength, but chances are low considering when we play them late in the year. Yep. The war of attrition comes into the NFL somehow or another. And by that point, you're probably going to have a little bit of lightness on both sides squads, especially two teams that have played a lot of football last year. Their season extended pretty far. Yeah, but you had a chance to get him. Yeah, I just would ask to you, Ryan, would you be willing to give up Murphy, Witherspoon, or Eamon Wari? I mean, everybody wants to say, well, I'll give up Derek Hall, right? Or I'll give up Riley Mills, But like, would you do it if you had to go backwards a little bit like the Rams did here? Where it's like collectively you're better off the edge than you were with Verse. But Verse is a hell of a player. You lost a little something to gain this something too. And I'd be with it on this. I'm making a trade for Garrett if it was that collectively I'm adding full on. I'm not pulling anything back to add. I'm just putting on top, but you're going to have to pull back a little bit, and you're going to have to really let go of a player that you really, really value at that point to go get him in that way. And I don't know if I'd be willing to do that in the same fashion. And I think that was going to be the price of this being done. I just don't think that based on what we're hearing on this, and based on what we were hearing last night about the way this deal played out, that the Browns were looking for a player. That was going to be the centerpiece of the deal, not draft compensation, but an actual player had to be the beginning point of the trade and then the draft compensation. And I think I by the way, Revenger, yeah, Derek Hall 1, 2, and a 3. Would I do it for that for Garrett? Yeah, I would do that for Garrett. It's a late first. That's a late second. That's a late third. Derek Hall, I think, is a good, solid player, but I think he's a little bit overvalued by the fan base about how good he is in actuality. And thank you, man, for your support today, Revenger. It's a good question. I don't think that would have gotten the deal done, but I would have been willing to do it. Kevin O'Connell, Geno's elbow hurts every time AD's name is mentioned. Same thing with Russ's finger. Whenever Darnold's mentions name, Russell's fingers twinges just a little bit. It starts shaking like this, like a tremor, whenever Russell hears AD's name. Ryan, I don't care how old AD is. As a Seahawks fan, that man lives rent-free in my head. I still have nightmares about him crushing our quarterbacks. We never figured out how to stop him. We never stopped him. He took apart our game plan week after week after week. We never had an answer. Part of it was our refusal to double team him. Like, come on, just double the guy, you know? Max says, Jared versus almost elite player at a premium position. We would have to have given up a lot. We would have. It would have hurt. It would have been pricey. I don't know if I would have wanted to pay that price. Tribe Cat, we do not care. It's about us. It's always been about us. Man, that was so great to watch. It was great, man. And that's Mike McDonald. That's not him just giving you a tagline. They live this life. Somebody was asking earlier, Trap Cat, about, why are you, rather than run it back, you're saying run it forward. Same thing about why he chose those words the way he did. We're not worried about what you do. We're concentrating on us. It's only about us. And it's how they live their life out there at the VMAC. It's part of what makes Mike McDonald such a great coach. He's got his eye on the ball. He's concentrating on the right things. Z-Squawker, if the Browns wanted a player along with draft picks, then I don't think Seattle had a shot, unless it was 3 first-rounders. But I don't like selling our future for even the player of Garrett's caliber. I don't either. And that's where even the 3 first-rounders, I know on the surface of it, you could say, well, the 3 first-rounders must be that would be equivalent, value at that point to what the Rams gave up. And maybe, if you look at this value chart here, Fred, the Rich Hill value chart, though, when you're talking about, an early first-round pick, the top first-round pick, the number 1 overall first-round pick worth 3,000 points. Late first-round pick worth, it's actually less than that. It's not 2,000. It's actually 1,050. So it gets down to 1,050 when you're talking about So it definitely would have probably blown away. You would have probably been able to blow their offer away at 3 first-round picks at that point. I think that's going to come out to like 3,000 on the point system, which would have superseded them by about 500 points. But would John been willing to go 3 first-rounders? I don't know. And like you say, C-Squawk, right? I don't know if I'd like throwing that much of the future at that point to get him in here. It's a lot. But again, too, it could be an exercise in futility because the Browns could have this whole time just wanted the player. And we'll learn about this the next couple of days if a player was really driving this. And if that's the case, then we get it. We'll start to put a little bit of a wrap up here today on the stream, guys. We got about 6 hours and 23 minutes in the book, so I will go ahead and wrap it up on that note here. We got Ski Nation with a $5 donation. It says, the best part of this is watching Verse go to the Browns after all the shit and disrespectful talk he's thrown at the Seahawks. Yeah, your heart goes out a bit to Verse, man. I mean, there's a part of you like, yeah, you don't talk about my team like that, man. That's what you get. And there's a part of you that goes, but yeah, he's been a really good player for them. Turned into a captain into his second year. Was out there and balling out for them through his first 2 years there, with the Rams. He's seemingly done everything right for them. And then this doesn't seem to be him being moved because he's been, probably in the locker room or something like that. But definitely a tough turn for Verse, man. Your heart goes out to him. I got to go out to Cleveland. And even the most brutal part is like, I'm not even eligible to be able to get my contract extension. I still got to play in Cleveland for another year. I got to try to maximize out my value in a contract year in Cleveland where my ops and my chances to go out there and really shine are not going to be the same equivalency to what I was able to do out there with Los Angeles. It's a tough break for our guy. But maybe that's a little bit of karma for talking trash about our Hawks. Huh? Maybe don't talk so much trash about our Seahawks and bad things won't happen to you. Thank you though, Ski. It's good to see you in the house, man. And thank you for being a member of the channel as well. Appreciate you for that. The league is cooked. The league is cooked, man. It's an NFC West year. I'll tell you that. Kevin O'Connell, watching him have to ship out to purgatory to go become part of the Night's Watch on the wall is a beautiful thing to see. He will take no women. He will own no property. Oh, there's no worse place to be sent. There really is not in the NFL. The weather's cold. You got to play outdoors. Steve Walker, Lawrence Reed, Nwosu, Williams, Fowler, all likely within their final year or two. We need those draft picks to reload. Strength in numbers is better than the strength of one. Well said. Well said, Steve Walker. And I agreed with you, of course, 100% there. There's a thought process here where you can make a trade deadline move. You can still hold on to 11 picks and still go into next year's draft and completely just reload. Reload the chambers. Yeah, Max first going to that team's a little tough. You feel a little bad about that for him. Sorry, buddy. Yeah, Puka still got to get paid. Do they find a way, though, to stuff the camel through the eye of the needle and avoiding it this year and kicking that can into next year? That's kind of the question now at play here, Seahawks Gaming. And I don't know. They're trying. They're giving a good effort of it. 100 more days to go until we get the 2026-2012 regular season. Just 100 days till game one, folks. Let's go. Crabcast says, hey, at least you didn't go to the Jets first. Well, I guess there's a silver lining in everything, but the Browns aren't far away, man. Ski Nation, Brandon, I know he's not perfect or terrible or anything. It's funny, though, man. The Rams did him so dirty. I mean, they kind of did, and it's going to be interesting to see how the information comes out of this. If we kind of come to learn that the Rams were trying to move young, they wanted to keep Verse, Browns insisted on Verse, we're going to get some of these details. But yeah, that's where it gets hard to hate on the guy because he plays hard. He's a problem. He's been a good player from the jump. Again, he's done everything right by them to earn his way there to seemingly be a fixture, a part of your foundation. But this also shows a little bit of the cold-blooded nature of the NFL and that, quite frankly, people don't always like to hear this. They get connected to players and love players, but you have to, as an organization, kind of operate with this a little bit. These are assets to a degree. They're human beings, and you want to be careful about treating it too coldly and clinically and letting guys go, but you also have to move in this way. The teams that operate off of sentiment are the teams that get left behind. Part of the reason that the Browns aren't getting more maximization of their capital back for Garrett in this trade is because of sentiment. It's because they couldn't make their peace last year with the fact that the time is now to trade him. He's literally writing letters about wanting to go playing for a champion now. The time is now to move him. But the Browns dug in. I'm like, no, we'll give you no extension. We just love you so much. We'll give you no extension. We'll keep you here. We got to keep you here. We got to keep you here. It's not the right way to operate. You got to operate with a little bit of a cold-blooded nature because you will get left behind if you don't. Ooh, long this in the house. Another Ram fan dropping a big old donation here. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So much love from the Ram fans today. Maybe you guys are throwing some money my way because you guys got such a great player and we're just sitting here like, and then you got McDuffie too. Long this, thank you for the $50 donation. He says, 5 hours? Why are you working for minimum wage? Don't want you on the market fish store. I mean, it ain't work when I get to do what I love, long this, and when I get to talk football, days like this are days for why I created this channel. Not just for what the Seahawks do, but for what is going on in this sport. And that you turn over these moves and you try to understand them and their impact and what you could or could not have done. And there's so many different angles to look at this thing that it always interests me. It always just seemingly there's another layer to kind of unpack and kind of consider. So, no, we've gone, I've gone well over 100 donations on the stream today throughout my time period. So we're definitely not working off minimum wage. But I love doing this long this. I get the greatest job in the world. I get to talk about football and people actually show up and listen to me speak, which is even the wilder part. So I actually got people that'll actually listen to what I got to say on this. And so, I'm a kid in the candy store when I get to go live and do this. And as frustrating as it is to see the Rams make this move as an arch rival, there's also a respect level involved here. There's also just the coolness angle to what this does for the division and raising the visibility of this division all that much more. What this sets for the stakes now for 2026 and that they only now increase. This gets me excited. And I enjoy this kind of discussion, even if it's not my team that's directly impacted into it and what they're doing, and that it's something else. It's just that this is what makes football so interesting. Is there's so many ways to move. There's so many ways to build a roster. There's so many ways to find success that not everything is fitted to one path. You had a couple of years ago in the NBA, for instance, where everything was about, you got to get your trio. You got to get your 3 stars. You need your 3 stars. And it's like, the rest of the team didn't matter. Just get your 3 stars. All the rest of the team don't matter. Just get your 3 stars. And maybe some of basketball has moved a little bit beyond this, but it was such a simplified way that every team was operating off of. One size fits all. Every NBA team is in the pursuit of this. And what I like about football is you have all these teams that take these different directions. You can have a team like the Rams, star-driven, and that we're going to make our stars the best in the bunch of anybody in the league, that our starting 22 are going to be the best starting 22 in the league. Every teams that might be building a little bit more to depth, and that both ways work. And that we get to then look at both of these two different pathways and directions for trying to build a winner and find out what works better maybe in this era right now, for where the NFL is always evolving and changing through, because it never stays stagnant. It never is the same way this year to what it was last year. That's the reason why we have 12 personnel going through the roof at the highest rate at any time in recent NFL history. It's the reason that we got the running game starting to step forward to counter some of the cover 2 shell defenses that are proliferating in the league. It's always changing. It's always moving. It never stays in the same place. I love it about it. Love it. But no, 6 hours and 31 minutes today along this. A nice little short 6 hour and 31 minute stream, just an in and outer. Barely blink my eyes and it's like, it's already passed. You know what I mean? I really appreciate you though along this. Big shout out to you and all the Ram fans that have hopped in the chat today, as you guys are showing some love to a Seahawks channel. Not only that, on top of the love and the donations from the Rams in the chat today, also just cool discussion. Great talk. Great points to kind of turn over here, where it's been able to be respectful in this place. And this is the ideal of this channel, is I want to have outside voices coming in here. I want to have at times where maybe it gets a little uncomfortable for you guys in the chat. And maybe some of you will be like, I just like to have just Seahawks fans in here. But I don't think that elongates out the discussion in the way that I want it to be elongated here. I don't think it covers every base. And I don't think it has considering every angle. I think it leads too much into that echo chamber way. So having you guys in here is such a welcome place. Donations or not, it's always welcome here. Because again, I think it does help us just get a better view and understanding of what we're seeing. But you're awesome along this. Not the first time. You just dropped a big no-no the other day on me as well. Really kind of you to do so, but I'm living the dream, man. Every day I get a pop up and just how can I when I get to go live and just talk football and chop it up with my people, and it never makes this a job. It's never a strenuous thing for me to be doing this. Appreciate you though, man. See, Squawker, while we cannot draft someone as good as Garrett, it will be starting caliber player, and stacking the depth chart, in my opinion, is more important than having a star player. I love it, man. And I agree. There are few Garretts walking the earth. And it's not a necessity to win a championship that you have to have one of those guys to make it happen, to your point. Daniel Brando, would you do 2 first haul and a 2028 third or second if necessary? Probably. I really didn't find myself too hesitancy when it comes to those parameters. But then we come back to where the Browns driven by the player being the centerpiece. And if the player's the centerpiece and they're looking at, no matter what draft capital you're throwing at them, the start of the package begins with a haul and verse. That may be a no-go there from the Browns' perspective on that one. Long this with another $10 donation. Thank you for that, Long this. You're very kind. You are very, very kind. My parents owned an apartment in the bright building next to the Pike Place Fish Market decades ago. Went to Orcas at the end. I like Seattle, but not the Seahawks. Hey, I appreciate you, man, and I don't expect a Rams fan to like the Seahawks, just like you wouldn't expect a Seahawks fan to like the Rams. And we got a great rivalry, man. And there's going to be a lot of trash talk through the next couple of months from Rams and Niners and Seahawks, and all going back and forth, and in all places online and here in our chat. I'm sure we're going to see it too. But if I can just reiterate one more time, there's also a respect level here, in the respect of these are franchises running it right. The 49ers have been to multiple Super Bowls in recent years. The Rams have been to multiple Super Bowls in recent years. We've been to multiple Super Bowls in recent years. You gotta also have a little bit of a keen appreciation for the fact that you have teams doing it right, and doing it right at the highest of levels, at great levels. And it's going to make our matchups and our fights and our battles this year that much more interesting, that much more vicious, that much more intense, that many more eyeballs naturally watching it. You can't tell me not every eyeball in the nation on Christmas is going to be watching that final Rams-Seahawks game. Everybody will. Anybody that is any football fan. You can't call yourself a football fan if you ain't watching that game. And there's a reason that the NFL put that as the final game of the day on Christmas. There's a reason they put it at the end of the year as well. And it's going to come down to that. But cool little section down there. Cool place to be able to live back in the day, especially when really downtown Seattle was really cooking in the way that it was a few years ago. Still a lovely part down there, and they've done some great stuff with the boardwalk down at that end of things. But I get you along this. I understand, man. I really appreciate you. Ram fans have been so kind today. You guys, not the first time you come in here, been very kind. But then just also coming in with just some good discussion and great football talk, man. That's all we're trying to do here on the channel. See, Squawker, we played the Browns in 2023 with the same tackles as now. Garrett had 1 sack. Yep. Didn't have a super highly impactful game. A little productive, kind of, but not a lot there. We were able to keep him pretty well controlled. LA Rams are the favorite to win the Super Bowl 61. Yeah. Now I understand, probably rightfully so as we stand right now. Well, the Rams and have the offensive MVP and the defensive MVP. Are they set up to win the next 3 Super Bowls? I don't know if I'd go that far. We'll go 1 year at a time on that one. Lucas missed the Browns game? Okay. So and Garrett got the 1 sack against Cross. Oh, thanks for the update on that. Riverside, the trade still hasn't changed my mind much. Still think we split the games with him. I kind of do too. I still think it's split. Yeah. They get 1, we get 1. Catalyst, tell me what's going on with Brissett's holdout. Is it even worth going this far into? I mean, they got him on that low-end contract to be a backup when they signed him, and now he's a starter, and he wants to be played closer to starter money. And Cardinals are sitting over there like, look, we're trying to save money, dude. You're not a part of our long-term answer, and we pay you money next year, and what's that going to get us? Like, we still only end up winning 4 games with you at QB. So, Jacoby doesn't really have any leverage here. Like, Cardinals can kind of call his bluff. Like, he's trying to hold them up over something, and it's like, look, you're acting like if we bring you in, it's the difference between us being a 4-win team to being a playoff contender. Like, there's no way we're a playoff contender next year. So shut up and be happy that you have a starting opportunity in this league. But Brissett's trying to kind of hardline him a little bit. He thinks he's got some kind of leverage, I guess. Kind of silly on Jacoby's part, though. Cardinals can kind of hold the line on this. They're already in tank mode. It's like, okay, no Jacoby, and now we're going to go with Beck and Gardner Minshew. So be it. Number 1 pick, here we come. Spec, Brando, thoughts on the 2027 edge options in the draft? I've looked at 4 of them so far, and it's looking like it's going to be a good edge group. There's already 2 guys I've got blue chip grades on. So for you out there that might be thinking, well, can we maybe move up in next year's draft and go and find an edge that's a really dynamic edge who, let's say we package a bunch of picks to go up in the first round. We package a bunch of these extra picks we have to go up in the first round. So there's Colin Simmons, there's Dylan Stewart. I've got 2 blue chip grades on them based on what I've seen from the tape of them in 2026. I think they're going to be really good. Damon Wilson out of Missouri, who I think is transferring down to Miami. Very productive edge rusher, a little more twitchy, a little bit more of a snatch the edge guy. Matayo Ugalele out of Oregon, kind of more of a power guy. Both Damon Wilson and him, I have more of in the 3rd round range of things, but he'd be a power guy that would fit to this system, I would say. What's up, T-Town? Get Crosby now? Well, you never know, man. That may be the next move John's looking to move. New Blacks, Jay Glazer. Rams were hoping to make it all draft capital and fought to not include Verse in the deal to the end, but it was necessary by the Browns. So kind of confirms what I was kind of wondering if this was the part of the process. The Rams did not lead with, hey, do you want Verse? And then we'll throw you draft capital. They were leading with, we'd like to give you draft capital. And the Browns said, no, give us Verse. And that is exactly what I've heard about in the background of how this deal materialized. And it's a very important part of this deal when you look about why Seattle didn't make an equivalency. You did not have a Jared Verse you could offer. That's a very important part of this. If you're lamenting or you're frustrated or upset, you couldn't throw the same thing their way. Very, 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 very important to this process. So thank you for the note on that, New Blacks. That's good to confirm that that was a bit of the truth to the situation. Herbert says, well, if the Cards were going to be crappy anyway, then why keep Brissett? Well, that's where he could be leading himself to them potentially trading him, right? Like, you go find a team out there that maybe is looking at quarterback and you see ya. So, he's got to be careful. Max, I think Brissett has earned it to be paid in that range. So some backup quarterbacks get 15 to 20 million. Yeah. I mean, it's what leverage do you have to determine that they feel like they have to renegotiate with you? I think if it was a situation where Brissett could say to them, hey, I played well last year and now we're going to be maybe a playoff team this year and pay me for that. But if you're coming back to him and saying, look, even if you perform like you did last year, we're still at 4 wins. Why should we pay money for that? What's the alternative? We put out Gardner Minshew and we win 2 instead of 4. Is that much of a really worse scenario if it goes that situation, especially if we're saving the money? And if I'm the Cardinals right now, I'm trying to save money. I'm not trying to pay a quarterback who's not my long-term answer, who's not that good of a quarterback. They're calling him Brisket now because he's cooked. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, let's put a button on that note. Great chat again today. You guys are just awesome. Thank you again, Long This, for finishing this off with some really great donos. Too many donations to count today. So much support to the channel. You guys are tremendously kind as ever here on the channel and all you do for me. And I really, really appreciate it. New Black says Glazer also said the Rams and Browns started talking about the Myles Garrett trade since draft time. One of the reasons they selected Ty Simpson. This has been long in the process. And this was not an easy deal that the Rams were able to cement, just where they made the initial call to the Browns. They're like, hey, can we do this deal? Let's do it. This was one where they kept battering and insisting. And so understand with this, it's one where, though I think the Rams came out on the better end of this, they still had to give up. They had to suffer some pain on this. It was not a just no cost kind of move or just future draft capital. And you can understand why they wanted to just bury all of their draft capital in the future to make it happen so that they could keep this team as strong as possible. They weren't quite able to get that done. I think that's an important part to this deal when looking at it for sure. Appreciate you, Spec. Thank you, Trap Cat. You guys are very kind. Catalyst you as well. New York team. Herbicide. Appreciate you guys hanging with me today. Got a good almost 7 hours in on Rams, Myles Garrett discussion. But it was some good talk. And I think that we were able to kind of get through the weeds on this. I got to say too, just as a kind of, final point on this, is that very encouraged by my fan base and that there are so many people that are even keeled here. Nobody's freaking out. I don't see anybody pulling their hair. I don't see anybody getting hyper frustrated. A little frustration, but it really felt like to a man that most of this chat really seemed to understand that this is not our end game scenario. This does not guarantee the Rams a single damn thing, and that we are not done yet. So make sure you keep that at the forefront of your mind within all of this and the consideration of this move, and that it's not done yet. Might have to be a little bit patient, but our time's going to be coming on this situation. If I can, I want to thank, please, let me get this sponsor of my show. Sponsor of the show today, of course, being Prize Picks, #1 sports app in the game today. Use my code HMA, put a $5 lineup down. They'll put $50 into your account. Basketball, baseball, we got football seasonal picks in place. It's all on the table available for you right now. So use that code HMA, $5 account, $50 in your account. Terms and conditions do apply. Please do see their site for details. I know there are some limitations in the state of Washington, but if you do use the app on a casino's network, you can use the app in full. Big shout out to Prize Picks for sponsoring the show. My picks, of course, right now, currently, controversially today, in fact, Jackson Smith and Jigbo over 1324 and Jacoby Myers over 750 yards on the season. Those are my picks right now. I'll have a couple more for you guys as we wear on through in the off season, but a big shout out to Prize Picks and a shout out to you guys for utilizing that code. Much, much appreciated. And industry worth Finish us off with a beautiful $1 donation, which just feels about right to me. Thank you for that, Industry Worth. Really, really appreciate it. And again, just another fun stream with you guys today. We did 4 hours last night, another stream today, and it's always a good time being able to hang out with you. The Industry hit us a couple donations. Thank you for the $1 donos. Appreciate you. We will be back this week with some more. Might be doing a B&B show to talk a little bit about this Garrett news. We got the Seahawks Syndicate going down on Thursday. So as well, we got the NFC West Roundtable out on Tuesday. So it may be the dead of the offseason period. When you got one of the biggest trades of the NFL season happening right now, it ain't slowing down, and it's going to keep on percolating here throughout June. So I hope you're ready to rock with me here through the rest of this week and through the rest of this month. And hey, we're getting closer and closer to football. You find yourself in a place a little worried. It's a little bit like Trap Cat says, a little frustration, but just breathe in and let it out. Third youngest roster in football, won the Super Bowl last year. You're returning almost everybody. You're already probably a little bit better right now than you probably were last season as it stands. And you got so much ammunition to still do more. Big deal here for the Rams. It's a great deal for them. You laud them for it. You nod your head. You strap up the helmet and you say, let's get to work. So while you might be a little frustrated, understand as well that this team isn't done yet, and John's going to make some moves, and we are going to be standing tall at the end of the season. I really do truly believe, especially as so many people are kind of overlooking us right now as it stands. Thank you to Industry Worth for all the $1 donations. Thank you guys for well over 100 donations today on the stream, on going over well over 6 hours and 45 minutes. We will be back again here this week. The Rams haven't won nothing yet. Yeah, they're looking good. Yeah, they're top heavy strong. I think we still got better depth. I think we're still a better special teams unit. I don't think that those are any two small little items to this whole scenario on trying to figure out which team is going to be the better team. So let's not crown the paper tigers quite yet. And don't forget, you are the champions. They're chasing us with these moves. They're not making these moves in the vacuum of space and time. They're making it because we put the fear of God in their heart. They're making it because they couldn't get over that loss and they felt that through the end of the year. They're making this because of their sense of urgency, by their sense of slight panic at play, that the window is closing. It's getting closer shut. Ours about to bust wide open. So keep the faith, Seahawks fans, and don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.